Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is June 9th, 2026, and we have another kind of interesting day on our hands. I wish it would be more exciting, but really we've just been in this halfway mark since the little Friday sell-off. You are recovering today. There wasn't really any crazy headlines. You got some disappointment out of the Apple WWDC, but you dealt with that yesterday. You got OpenAI filing. Nothing happened in the war, and surprisingly, the algos are very, very calm to start off the morning, but we are waiting for that big data that comes in tomorrow. You're even going to get a couple of earnings, but for the most part, you haven't had any real incremental or marginal development. There was a couple of earnings. You got a couple of data center headlines as well this morning, but yeah, it seems like we're kind of in waiting period and still the recovery of what we dealt with from last week. Even Asia, they started off a little rough. They ended up recovering as well. So again, I don't know if it's because of we recovered, which one led. Remember, Asia did bad yesterday, and then we were able to do good. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. I hope you guys are ready for all of it. But again, we are entering in now to a very big week, and that data starts to roll out tomorrow. So enjoy the pregame while you can, my friends. But ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, we must enrich ourselves, or before we enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, who has sacrificed so much for people they have not met, who have given so much to the collective freedom. God bless every single one of you, man. We love you. We appreciate you. I hope you get a long term. I hope anything we do here could help. But at the very least, man, I hope we could honor you for the amazing sacrifice you have all made. And I do not know whether or not you agree with the war or not, but one thing I believe, man, you can never take away the honor from somebody who has chosen to give up so much for people they have never even met. So shout out to the veterans, shout out to their families. God bless every single one of you, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Harder. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia on a Tuesday. Oh, I was just telling the locked-in guys, bro. I said, bro, you're either going to run through a wall today or go back to bed. Just make the choice. Again, it's not even that crazy today. That's the crazy part, is that we might not even get anything too nutty. So I'm just saying, though, but it's Tuesday, bro. And we're almost halfway done with June. And this is the big week. Okay, anyways, don't let me go too crazy. But we got 2 minutes. I'm watching a couple of things. Meta, again, pretty much now until Friday. They got some potential catalysts. They've been in the middle of everything, so watch out for them. APLD, they got one of those data center contracts. ASTS, they got some space contract as well. Those two are gapping up here in the morning. Net, they have an investor day, I believe around 1 p.m. Eastern, so see if that starts to move. SJM, that's post-earnings. SGML is another battery company. Yesterday, there was one of those battery companies. They got a grant or something that made it go crazy. And then SGML, they got some sort of contract or something today. So see if that repeats. ECL, they got pumped there by Bank of America, again, related to both energy, infrastructure, all of that. And then Capital One and Citi for the banking events. And then Adobe and Oracle. We'll see if there's any sort of pre-earnings run-up. And then Keel is one of these Bitcoin ones. That had a rumor yesterday tied to Amazon, pretty much because Amazon announced the location for a data center, and then Keel is one of a Bitcoin miner that's pretty much in the area, and that got people hyped up. So other than that, we have 1 minute until the bell, and then we will begin, my friends, and then we will begin. Qualcomm news. We have they popped yesterday. I don't know what it was. But yeah, it looks like Qualcomm's tweaking out a little bit here. Yeah, you get a little bit of economic data, again, existing home sales and then the inventories, but for now, I don't think, I don't think people will tweak out too much unless it's bond worthy. Maybe real estate moves the long end. Again, remember bond volatility, the level of the dollar, and then ultimately the leadership. That is what we care about with what this market is going to be telling us. So get ready for it, but less than 20 seconds. So Chad, let's have a good morning. Don't pump on your homie's head top. Get some good call outs, some good info. Let's have some good questions. Let me get an ICAP. You know what I'm saying? Get a little ICAP before the bell. Oh, you only got like 5 seconds? No, come on. Come on. 3, 2, 1.
He wants to fight you mad.
Round 1.
I think he's so sad.
But, wow, that was good timing. All right, man, we'll take it. We'll take it. So SPY opening up 0.5. So again, you have a little bit of cushion. Not too many headlines. That Palantir started off. Was that Palantir gap down too. So yeah, you got Qualcomm moving around, and then Microsoft, TSM on the high. TSM's actually up 2. Intel's still up from yesterday. Nvidia, actually, again, so Korea did very good. That's where those are all holding up. They hate AI art because it's not really art. Alrighty. How you'll be real smart. Oh, those TSMs, no bid on that. SAP on the low. Oh, interesting. So where's software at? So IGV's down by 0.6. EWY, or excuse me, SMH is up by 2.5. Oh, where's the percentage-wise? Where are we looking? So 0.5 on the Dow, 0.9 on the NASDAQ, 1.2 on the Russell, and then 0.6 on the SPY. So not too bad. Yeah, Nvidia. It seems like chip makers are doing very, very well. Again, both like big and small ones. You even have SanDisk and the other ones up. And then there's Oracle. Did we take... I don't think we got one of the Oracles. So again, you got a day or two till their earnings comes up. At least Oracle's up. Again, most of the other software names are actually down right now. Let's see. Who's buying these, Habibi? Yeah, Intel's doing good. Again, Keel, that's that Bitcoin one. Oh, where's the battery play? So again, I don't know if that one's going to hit, but just considering what happened yesterday. SGML, those other battery companies tweaked. That's how you'll be real smart. You have Galabath tweets? Alrighty, 4GM. Banks are starting to go too. Wells Fargo. I don't know if that was Citi. I saw another bank. And then SPY doing decent. Again, 0.6 right now to start. Oh, these premiums suck. No, I was not going to hit. OSK, Clove. Oh, where's healthcare? Damn, XLV's up another 0.8 again. So keep that in mind. I mean, it seems like healthcare has been going up this whole time while chips have low-key recovered. But yeah, they're all kind of doing good. UNF or UNH, Amazon and Google now, and then a little bit of TAP. And banks too. Again, Bank of America. Google's up 2%. Jeez. Where's a Meta? And then there's an Oracle. Adobe came down. Meta's just chilling. FAC halted up 60. Oh, I saw that one yesterday. I think that was like a small IPO that started going crazy. I think it went from like 20 bucks to like 150 and then came down. I think it's a Chinese one. IDYA, they did an offering. Nike, and then there's a Meta. I don't like these other ones. So too expensive, man, these guys. Roblox, Russia considering unblocking Roblox. Since when has Roblox been blocked in Russia? Well, they're going up. Alrighty. Alrighty. Lulu, I haven't looked. Not a recommendation. I did an Oracle pre-run-up play, but they're kind of expensive. I'm not really the big, and then every time I touch Oracle options, I single-handedly end the rally. Roblo's still going, and then AZI, then Tesla, and then Meta hasn't moved around. Actually, some of those Meta premiums still holding up though. Let's see. And Tesla. SPY's still going up. SJM2. That's post earnings. Damn, they're up 8, and that's kind of a value play. Interesting. And then, yeah, you said Lulu, but I haven't looked at Lulu. They're just moving again. Remember that earnings. And then SanDisk. So as far as chips and mania and leadership, that's going up. Gold and silver barely moving. And then oil. You guys realize oil's at 88 bucks. So oil's even approaching the downside level. Again, even 88, 89. But if it goes below 87, that should get even better, even though it's not moving. Qualcomm video from Jensen was fake. Damn, son. He's fake. We got fake Jensen videos? Okay. And then where's Palant? Palant's just chilling. How about Microsoft? They're down by 0.5. Amazon's doing great. They're actually up by 1.3 or 1.5. Jeez. And then Meta's trying to move here a little bit. Again, SPY's still going. CME. Well, Zillow. Zillow's up again. The premiums, I don't know if they move. Oh, no, they just jacked. I was going to say they were just at the break even, but now those are moving a little bit. Open Marvel on the low. Actually, it's weird. Marvel's down 1.8. Chips are still up 1.5. Again, IGV is lagging. Let's see. Staples are actually doing good. I mean, shit, even Kimberly's up. Oh, yeah, Netflix. Remember, yesterday, Netflix moved a little bit, but we're hoping he gets out of that little box. Boeing on the high. Shout out to Bradley Frizzle, if he's out there. UNH. Who's the other one? Oscar, Umana, and then Clove. Wait, is Clove higher? That one might start to go. Yeah, you're a couple cents off of the previous high, which again, I'm surprised that one actually held up. Booking, and then where's Oracle? Meta just hasn't moved. It's chilling. India hits pause on Starlink approvals over national security concerns. Good morning. Constellation Energy starting to run again. ECL got the Bank of America pump, but Constellation's going. I don't know where any of those other energy plays are moving. Again, oil 88.40. So I mean that's the good one. DraftKings came out with something this morning. I think it was like numbers, like gambling numbers. I have to double check, but yeah, that's running. That's already up 8%. I swear I read something on them. Discloses May annualized consumer volumes, prediction offerings up 24% month over month, and total volume was up 34%. So yeah, they just gave a May numbers that were really, really good. Oh, speaking of banks, Citi, Capital One, that one ripped actually. Yeah, bro, those Capital Ones killed it. Oh, it's just a fat spread. You got over 100% on the bid if you have those. Yeah. Oh, wow. All right, I got like 250, 300% on the Capital Ones. I made those free. Still got some. I don't know where the cities went. The cities didn't budge. Interesting. They both moved, but yeah, Capital One ripped. And then there's a Meta. Palantir, Zillow. Is this Zillow hit 36 when we got? Oh yeah, we hit 37 almost. So yeah, Zillow has a long way to go. But yeah, the premiums are back up on that. Capital One. We should make that a song. APH on the high. You guys told me again. APH, Constellation, both of those are running up now. A couple of consumer names. You guys are saying Nike, then you got Elf, Navitas, and now AAOI. Some of these other names are coming down in Photonics. DraftKings still going. I mean, that's literally 10% off of the damn open. And then again, banks are running though. Look at Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan. I mean, a lot of these are just taking sticks up. RKLB, AS. Oh, was the other one APLD? They're the ones with the news in the morning. KPMG and Microsoft expand partnership. Tap. Weed stocks on the high. Damn, 590 on MSOS. Big spreads. You either don't play them or you just try to put in lower orders. Clove, a SPY hitting a high. Yeah, Clove is ripping now too. I think Clove is about to break out through the high. Again, that was the shitty healthcare one. I don't know if those plays actually went up. Oh, they got bids on them. All right, we'll see. We'll see. Oracle's starting to move. And then the Zillows woke up again. We need those cities to, the cities need to move. And then Booking, and now Meta as well. That's starting to pop a little bit. Tesla was doing good. I mean, again, there's a lot of things. Let me get a checkup real quick. But yeah, you're getting like a decent not even like broadening out, but like just there is a certain amount of momentum in like little smaller cap areas that are holding up. Like it's not even 645, 945. Meta, again, there's Clove now, 52-week takeover. Klarna takes on banks with high yield savings accounts. Okay, not bad. Where's Unch? Unch, Unch. Come on, Unch. Intuit moving. Again, Meta is at the high as well. And Oracle. Surprisingly, Adobe gapped down a little bit more. Meta is about to break out. Meta's up 1.7. And then Broadcom. Yeah, dude, I'm saying there's a little bit more momentum, surprisingly. I don't know where it's coming from, but yeah, there's a lot of names. You pull them out right now. It looks like they're just taking sticks up right now. CRDO, we saw that one run yesterday as well, too. K-Star, IGV, that FAC stock. But yeah, there's a lot of things just melting. Most are chip AI oriented, but then again, you got a couple like healthcare and other rotations that are doing pretty good. Not to mention, again, like something like Meta. Like I'm telling you, that one's even up almost 2%. That's nothing to balk at. A little bit more Oracle in my life. A little bit of long term on the highs. Well, there's Meta. CHAI. Again, high ticker's still going. There's a couple value names, too. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, XLP's up. Financials are helping a lot. So like we're saying, those really, really ripped. Again, that Capital One was nice. Yeah, Zillow's doing good. Again, the premiums they were just at break even. Again, it just has to hold, but this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of names that just look like this all of a sudden. They opened up and then ripped pretty aggressively. Where's that other one? All right, even Oracle, SPY's still going up. I mean, a lot of Soxel, all of the chip indexes are at the high. Again, even a couple of software leaders like Oracle, but now even IGV went green. Again, SMH on the high, Broadcom. They're all, even damn gold and silver kind of running. Again, oil's at the low. Oil's hitting a damn new low on this. So again, I don't know if this is finally we're getting an oil tailwind, but see if it holds up if oil drops below 87. I think that's a big one. And then Oracle still. Damn, I guess Oracle was at 250 the other day. OPTX. Did that one actually go? We talked about that one yesterday. Oh, wow. I think that was the lagger. Those LPTHs didn't go up. But yeah, that news from yesterday with like the little photonics and the little government thing, that's like June 29th. There was a later date attached to it. No, the oil is not repricing on the long end, which kind of makes sense with like the oil or with yields coming up, and it's came down a little bit, but it's still like more elevated. So yeah, that's the ironic part about this move is that the long end of the oil curve, it's not dropping as much. The last couple days we've been watching that, and you've been watching, you know, yields go higher despite oil coming lower. And gold and now BABA on the high. I mean, the high ticker is still going. So these cash open, I mean, you are, it seems like just a straight rip. So again, a lot, like, despite how calm the algo was, there wasn't really much. The cash open, it's been like 30 minutes and you've just had 0.5% higher with a lot of things just kind of straight out the gate. Mainly tech and chips that lag. So you got 21 green on the Dow, 9 in the red. NASDAQ 63 in the green, 37 in the red. And then SPY, you have 373 in the green, 127 in the red. So yeah, it's pretty much everything is ripping right now. Packer on the high. That's Oracle. Let's see, we'll hold those. Broadcom. That one's still really going. And now Unch again. 5 of those damn premiums will move. Come on, Unch. Unch, Unch, Unch. And then more Oracle. Dude, oil 87.47 now. So yeah, let's see if this actually, if oil stays down here. I mean, that should be more supportive than not, but yeah, you never know at this point. Again, we've ignored some of the oil stuff for a couple days, but yeah, just remember any other time in the last month or so, oil around this was the lower end. I mean, this is where some of the fear kind of broke down. So quite fascinating. Datadog on the high again. You have a net investor day today. Circle, Asmil, more UNH, P. All right, getting a little red on the market now. That was a pretty big rip to start out, man. You had a lot of things kind of move on that. Oracle. Where are the bonds? Yeah, for now, it just sucks, though. They're up 0.5%. I mean, we don't really have too much data. You got some wholesale inventories and real estate data, but yeah, we don't want them to... That 0.5, if that flips, that wouldn't be pretty. Interesting. Well, those light paths are holding up, surprisingly. Pakistani sources says U.S.-Iran talks face major hurdles. Talks on agreement to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon are achieving positive results, says White House. Well, yeah, oil just took a candle on that, too. To the downside, which is good. Adobe, Oracle, those are still going now. Adobe, not as much, but Oracle kind of got a little excited there. And then more Meta. Now, Rich Robotics, a couple of those smaller ones than TSM. High ticker's still almost fully active, so you just had like 10, 15 minutes of just straight rallying there. Majority of names are up. Pull back a little bit, but the high ticker is still very, very unrelenting. Even CRM? Are we doing this again? And then Bobo. Boeing actually kind of really running. So even Boeing's woken up. I haven't looked at any other industrials. Again, even Uber, for crying out loud. So yeah, you still have a majority of the names up. Nike's still going. That one straight off the rip. That has been a good one. City on the low now. So that one was the one that didn't hit. Capital One still on the high. Yeah, it seems to be they're circulating good news, or at least just some headline saying talks are good. But at the very least, headline or not, I mean, that oil at 87 and whether or not it stays there, that's kind of the big deal. Quantinium above 61. SLG, Microsoft. It's getting back down. It just sucks. We talked about it a lot when it was a lot lower, but I mean, I do think Microsoft is a good company. Surprisingly, it's not as overvalued compared to some of the other tech ones. That's what made it so interesting when it was a little bit lower. Apple's even down 1.4. And then Amazon came down. They had a nice straight run. Perigo, that was the biotech running yesterday. Ebert, Marvel, where's Chips? SMH still up 1.9 again. SPY coming down a little lower. It's not a CPI leak, no. I haven't heard that in a minute. Alpha up 9. There's a lot of things out the gate. Again, DraftKings, they're up 10. Kind of impressive. Yeah, Tap even went up today, which is interesting considering it's not like staples are leading too heavy. Where's Unch? Even that CPSH one came back. It's interesting. Where are the other space stocks? I know APLD. That was the one that got the contract. Zivra, biotech. Yeah, Nike started off very, very good. A lot of things. I mean, again, this opening was very strong, despite it being kind of boring and not much happening overnight. The algos weren't triggered, but whatever happened at this cash open, that last 30 minutes, I mean, that drove about 0.5% of buying. I mean, Dow's up by 0.8, NASDAQ 0.9. Russell is up by 2.2, so that could probably explain a lot of those other small caps we just saw. CME on the high. Even regional banks are up 2.6. Again, banks are leading, so that seems to be the lagger that got a little excited today. Oil trading sideways affect the market. I mean, oil going down should be generally good with what we've seen, but in the last week, the odd part is that even though oil has came down, the markets kind of ignored it, but like even bonds and even the dollar to a certain degree have. But generally, I mean, it should be viewed with a midterm or with enough time frame. I mean, the oil going down should be positive, but there has been a little bit of a lag as of late. Sono loses patent trial to Google. And then why are they ripping? Yeah, Credo was up in the morning. Even Robinhood's starting to run up now. Again, anything financial oriented is doing extremely well. I mean, even PayPal and XYZ are on the high. And then SPY just came down to VWAP here, so it's 2 points off of the high. I mean, I don't know where this puts us in the grand scope of things. Yeah, I guess, damn. Friday was hideous. So even that move got you into, like, by Euro close of Friday. So it didn't even get you to the point where you opened up at. And then, yeah, you're still another 10, 12 points away from any sort of gap fill. It is. Russell's the leader, 2.2. Absolutely killing it. And then see, I mean, if Google or Microsoft can move, that could change things. Amazon was doing good too. I mean, I think they're leading. And then Apple is the drag. Not to mention NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA's doing the whole gap up 1 or 2 and then hang around by 0.3. AAOI on the low. SMCI too. They were running yesterday. What was that other one? OPTX. That one's still up. And then Coin. Again, more financials, dude. Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Staples aren't doing too hot. Where is Palant? Palant's just chilling. Arquite ripping. It is, dude. All these real estate stocks kind of are today. Well, we're about to get real estate data here in a little, but I don't think it should move us too much. Shopify, Tilray, we got some weed. A little reach talk, dude. Oh, dude, a little Corsair. Corsair at 888. Yeah, QNT started waking up. Again, it's above 60. That was the offering price. Yeah, Zillow's looking good now, too. Where's gold and silver? Oh, gold and silver topped out and then came back down. That's a really weird move considering oil's still down. Where's dollar? Dollar's down a decent amount, so that helps. Pavs, I think that was in the morning, up 470. Existing home sales, 4.17. Estimate was 4.0. So existing home sales went up, and then wholesale inventories 0.6 versus 0.6. Interesting. So yeah, existing home sales went up by like what? A little bit, like almost 10%, 20%. So yeah, Zillow even reacted to that. And then again, Archite is already up 9 or 10. Space vertical. Well, SPY's coming down now, and then oil too. So we'll see. This is where it gets interesting. First half, oil coming down. Market liked it. Second half, oil coming down. Market's also coming down. Yeah, Apple isn't helping. And NVIDIA, too. I mean, again, if you get Google or Microsoft coming back down, I mean, it'll add some pressure. But generally, more names are green today than not. Again, positive real estate data. Wholesale inventories came in line. Yeah, Dow 19 green still. NASDAQ 68 in the green. And then SPY 374. Oh, HD too, yeah. That's even, again, all these real estate plays kind of. Anything real estate adjacent. Doing quite well. Bonds didn't budge. Space is on the high. So that's starting to run again. This month is going to be choppy. Nah, maybe just to start, but I think this month is going to be exciting. But who knows? Maybe it is. I'm not expecting chop, but I'm not really expecting anything. I'm just big data, big moves, and bubble continues or ends. Energy Secretary Wright, ship traffic through Strait is rising very meaningfully. 87.45. FCX now coming up. Interesting. And Starbucks. There's even KWeb. XLF is still really leading. Again, SPY just flushed below VWAP, then bounced back up. So we're still dancing around a little bit with, again, about 75% of the name in the of names in the green. Where is Tesla? It's chilling there. Meta's, I mean, again, Meta opened up pretty good. It's just holding this 1.8. I think Google's up by 1.8 as well too. And then Amazon and then Amazon's 1.3, but then Apple's the lagger. JP Morgan to deploy more powerful AI agents this year. CNBC. About CCTG. Another, is that 900%? Bro, there's so many of these little small caps like that. Again, whatever that FAC was too. Equal weight holding up. Equal weight looks like it ripped. 1.1. Equal weight's doing better than the actual SPY, which is odd considering, I mean, 70% of names are green, but that could be the Apple effect. I mean, Apple is drilling. Apple's down by 2.2 in all of this, and that's after yesterday's move as well, too. So, yeah, and then again, NVIDIA is not helping. Chips up 1.6. IGV came back down. A couple food plays are going now. Qualcomm on the low. Stub. I'm surprised people aren't hyping up StubHub more for the World Cup. The equal awaiting. I will await equally, Habibi. Let's see. Zivra again. Yeah, I think airlines are reacting to oil. So that's the thing I was saying just even earlier today. It's kind of crazy, but, you know, anytime we've gotten to like 87, 86 on oil, I mean, this was a way more optimistic price in terms of what that meant for the market, the war, everything else. So, and then again, travel names and certain of the, that's why I'm surprised Staples might even start going a little bit more. You might have to break below 80. If you get a 7 handle on oil, that might be where the XLP gets triggered. But eventually, I mean, again, you're already watching, you know, travel plays react almost right away. RGNT, another small cap up 300%. And SanDisk, again, they're up 9. That was just up 4 or 5%. So that part of the leadership bubble is still going. I mean, Intel's just been holding up, man. Intel's the news yesterday. There was a little bit more today, but that news yesterday was a very, very nice tailwind. Cyber's down. Sorrow, Congress Rep Gilbert buys disclosed defense stock purchases. Even HIMS is on the high. Oracle, I would watch the what's it called? The standard deviation, the ghetto standard deviation video. Striker, I mean, Sea of Defense and Boeing was going up today. And Arquite. Actually, I feel like, not Arquite. I'm looking RTX. But even then, defense stock, there's so many names that have got a pretty solid cash open. I think very surprising. I was not expecting that, but we'll see if this cushion ends up holding. Sorrow, they make the engines on military aircraft by special operations. His subcommittee controls their budget. Well, well, well. So yeah, government purchase. This one seems a little sus. Not that the company's sus, but that the fact that he's the guy controlling their budget's going in on it. All right, NVIDIA now on the low. Marvel 2, Bank still holding up. But yeah, NVIDIA just flipped red. So that went from up there. Again, now it's them and Apple are the ones drilling on Mag 7. Actually, where's Netflix? Netflix not doing anything. Tesla's barely green. Honeywell's climbing back up. Quantinuum. ALB, all right. Well, the high ticker is kind of going crazy. Broad list, both like industrials, travels, planes, a couple food plays. Yeah, there's again, literally just a burst throughout the high ticker, even though it's not fully maxed out. China has released oil from its strategic reserve. Secretary Wright. Demand destruction has occurred in other countries. You guys remember Secretary Wrong? Yeah, he's making comments now. I don't know if that's moving oil, but it is coming into the low on that. I'm trying to see. Marvel on the low. And then KDP, a couple more staples are running, and then again, a couple even lagging medical plays. And now Pepsi. So it's weird. Staples are starting to go up. Maybe it was 87. I think 70, but you're even starting, just like the airlines, you're starting to get staples reacting to the oil going a little lower. Mythos, big coming today, big news. Anthropic, new version of Mythos class model called Claude Fable. Trump admin is simplifying student loan repayment. All right, well, SPY's going lower now. Again, the low ticker, it's XLK, and there's a couple of like chip names and space names, couple of neo clouds on the low. High ticker is starting to broaden out a little bit, but overall market index going down, oil near 87.50, and then, yeah, a couple other names doing their own thing. Will be many months to return to normal energy flows, right? Alrighty. Now Netflix is going up. Well. Well, yeah, well, SPY just gave up that little cash open rip. So again, that cash open was very strong. We did like another 0.5%. You're back down to 0.5%, but now you're slightly below the open. And then, yeah, this just kind of puts you right into yesterday's open, sadly. You just really haven't done much last 48 hours. That cash open, though, was exciting. But yeah, it's already over for now. Navi, and again, Nvidia and Apple aren't helping. I'm saying you still got financials, and then the what's it called? The financials. Oh, I was thinking of something else, but the page. Oh no! I knew it. I knew it was nearby. The Boeing just kept it going. Everything, Bradley. Here on a Tuesday. Are you kidding me? Chattadonia. Peach Nation. Oh, we're here. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Good morning, brother. Good morning, Peach Nation. So that's it. A little cash open, a little pop and lock. Now we got the Peach. We could settle back into reality. Maybe the market was just waiting for that to stabilize. Oh, my goodness. Amen. Amen. Good morning, Bradley. Good morning. Good morning, all of you consistent people out there. Consistency is part of your character. Nike still. And Palant. Ooh, is Palant getting cheaper? Palantir, do you love me? Are you grinding? Is it going to a new price? The sky is the limit. Where is it? S&P, NASDAQ, pair gains, hit session lows. Yeah, you're up 0.35, still green, but yeah, whatever. We just hit that high, a couple, then NVIDIA switched, and then whoop. Gotta love a Tuesday peach. Amen. Amen. SQQ on the high. I'm looking at some premiums. Do. I think it's like roughly the same. So they're coming around back to like right around the price we got them at. Those have been surprisingly stubborn. BDX, Abbott, a couple more medical device plays, it seems like. Again, MDT, EW, they're on the high too. I mean, shit, even Kimberly. Again, staples are starting to run off of this. Very odd. Staples were kind of lagging, but then again, seemed like oil started going lower, and then those all started to go up. Well, I was not expecting much in the morning, and then the cash open, just a lot of things. Like, again, there was a lot of 5-10% movers right out of the game. So I was a little surprised by that. But, I mean, this did kind of chill it out, but it also does seem like, you know, you're getting bigger influence out of, like, Apple and NVIDIA right now. I guess Oracle came down, TGT's ripping, and now Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Kimberly, again, XLP. The consumer staples, consumer defensive cyclicals, those are starting to move up. The latest add to the long term was Kimberly Clark last week. And then SPY going lower. Suspending Jones Acts has been enormously helpful. Secretary Wright. Strike ad. All right, well, you just sold off like 0.75%. You added an extra 0.5%, but yeah, now you're in between filling the gap and both filling the gap and then off of the highs of today. Decent range. Decent range on a Tuesday. Duke Energy, another one of these. Again, Constellation, or excuse me, XLP again. And now, oh, more real estate plays. Not like Zillow, but like REITs. Do. Yeah, bro, you're rotating now back to staples to see if the banks hold up and then see what the rest of your big seven does. Or if the chips, because now chips went negative. So like I was saying there, chips had 2.5-3% today. So now you have software and chips down. Financials are up 1, and then staples are up almost 1, 2, and healthcare. So look, you could see the rotation if you know, again, they were all going up at one point, but now you're watching what's coming down. Chips and software went down. Staples, banks, a lot of those other laggers stayed up. I mean, China's in the middle there. No sell-off, no news. Just started again. There was no news that really should have drove us up here, and then we started kind of melting, but then now it seems like they're giving up all the tech gains and software chip gains, and then it's moving right back into staples as oil is near the low here. But yeah, I think just a wide range, and like we talked about, you know, a lot of eyes are on whether or not we're going to retest that low of Friday, which there should be a high likelihood, but then, yeah, it just depends on what we get. But today was very quiet with just the movement got pretty nuts, and now this movement, just the literal opposite reaction of it, it just led to a little staple rotation. Plus some, not just staples, financials. And there's one more industry I feel like I'm missing. Well, let's see. Dow is 20 green still. NASDAQ is 66 in the green still. And then SPY, 399 in the green. You still have 400 names in the green right now. So you actually had less names green when you were higher. halves again. You saw that one earlier. Now financials are starting to slip. Just see, I mean, essentially, if any of these rotation areas slip, it'll get ugly. But then if not, you might just kind of get this same dynamic here. Where again, I mean, it doesn't help that Apple's down almost 3%. You got to realize Apple down 3, Nvidia down 1. That enough is probably what's making you look a certain way. Yeah, gold and silver kind of did it first. Remember I was saying, I was like, that move was weird, but that looks like the SPY, but it just did it 10, 15 minutes ahead. We just need Jensen to tell us what the next $1 trillion stock is. I think that'll wake some things up. You know, get people excited. Alrighty. Well, not too bad. What time is it? 7:20? I need to go to the potty. I hope my bathroom break either saves the market or maybe flushes it out. Apple at the low. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. Happy Tuesday. It's a pretty exciting Tuesday despite there not really being headlines. But, oh, you've at least gotten like 1% movement back and forth already. So, yeah, man, I guess NASDAQ actually flipped red already. Wow. So I will BRB, Chatty. I hope you have a great morning so far. And here, in the meantime, let's get you a track, bro. Good morning.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Make it free. Make it free. Remember, that's what Wall Street does on the IPOs. Get ready for SpaceX. So you guys know that's part of this week too. So again, it's already been 1 hour here. Not too bad of an open. A little surprising in terms of actual movement. You've literally already moved around by 1%. But yeah, we get the data tomorrow. CPI bright and early. And then healthcare still going. Make the contracts free. Indeed, it got us a little bit up there. I mean, that was about 0.1%, maybe just under 1/4. But yeah, a lot of activity to start off, which is surprising. Again, the algos did not seem active. The headlines have not been active at all. I mean, none of this has been driven by any headlines. So yeah, we're just moving around. I'd say the biggest part about today is oil at $87. Again, oil trading at a lower price here. Anytime we've been with the high 8s or even an 8 handle on oil, I mean, that represented a different stage here of the conflict. So even then, you didn't even get too many war headlines from overnight as well. Israel chief ready to resume fighting immediately. Well, speaking of which, Nick's NVIDIA partner circulating. Got silver on the low. Oh, a little penny stock. That one's pumping. And there's a PLMR was a news bot or Claude. I make the contract free. Oh, those gave up. What was the other one? Yeah, those are some wild moves in the morning. Again, XLV healthcare is still just going. Again, staples too. I think that one sticks out today. I think it's oil. I think at some point a low enough oil price adds a tailwind to the staples. The housing support core CPI. I mean, the homes being bought doesn't necessarily, imply anything for inflation. Excuse me. If anything, it might mean it's going up more. But people have been bringing up real estate, creating surprises. So we'll see. Yeah, this so the Knicks thing, they have NVIDIA listed on their website, but then like their pictures are AI generated. Yeah, they have group company partners. It says SMCI and then NVIDIA, but it's SMCI and NVIDIA logo all at once. Well, yeah, it might get circulated, but just be careful. Yeah, it's not it's a very, very loose connection. Dana here, it's another biotech. And then McDonald's and Nike and Starbucks, Dollar General, Target, every single one of them, bro. And oil's coming down lower. CBOE on the low. Interesting. Considering the financials. City came down. Again, Target's still on the high. Capital One keeps going. And Kimberly, Habibi, le keda. Alright, we'll SPY right below VWAP. More of those medical device plays are still going up. Again, that was another little baby rotation here today. Israel were ready to return to the idea of a tougher and deeper blow to Iran. And then Philip Morris. Those staples are actually down, believe it or not. Very interesting mix. Chai. Weed stocks on the low, and then again, CBOE selling off. And then whatever this small cap is. Plant. I want the plant. But yeah, the plants have came back. They're like slightly higher than where we first bought them. That's crazy. I feel like this has taken a month. I guess 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then Kimberly still, Dio, again, you had TAP, any consumer-facing staple, again, like I said, but then you got like Emo and Philip Morris lagging. It's not all of them, but definitely an interesting dynamic. XLV still keeps going. I mean, that's been literally rotating since last week. So you could see the rotations a lot clearer than you did yesterday. That's what I was saying. Yesterday, it wasn't as consistent. It was kind of the chip stocks bounced and everybody else kind of did their own thing, but you could see financials, healthcare, and staples, they're really running out of the gate, or at least they're holding it. Kimberly, XLP, Allah, Estee Lauder, again, CLX, HD, I mean, that meets the list as well, too. And they're all moving. Bro, oil hit 87.37. I guess it was when? I guess end of May we hit 86. And things were good. And then the other low, 82 bucks was on what? February 17th? Cardinal Healthcare, another one, XLV. And then SPY's coming down a little bit. HD. Tesla's on the low. Where's NVIDIA? So NVIDIA's still into there, and then Apple's still drilling. Apple's been into the low all day. So literally every single candle, I feel like Apple has been on the low. FDXF, and the spin-off is on the high. Remember, there's FDX and then FDXF now. Fun fact. And the Bebzi Habibi, Bebzi, Coca-Cola. Wow, straight, they go straight up to the sky, Habibi. Wow. XLP 83, still a long way to go on that too. Yeah, I mean, again, you had the WWDC event, but Apple is pretty ugly, dude. It's just like, again, remember yesterday it went from like 317 to 300, and then you just dropped another 3% here from that pretty weak close. I think staples are reacting to oil. The other laggers, the other rotations, again, financials, healthcare, we've already seen, but staples have been kind of stubborn since the war began. So I really think oil hitting like on the lower end of the range, I think that's what's waking up the staples. Other than that, healthcare, banks, they're kind of doing their own thing. And they've already been rotating. SAP. Just trying to come up. I mean, SPY hasn't hit a new low in like 10 minutes. Silver's on the low. I mean, see, gold and silver kind of led the move earlier this morning. So we'll see if that continues or not. I make the contracts free. Apple on the law, Habibi. Or categories financial different than banks? They should be very similar, but then financials might cover like financial services that aren't banks, like kind of like a PayPal or a firm, but they should usually fall under that blanket. Yeah, just see if Nvidia goes down, Nvidia and Apple at the same time. That's all it is today, for real. There's a couple of other names red, but it's just simply Nvidia and Apple drilling into the low while everybody else kind of either stays the same or advances. But yeah, that's probably having your biggest effect. Those two names alone are seemingly dictating a lot more here. Do I have any tin on SpaceX flops? No, I mean, we talked about it the other day. The tin is that you know, they want all of retail's money. That's why they opened up the pattern day trading. They lowered margin requirements and a lot of other things. But other than that, I don't have any tin on SpaceX. I look forward to seeing how the IPO actually launches. You know, depending on how it actually rolls out the premium, that's what we're going to be looking at on day one. And there might be a play there, but yeah, I'm flexible. I don't know whether there's a play or not. We'll see, but it has to meet my criteria. Other than that, I mean, it is convenient, right? There's a lot of rules and a lot of changes that are conveniently, they might fare well for something like SpaceX and the rest of these IPOs. Anthropic, again, today you had OpenAI. They filed for their IPO as well, even though Sam was just saying how he doesn't want to. I don't know. Microsoft, again, they were doing pretty decent, but remember, Microsoft just the other week hit 450, 460. And then it's like back to this earnings mode, and then this was the pre-earnings run. So, I mean, I like it at these lower levels. Other than that, though, I'm not getting too distracted by it. ZSL on the high. Hey, yo, ZSL. Did we see this the other day? What the hell is ZSL? Oh, it's the silver short. Duh. Yeah. I always do that, I think. I'm always like, whoa, what is this? Yeah, it's like the VIX of your boy Silver. Okta on the high. That's interesting. There's no other cybersecurity name that's green today. Yeah. Cyber's down. Why is, which one was that? Why is Okta in the green? Bank of America, Jim DeMar sees concern and caution in the market. No, SpaceX is not instantly joining the S&P. They said no to that. NVCR is rubric green. Pay attention to those. Again, you've got a potential another Mythos update. Mythos. I don't know why I keep saying... I heard these motherfuckers say Mythos, and now I'm saying Mythos. It's Mythos. Mythos, not Mythos. But yeah, other than that, they said they might get another update there. Yeah, well, I mean, I think oil breaking down kind of even highlight just, you know, think about the last couple of months here. You know, we were able to climb regardless of what oil did. We ignored a lot of the war. And that's why it's like this week, even with oil coming down, we're ignoring it. Because what's going to move the market, it's not going to be war related. It's going to be the data, it's going to be the dollar, the bonds now reacting to the financial situation and conditions. Seems like that's causing more. We have more potential catalysts, not war related, that could move us. And now we've ignored so much of the war. So it's like oil comes down, we're not really even paying attention to it. But I do think it has some back end effects, like on staples and all of that. So we'll see. But for the most part, this is where I was saying yesterday, even if we retest the lows or not, which again, a lot of people think we will be based on last Friday, it's just like it shouldn't change the broader game plan. The broader game plan tomorrow, the next couple days after that, whatever we get from these data sets and how it impacts, again, where does it leave bond volatility, the ultimate level of the dollar, how does it change leadership? So again, today is a good example of leadership. It looked like chips were recovering, but now chips and software are down, and then the other laggers are starting to gain some of that leadership. So you're being led today by staples, healthcare, and a couple of other, beaten down names rather than being led by the same high flyers. So that's what's going to be next 24 to 72 hours. That's pretty much what we're going to be looking to pick apart. AAP, some advanced auto parts, IBM too. Z Lab. That's starting to get now on the low. Gen, that's a cybersecurity name at the low. Like I'm saying, it's kind of weird. More than half of the cybersecurity names are in the red. You got a couple that are just barely hanging on there. And then AOK, another airline doing good because of oil. That's one of those back-end effects. eBay, LMT, again, other defense names were going too. Where's Unch? Again, Z Lab, those candles are getting a little bigger. If the strait's not open, will we face an energy crisis causing a recession? I mean, at this point, I would have, like when this first started, I was a little bit more worried. I mean, eventually you're just going to see demand destruction. I think you could have seen it in other places, but I guess I don't. I think you'll just see what you've kind of seen. You'll see higher prices. It'll slow some things down, but I don't think it would cause a global recession, more or less. Unfortunately, again, the oil's there. It's just not easy to move. But yeah, we're already pricing a pretty expensive oil towards the end of the year, and we haven't really seen anything really fall off too hard. That's why I say that. So, but it all depends. I could be wrong. I think a lot of people were already proven wrong, and you would have already expected oil as high as it is now. We would have seen demand destruction, but we haven't. So it all depends there. But remember, if prices do get high enough, eventually that you get the demand destruction, the cure to high prices truly is high prices. So there's a point where it gets so high that it does kind of stop everything, but we haven't really seen that. So I don't think we're going to run out of oil. I think you're just going to deal with higher prices in oil. And that's where it's like kind of this middle ground where does higher prices cause a calamity, or does it just kind of add pressure on demand and other things? And I think it's more of the latter. Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's been 100 days. So just keep in mind, I mean, we've lasted very well for 3 months of this. And then, the longer it goes on, people do really start to find alternatives. Is it slower? Can we speak about rotations? Well, today's a lot faster than yesterday. But yeah, I'm down to talk about the rotations. But what are you not getting? What are you looking for with rotations? Because rotations are just a broader concept. It's understanding how money moves. I mean, as of late, the last year or two, we've talked about this idea of people are rotating, they're not retreating. And that's, I think, the easiest one to understand is that, when things happen, again, you just saw this sell-off. It's not as if people took their money and put it under the mattress. Instead, they're taking money out of one thing that's done very well, that has had a lot of both narratives, hype, profits, and then they're moving it to another area instead of necessarily exiting the market. And that's kind of the idea with rotations, is that capital is kind of always moving. It's very rare you're going to see investment capital just sit there in cash. It's usually moving from one industry to the next. Retreat would be stocks down, bond, and the dollar up, and then it would just be like everything sells off. That's the easiest way to notice a lack of rotation. It's when every industry is red. It's when everybody goes risk off, and there's not like this, 4 industries down and 1 industry green. It's just everybody sells off. You saw it during COVID, again, or anytime, even like Jackson Hole, shit like that. SPY going lower now, so a lot of the inverse ETFs are on the high right now, but this time it's happening without Apple. So yeah, this one's NVIDIA, and I think some of the other chip makers, Intel, AMD. So yeah, this is getting led by chips are going into the low of yesterday, but 738 now. So SPY is red. NASDAQ is down by 0.5, and I think you have filled the gap now. So yeah, you're back to yesterday's close. Oh, wait a minute. You're pretty much even filling the Friday close now that I think about it. And then you're 3 points away from the lows of Friday. The money wouldn't move into bonds. It used to, but as of late, it's not like, and that's why these dynamics change over time. I guess what is a good rotation, but yeah, I mean, if you're worried about inflation, the economy, the government spending, the money has not been going to bonds, right? People have been more likely to go and buy. That's why they've been saying rotation is kind of the new put, because instead of buying bonds or protection, you might just be better off buying something that's lagging there. But yeah, it used to be back in the day. That's why we used to watch inverse or a correlation between bonds in the market. That's why TLT would go up when the market would go down. All right, well, last 5 minutes there, you just took a little baby dump. Low ticker, fully maxed out. Going lower, oil stopped moving even though it's near the lows. Once again, day 2. Your second day, oil is down almost 4%, and you are down by 1/4, and the NASDAQ down 3/4 now. Russell and Dow are the only thing holding up. A newer ETF for retirement accounts? No, anything new, I would be hesitant towards. So if you're going to make like a 10-year investment decision, especially for your retirement account, you kind of don't want anything new, if that makes sense. You want something that has a 10-year track record and been around. So like new ETF thematic ideas could be awesome, but yeah, if it's new, you are running that risk. So I would just personally pick something more established. We're not dumping for any reason. We're just, again, this is kind of continuing some of this hangover from that decline. We just started off good. There wasn't really news. Then the cash opened, chips bounced, but then it hit a level and then just flipped. Like literally nothing happened. If anything, it was just rotations. And meanwhile, as we opened up, a lot of money was rotating to some underperformers. And then once the high flyers stopped bouncing, all the money just went to the rotations. And then chips went negative. Chips have moved 4% today. They went up 2 to down 2. So that's been a 4% top to bottom. SPY, NASDAQ's moved almost 2%, and the SPY's moved over like 1.5% right now, but no real headlines. That's it. Let's just test the fucking low and call it a day. So like I was telling you, this is what people are worried about, whether or not we hit the low. You're going to hit the low. We're going to retest the low within a day or two, and then after that, it'll just be all about the data. And then, again, just keep an eye on rotations, the leadership, and then dollar, bonds, all that good stuff. Woo! 736. Yeah, so you're down 0.5% now. Again, that was a 1.5% move, if not more, on the SPY. I love it with oil down. I think that's what makes today the best. Those last 2 days. That's what happened on Friday too. So I'm saying it's fascinating, especially considering how the last 100 days played out. This isn't your regular red day. It kind of is, unfortunately. This is what because I said this yesterday on the watch list. My thing is the plan still stays the same, even if we hit the lows. I mean, that's what, even on Friday, I wasn't overreacting. I don't think you should too, even though it was large. But just remember, tomorrow morning you have the big data. So this is all just kind of creating a certain level of cushion to the downside now. But yeah, it's once we get the data and then we see those broader factors, just I'd keep watching bonds, leadership, and where the dollar ends up. At least some of the staples are rotating, but damn. Well, remember, you got straight open. This looks very computery. This looks like a Solana rug pull. You see what I'm saying? Like these two little cascades. This looks like when you get rug pulled on Solana. But yeah, we started off straight up and then it just whoop. But yeah, like I'm saying, these rotations are very they stand out. Like I'm telling you, I mean, I get financials gave up now. So watch out for that though. That's where today gets ugly. So look at XLF. If XLP does that and XLV does that and then none of the chips come back up, then yeah, this shit'll look very, very ugly. But for now, you still are getting a clear rotation, especially compared to yesterday. Well, the people were saying the sell-off for SpaceX. They've been saying that since Friday. So I'm sure that's part of some of it. But then again, I don't know. I just think the last couple months, war headlines haven't really moved us. And now oil's coming down. I think we're kind of moving to an environment that's just not going to react to the war in the same way. And now we have massive catalysts this week. That's what I've been trying to explain. Not even this week, this month. You have so many opportunities for the bubble to either keep going or to end. It's like a catalyst minesweeper. Every single day, every week from pretty much today, we're going to have a catalyst, and that catalyst is either going to make things better or worse. Then you're going to go to the next one, then the next one, then the next one, all the way up until Kevin Warsh. So you at least have like 4 or 5 solid events in the next like week and a half that, it's going to be market moving or have the potential to, depending on what we get. So I do think that's kind of the adjustment we're getting into, and that's after a very massive rally on a lot of different names. Oh, now CBOE wants to go up. Yeah, CME on the high too. Even Qualcomm. But yeah, I think NVIDIA, Apple, and then just chips in general. The chips have moved 4 or 5% already today. But this is what happened too with Korea. This is what I was saying yesterday. Like, Asia was bumpy. Asia started off good. Then it flipped and got really, really bad. And then Asia closed up 8%. But right before I went to bed, Asia was doing terrible. Korea. I know. It's good. I mean, again, though, just considering how quickly they dropped almost 20%. The fact that the Koreans held, like, they're showing some resilience, too. I mean, again, though, topping out doesn't happen in one day. And then at the same time, though, they still need to, we still have these next 2-3 weeks. It's going to either, we'll really put that resiliency to the test or not. But yeah, it's already been, I'm very shocked at how high Korea's went, and even when it goes down, it don't really go down. And again, I'm sure a lot of people say the same thing about the U.S. market too. The bag holders for a silver top. Well, you got the people in the beginning of the year who chased when it was really high. I think that got in bag holders, but remember, just like part of silver, there is a big group of silver people that they didn't buy on that rally. I'm one of them, where just like when then they're not selling, and that's what that was the irony of what we were talking about, is that when it comes to silver, even if silver went up to $200, you had people who wouldn't even sell it. Let alone it was very difficult to sell too. But yeah, I think you had I think that first wave of $100 when you got the new silver people, you got that. But yeah, I would argue silver was already a bunch of bag holders. That's kind of the irony of all of it. The price went up, but I still think they would have kept holding. The photonic stocks, they've been kind of outperforming. They started off a little better this morning, but then they kind of faded here as everything turned. But no real headlines. That's what I was even saying in this morning. The algo was kind of dry. I wasn't really expecting much, but we had that little cash open rip, and then we started just instantly flipping. But yeah, you haven't really had like a driving headline today. It's not like anything is going off of specific news, more or less. Etrade. Oh, I grew up on Etrade. I love it. But I only have the high-low ticker now. That's what I was thinking about the other day, bro. We've gone through this whole year without our Etrade Pro. I've been using this ghetto ThinkOrSwim setup mixed in with a high-low ticker. 5% move is possible. Yeah, we talked about that last week. We were saying even if you move down 5%, you would still just be at a level you were at a week or two ago. That's the craziest part. I mean, we had a literal 4% down day on the NASDAQ. You just came back to where you were, the last week of May pretty much. Palantir. I want to double dip it, but it's the premium. Oh, wait, did we hit the low? Oh, shit, we did hit the low. Hold on, let me see the NASDAQ. No, NASDAQ still has a little bit more to go. So SPY retested the low already. But yeah, we're going to need the NASDAQ. So I still think you got a little bit more downside. Because this is what we were saying. We talked about it yesterday. Just people were expecting this. That's just the stats behind it. Usually those 4% down days, you touch the low pretty quickly. But yeah, that happened here within, what, a day or two? Wait, what does it need to go to? 704. Okay, yalla, habibi. Yalla. Tesla sells off into SpaceX. We'll just look at Honeywell. You got to see kind of how Honeywell and Quantinium played out. So I'm assuming it's going to just, it all depends on the IPO. So pretty much as SpaceX goes up and down, I think it'll just move Tesla. but I don't think it's like a guaranteed up or down. M10, again, another one of these 99 percenters. Kimberly back to 100. Why did it do that, bro? That was kind of a trip. I thought we were gonna get some ex-divvy discount, and they're like, no, time to rotate again. Yeah, Target, HD, again, any big box retailer has done good, except for Walmart. But then McDonald's, some of these other like value names that we've talked about, they've done very good. McCormick, General Mills, KDP, Kimberly, even Lowe's, and then Sherwin-Williams. All right, well, you got a little bit of a bounce there. First one, I mean, you did that earlier, though, before this last leg. It's 7:59, so we got 30 minutes till Euro close. Again, oil's still in the gutter, which would have been good any other week, but for now, the market, this is only benefiting staples, it looks like. Did Intuit go lower? Oh, no, remember, it hit 290 yesterday, bro. 290. Was it a good time to add Kimberly now? You didn't have the funds when we posted it. Unfortunately, I don't think so. It's tough. I mean, now I'm break even on the stock. So after all the purchases, I was down. But Kimberly just did not. Unfortunately, if you were there in the moment and you reacted to Kimberly, it benefited you heavily. But if you're late now, it actually sets you back a little bit. Just because now you don't get the dividend and the stock is like 5%, 6% higher. So it's kind of awkward. The option prices have been jacking up in the past 3 years. No, actually. So it just depends on what you're trading, but I've actually noticed in some areas the option prices went down a lot. And that's why even during March, so March we killed it. At the end of March leading into April, you had some of the lowest option prices because like everybody panicked and didn't want to trade them. It was kind of fascinating. I think Intuit is the only one down from when we made that video. Or I know McKesson was like right there, and then General Mills, they're like all within range. But yeah, like Intuit is like $40 lower from that video. Boeing delivered 60 airplanes in May, 51 737 Maxes. Meta will now use information that businesses share with company to better personalize content feed. ARP, like feed and AI responses in addition to ads, streamlining our controls by expanding the activity from other businesses setting. So yeah, Meta's coming out with something. Sounds like some AI development to take your data and feed it into ads and AI. We'll see if Meta goes. Again, CBOE popped for a little bit. SPY chilling off after the low. I mean, again, pretty much SPY retested the low of Friday, but then the QQQ hasn't. And then more McDonald's. Meta will no longer offer your activity feed off Meta Technologies setting. McKesson, I do. Zoitis. Hey, yo, ZTS. It's already up 3.8. It gapped up. Remember, a lot of you guys have been bringing this one up. They're related to the animal stuff. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play it though. Options are decent. Meta not collecting new data as part of personalization. McCormick, McKesson, whichever one makes the spices. McCormick. That's the one that was on the video. Yes, McKesson, McCormick, very same. Very same. There was McKesson, McCormick. I think Tap is lower from that video. Tap might be the same price. And then again, GIS, but I think they bounce. I really think Intuit is the only one that's lower. I like Intuit, man. I don't know. I feel like that 291 yesterday was nice. It just sucks because, like, I don't know. It goes lower, and I want it to go even lower, but yeah, I mean, Intuit's not bad. It's the worst on the S&P. I mean, it was more than what? More than 100%. You'd make, if it went back up to highs, you'd be up more than 100%. It's not bad. Tesla, ARM on the low too. So Tesla's starting to sell off now. ARM is selling off. Even CoreWeave. They're the new Adobe. No, but like I think the taxes are more solid than Adobe. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the taxes. I think Intuit has a crazy monopoly. Netflix mini pop. Oh, are we working our way up? Making my way downtown, long and fast, and I'm holding. Need a lagger. Yeah, a little pop there. And ICE too. ICE, CBOE, CME. They were running up there a little earlier. And nothing on Zoitis. Again, CBOE. I don't know. I think it's still in the range. Yeah, it hasn't gotten out of that after that little shakeup. And then Nivda stopped hitting lows. There's a CBOE. Yalla, Habibi. Oh, what time? 8:07. Yeah, Euro close should be, honestly. You've already moved like 2% top to bottom, more on some indexes, but yeah. So this Euro close might be a little juicy. I'm surprised. I did not expect much today. I thought it was going to be more boring. I mean, we still might do 7 hours to nowhere, but yeah, very surprising how this all kind of played out. Intuit was cheap like Adobe. It would have more premium. Well, I think Intuit is cheaper than Adobe. It just all depends how you look at it, like what metrics you're comparing it to. That's why too, like when we brought up Microsoft, that was the irony. When Microsoft was at 330 and I was telling you guys, I was like, hey, this is kind of weird, because although Microsoft's price is extremely high, with how much Microsoft has grown, like fundamentally, 330 Microsoft was one of the cheapest tech stocks on IGV. Like pound for pound, assets to valuation, earnings to the valuation. There were so many things about it. So Intuit, again, they have a lot of cash. They have a decent amount of assets. They're still kind of asset light because it's software. But yeah, it's not like in a weird way. They got things going for them at the current price. And even if you compare it to other software that's kind of been guttered, I would argue Intuit has more value. SB. Again, Pavs was running from the morning. Again, a CBOE. Yalla, habibi, yalla. Where is that one? Do. I like Intuit over Adobe. I do too, but then again, I also would like Microsoft or whatever. I would like to see where prices are in the next couple of months. But I'm glad though. We already got our good software. We'll see what happens with Oracle earnings, but at the very least, at some point beginning of the year, we did take advantage of the massive software decline. So that's why it's like I would like the highest quality there. You still got a little bit of cash, so we'll see where it goes in. Pavs, whatever this is again. Just Bitcoin a little off the bottom. It had a good bounce yesterday. SAP is coming up. Their net income artificially high because unrealized gains. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the big thing. It's the Azure. Just, again, Microsoft, and then they own a lot of assets. That was the other thing, is that Microsoft is like a software play, or it's like tech. Technically, it's software IGV, but like they own a lot of assets. And then, yeah, they make a lot on the cloud. It's just that they make a fuck ton of money on the cloud, but people don't care about that. People care about the growth rate. That's usually what gets it slowed down. So I'm sure there is some income counted from other investments, but even without it, it's like, you know, they're still a cash cow. They're a cash cow, and a lot of their software assets are like real assets. You know, again, Microsoft actually owns a bunch of shit. A stock is underperforming relatively. Compare it to something. Just depend, you know, you could compare it to its competitors, its peers, the overall industry, the overall market. That's pretty much the easy way. You know, relativity is all dependent on what you are comparing it to. USTR Greer to visit Tesla in California on Thursday. On IPO day! On new issue day! And then oil's coming down. You're 10 cents within the low on oil. Again, SPY chilled out. I mean, how long was this? That was about 20 minutes. You're kind of doing the same thing. We'll see if this lasts any longer. UNH still going up. Again, word to some of the other rotations. Microsoft still at the low. MD on the high. Little pop here. Duolingo acquisition target? Oh, I don't know. I don't really like Duolingo. Maybe. But I said, bro, if Duolingo just turned into like Club Penguin, if they rebranded into like Neopets, I think it would be a multi-billion-dollar company. It's a game. I'm telling. I don't even get why I think the language stuff is played out. That's it. You know, don't go full Rosetta Stone. But I think they just turn it into a game. I think they make way more money like that. But yeah, other than that, I'm not the biggest fan of Duolingo. Even though it was low in the gutter, I never really considered that as a real software play, at least for my portfolio. EC again, whatever MD is. I mean, it did 5%, but not on that candle. Language data center for the win. I know, UNH, those premiums won't move, though. Stupid little... Yeah, I think technically the pattern day trade rule now, I think Etrade implemented it. I think it goes into play on ThinkOrSwim today as well, too. You already have Webull and Robinhood, so, like, everybody could day trade now. How come no one threw a party? Does it feel any different? Do you guys feel, how do you feel? Right, when you could day trade now, the momentum is not anything like it was last week. But still exciting, I'd hope. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, guys, I'm helping you out. All right. I sold one set of my cloves. I sold the furthest out the money. It was like small 15% gain. And then I'm hoping if I sell it, it'll get the other ones jumping. So not bad. But yeah, I took some cloves. A little bit of clove off of the table. You're finally making money. More temptation. Easier to trade. Nice. Your trading feels amazing. Huge difference. Honestly, that doesn't sound bad. Seems like more people have reported positive results so far. No, anybody have a bad experience? Has anybody been like, no, it let me trade. I hate this. Grab Google partnership. Gemini 3.5 live. See if it moves. Getting a little bit of volume, but it looks kind of dead. Meaning what you sell. I had a clove contract. I sold it. So I hope if I sell it early, it goes. It went up a little bit. They were down for a little bit too, but I have another set. But the furthest out the money ones I got rid of. The light path? No, I mean, that one, unfortunately, off of the headline yesterday, that catalyst in these, like, military photonics things, it's not going to happen till end of June. Yeah, I have the Honeywells. Those are dead, though. Again, anything except for, like, there's been a couple I've really liked, but some of these small plays as of late, as the momentum slowed down, I've kept them really, really small. But yeah, and if they haven't hit, they're pretty much dead. But I still really like the Zillows and Palanters. I'm looking for double dips on some of those. And then all the other lagging plays we talked about. We're just kind of waiting on the market. Everything else has been very, again, even some of these small dailies, they're just not really there. Meta ordered by EU to allow rival chatbots free access on WhatsApp. Yeah, Tesla was selling off a little bit earlier. More banks too, or at least credit card companies. Capital One came down. Actually, where is it? I forgot. XLF sold off some of that rotation. God is the greatest. Josh is his servant, as are you, brother. As are we all. The kingdom. Amen. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I don't know, maybe we wait till the QQQ actually touches the low, and then we could look at some of those double dips. Yeah, the silver one, I still like the silver one, but that one did get washed. But yeah, the Zillows have actually been great. I just didn't make those free yet, but I like that. So that one's technically not even a double dip. And then the Xeroxes are, you should take the Xeroxes whenever you want if you have those. So those are all still up. Which is crazy considering how momentum played out. There was a couple of plays that held up pretty well. Risk and rewarding harmony. Yeah, Meta says they'll appeal EU order. The sell-off was real. At least they gave you a 0.5% gap up. You know, now the Dow went red. NASDAQ is down by 1%. Dow's literally break even right now. SPY down 0.43. You only have the Russell up 0.25. And more staples. Yeah, XLP still at the high. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, some of those going up. Am I looking at it for the long term or options? Just options. It's just that same play we talked about. Again, we already made it. We made it. We killed that play. That's why I just said I'm kind of down for a double dip on it. SPY's starting to pick up a little lower now. A couple material plays, China plays, crypto, or not even crypto, quantum, and a few others. But yeah, you're starting to sell off again. See if the big guys go down. You got Tesla candle to the low, Nvidia. Apple's kind of chilling, but even Amazon's coming down. And Google and Microsoft. So all of your big seven is not necessarily playing along. You got the long term 6 years ago. We finally cooking. Oh, amen, baby. Let's go. Shop for some real estate. Cardinal Health. More healthcare. Jeez. All right. Well, surprisingly, SPY hasn't hit a new low yet, but low ticker is almost full. There it is. And there's this SPY. Let's see. QQQ 706. So 704. That's going to be the level to test. Yeah, low ticker already. I'm surprised you had all the big seven moving, but the index is lagged for a little bit. But yeah, you got staples going up, healthcare going up, everything else coming down. So still rotationary, but it's definitely a sell-off now. Everything's gone red. Even the Russell's gone red. So yeah, Dow just dropped a quarter on all of that. NASDAQ 50-50 now. That was 60-70. Dow Jones 17 green still. And then SPY 350 in the green. Remember, it was 400. So 50 more names went red. But generally, I mean, this red day is with more names advancing. Oh, the SPY, my bad. Well, I'm waiting for the QQQ. That's the last one. So like I'm saying, this, I think, as far as like short term, what you should watch for, just very simple. Once the QQQ hits the low of Friday, then that way you've kind of, we've hit all check boxes. And then we'll just start reacting to the data maybe a little bit more. Well, yeah, SPY did it earlier, and SPY's still going lower. You're down 0.7 on the SPY. I mean, that's 2 and some change. It was up 1.5, I think. Or 1% at one point, so you've moved 1.7. Plant. Yalla, Habibi. Yalla. 705. PAV. SPY's still going. I'm looking at some preems. All right, Rich. Again, the lasted about like this one lasted a little longer, 30 minutes, and then you just do one of these little robot sell-offs, bro. That's literally what the first two did. You like drop, chill for like 10, 20 minutes, robot, 20 minutes, robot, 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, robot. All right, well, new low. So there it is. You've touched the low of Friday. That's all we needed, baby. Yalla, there you go. Everybody feel good now. Thank you. Thank you for shopping. Do. I mean, no, these little robot sell-offs have not been good. Oh, Euro closes in 3 minutes. I didn't even realize that. It's like a little lower. Come on. Yeah, 7. You're well below it now. So SPY is well below Friday's low. You just dropped another 5 points lower. Again, QQQ just did 2 points below now. Please hold. Do. It's Friday, but slower. Kind of, I don't know, kind of quicker. I don't know. Friday you just had a big gap down, and then it started doing that after Euro close. But like so far intraday, I mean, you've had way more moves than Friday. But this was that whole retest the low thing. So that's it. I mean, it's been one extra day, but we've already did that now. All right, still going lower. The Qs, Palant. Premiums are finally dropping. That's why I'm shopping. But yeah, just a matter of when this actually hits a brick wall. 7:30 now. Where's the next level? Oh, actually, it's like 7:27, and then you play this game until like 7:17. You guys remember that? So yeah, you kind of need to hold 7:27. Still got a little bit more downside. You didn't see this coming. You don't need to. That's the thing. So we talked about this yesterday on the watch list, like I was telling you. I think that's how we opened the watch list yesterday. So I think the first key is that we're more likely going to retest the low, but it doesn't matter. I would continue to look ahead for the game plan of what the data and everything else is going to do. That's what sucks. I want to take some plays, but then we have data tomorrow. So yeah, see, not bad. Last edit, 534. High likelihood we test Friday low on the NASDAQ, but plan stays the same. So just keep that in mind. Just unfortunately, the prices are moving, but remember, after tomorrow, all the other data, everything we're getting this week, that's pretty much going to set the tone for what we're doing. Merck CEO says we'll focus on 1 billion to 15 billion sweet spot for M&A. And then Europe is closing now. So into the low. This is kind of the CPI front run. So now depending on, I mean, if CPI is bad, you kind of front ran this a little bit. It could still get worse. And then if CPI is good, you're going to have a lot of room in the tank. But CPI shouldn't be good. But then again, I mean, I have zero expectation for tomorrow. Let me see. Well, no, because, I mean, you could still go down a little. It just depends on how big the CPI is. Remember, I'm worried about 4, but more people are expecting that it's going to come in higher than 4, which is kind of crazy. I think the dollar might be higher. It started off lower, yeah. So it's actually still a little lower on the day, but it's still within this range of yesterday, where again it like drops and then comes up. So we're just at the 3-month range. That's what I'm saying. Coming into tomorrow, it's either this dollar breaks out or the dollar chills. If the dollar chills, I mean, we're gonna love it. Where's this Zillow? Those ones haven't gone down. Just Palant. And PG on the high. Bonds will react to a high CPI. Oh yeah, you saw what the bonds did to a good jobs report, and then vice versa. A good CPI, the bonds will, I think, take favorably. But yeah, bonds should be pretty sensitive. And again, both bonds, dollar, leadership, that's kind of the trifecta we're looking for here. Okay, more MO, PAVs, some smaller caps, but low ticker is still pretty active. Again, you're down 1.1 right now. You have moved a tremendous amount from yesterday. Alrighty. But yeah, that's not going to be my full position. I just started with the smaller one. Get a little bit of this downside and then go from there. But then, yeah, like I said, depending on the data and the dollar tomorrow, I think all these plays could change. But yeah, not a recommendation. I took a small double dip on August Palantir calls. So we'll see how these play out. But yeah, I was just saying, I think there's still a little bit more downside. Again, so if you go too early, that's going to be the killer. Strike, I said I'll give you the range, just what not to go to. I don't want to overcrowd them, and I don't want everyone to go cuckoo. I just gave you the max of where I wouldn't go past. So anywhere there and below. Kimberly did nice. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Intel, they came down. Terrific Tuesday, isn't it? It is. Is it turnaround? Today is a turnaround Tuesday. We turned around once from the bottom, gapped up, and then it turned around again. And then, yeah, but again, today is like bigger than Friday, as weird as that sounds. I mean, it's not a 4% down day, but top to bottom and kind of how quick. It's, again, we're 7 minutes off a Euro close. Oh, yeah, so let's do a push-up, dude. Hold on. I've been shopping, making some plays, talking rotations. We got to sell a couple of things, too. Made some things free in the morning. But, Antonia, oh... You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anything. But get your body moving, brother. Just get the body up and about. You know what I'm saying? Up and about, my friend. Just move around. Oh, it's good for you, brother. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. If you don't put your chest to the sun, the market isn't going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if the market just stood up right now. You see what I'm saying? Get some good posture. But breathe, brother. It's for your life. It's for your life. Okay? Breathe. Move around. We got 7 hours, 6 hours, 4. I don't even know how many hours. We got many, many hours. So you got to make sure you win the game, dog. I'm in the game like EA. But yeah, move around a little bit. It'll be good for you. I'm going to do a lunge. SPY drilling into the low. We had, 20 minutes of going up? And then every single minute after that was just drilling into the low. Well, everybody goes and buys staples now. Staples, healthcare, and financials. But even the financials gave it up. My goodness. And there's no headlines, unfortunately. I wish there was, Chad. But yeah, this was just a little bit of, I think, antsiness getting ahead of the data. And not to mention just the fat move we had on Friday. So we did retest the low. That did occur. So that being said, my brethren, get your push-ups in. I'm going to move around here. I'm going to go get a potty break and push-up break. So let's have a good time. Here is your favorite political propaganda songs. Thank you. Thank you.
Not for MAGA, it's for the money. Not for the country, I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what
you can get a
she
great
actually
stretch in right now.
want. Anything
You know,
but
height,
Trump, even
energy,
if it's all dumb.
market
Shout out
kind
to
of
my
balance.
daughter, I
Not really.
made her my son.
hate you.
I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I, and better run.
Woo! Perfect. Now I'm in my lunge position. That's good, man. Good for push-ups. Again, SPY hit the low, 730. Again, I think the next pivot point is like 727 or whatever. And then, yeah. And then, meanwhile, oil, bro. Once again, you got SPY down 1%. Oil is down 4%, near one of its lowest levels in a couple of months. Isn't that something? THC receives a warning letter from Trump. What's in there? What's in the warning letter? They got a little candle that might have a delayed reaction. It just depends what the said content is. Do 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 do. Let's see. Stat news. Trump warns more than 500 hospitals to provide price info or face fines. AP has exclusive list of hospitals since April has received letters or warnings to submit plans or provide transparent pricing. Failing to comply comes with penalties as high as $2 million annually. Fuck 'em all. It's a good song. So again, whatever that PAVS thing is keeps going crazy. SpaceX IPO sees strong institutional demand. Has attracted demand multiple times the available shares, according to people familiar. I'm sure, Elonia. Airbus defense CEO on FCAS, we did not make it work with both companies. We don't want to have to place in our future fighter jet, and we don't want to go at it alone. I don't know what they're talking about. Silver's first close below the 200-day moving average. Oh no, same with gold. So I think gold is at the level, everything. Bonds are at the level, dollar, every single asset. There's so many, 4 or 5 asset classes are all at just key levels, breaking highs or lows, or even certain technicals and support. That's why these next coming days and weeks, a lot is in store to see how this actually plays out. It'll be a fun time. There's no news that really broke today. Today was just, again, we started off actually no news, and then the algos weren't even that crazy. Then we had like a cash open rip. It seemed pretty exciting. You had chips rebounding and a couple of other things, and then all of a sudden it just flipped. And there wasn't really any headlines, and then meanwhile it was a pretty obvious rotation. Financials gave it up. They're doing a little decent, but then again, healthcare staples, they kind of attracted all the money here. And then again, we have big data coming in tomorrow with the CPI and even the rest of the week. So this could be some of the jitters and getting ready for that. But technically, there wasn't really any headlines. There wasn't even bad war headlines. Oil's actually doing pretty well. Actually very good considering the last couple months. So you didn't have much to move you, but it seemed like we just needed to retest that low from Friday, which we have now, both SPY and NASDAQ. Well, people have been saying pull money for SpaceX. They've been saying that since Friday. So I think that's some of the situation we have at hand, but yeah, it's not I don't think that's all of it. I mean, again, there is a whole host of catalysts for the rest of June, as we've been talking about, and I just think that's what people are getting ready for. I think we know the war didn't really have the ability to derail the market, but these next coming sets of events seems like we're shifting into getting ready to respond to them because they can. Bank of America, one guy did. So you pretty much, like Mike Wilson, he's actually pretty bullish on the market, but then there was one macro guy at Bank of America who said it's a bubble in the pull your money. But then Michael Wilson has a target for 8,000 on the SPX by the end of the year. Owners of Boots are in talks with the billionaire Weston family and pharmacy Sigma Healthcare over a $10 billion sale. ALHC. Oh, that one wasn't the battery one from yesterday, was it? No, that was ABAT. More healthcare and whatever MH is. No, I don't think it's I don't think it's a CPI leak. It's good to hear that though. We haven't heard that in a minute. I just think if anything, the jitters ahead of CPI, and now again the market. This gives you room to move though now. So now if CPI is bad, you could probably move down a little lower, but at least it's not gonna be like a death blow. And then vice versa, if CPI comes in good, I mean you now could actually kind of run up there, and you have some room to do it. Delirium. You blessing the chat again, bro? Amen. Amen, brother. Good morning. Dude, whatever this PAVS thing is. Dog, I've seen this thing all morning. That's another 2,000% on equity. I swear this thing's at like $2. Yeah. I know they used to blame the 0 days for this volatility. We don't get that anymore. Who was it today? SGML. Their options were not fun. And then Hormel, another food company. Staples. Yeah, all big 7 though, man. That sucks. They're not doing much. All right, well, SPY kind of ticking down here. We might do this little 20-minute thing again. So like I was saying, I mean, we'd go down and then spend, what, about 20 minutes, and then the computer would get triggered again. That's literally what all of these look like. So, I mean, it's been about 20 minutes. Give it another 5 to 10, and we'll see. But oil is hitting a low. Oil 87.29. So you have a new low on oil, at least. I don't know how far back this takes us. I guess you haven't broken the May 29th low. So maybe let's get to the 83s. 83s, maybe even a 7 handle. But yeah, oil is going into the low right now. It's your third time you've done the compute. Literally 20 minutes computer, 20 minutes computer, 20 minutes computer. And now we're approaching our, what, third or fourth block of 20 minutes? Leslie, they had something the other day, but I think it's just kind of hype. I wouldn't, yeah, unless you're into the Leslie pools. But I wouldn't get too distracted by it. SCO on the high. So again, oil just flushed another 30 cents. All right, see if the SPY moves. It's kind of reacting. Sycamore Partners in talks to sell boots for $10 billion. I'm saying oil any other day, bro. If oil was going down like this, but yeah, like I told you though, this was gonna happen. It's just happening as the momentum slows down, ironically. And the CPI be cooked and revised afterwards? It could be. I mean, I brought that up yesterday. I'm like, maybe there's the chance they rig it and it comes in super low and everyone loves it, but it should come in hot. But there's a wide range. You know, I'm worried about 4%, but people are thinking the number could come in at 4.2 to 4.3. So, which is well higher than that. But then at the same time, if somehow it comes in and it comes in lower and, you know, I don't know, revision, rigged, you name it, that would be good, but that would also be surprising in and of itself. right, just chilling. I'd get ready. We'll just see what this next 10 minutes brings, my friend. Either the computer opens or not. Meta says it'll appeal EU WhatsApp order. That's coming in again. DKI. Watch the big tech too. I mean, that could move a lot as well. I don't know, man. It looks like it's gonna do it. This is really, really pinned. Well, yeah, that's the problem. CPI can change those rate cut odds. Just rate cut odds are sensitive now because of how everything's played out economically, price of oil, and then it's like, you know, the rate cut odds are going to try to bully until you actually get to hear from the Fed chair. And then we have a general idea of what he's actually going to do. T-Mobile, Cardinal, low ticker is picking up again. It's doing what it did last time. So again, on all these moves, the index reacts a little later, but then the low ticker just starts. And then again, more big tech names. Microsoft into the low. Apple's not there, but NVIDIA, you're dodging it for now. All you have is Microsoft drilling into the low. Oil extends losses, crude down 4 a barrel. After embassy in Jerusalem lifts shelter in place, energy chief says Strait of Hormuz will continue to rise. So again, SPY's coming down a little bit more. Oil led it. Oil hit the first low. And then like I'm telling you here, low ticker's picking up, but the index itself has not hit a low, but it's starting there. A new round of layoffs at CRM. AT&T on the high. I think they might be at an event. The banks gave up. Again, more Staples. Staples up, everything else. SPY just hit a low. So see what happens. See if you even get the, what's it called? The VIX on one of the highs. But literally Marvel, Micron, AMD, those are all into the low. It's all chips. Low key. SMH hit a new low on that. Into it back to 294. Who else? I think it's just all the little chip companies. SMH and Microsoft are the only things drilling right now. White guy for Kamala. Yeah, I think it was 727. That's the next level. So 730 is a big deal, but then I think it goes straight to 727. And then the scary part, if you don't hold 727, it goes to like 717. All right, well, low ticker's still going. Again, we could use that till this stops. I would just keep using that. So literally, if the low ticker starts running and you see all those names go first, it's there. And then once again, 20 minutes can fucking hit the computer. I'm telling you, it's so obvious today. This just looks disgusting. This looks like you're trading a fucking Solana meme token all day today. Again, you've had, this one was a buy on the computer, but then you chill, computer, chill for 20 minutes, computer, chill for 25 minutes, computer, chill for 20 minutes, and then just fucking cascade it once again. Well, the play with all these is finally letting some of these premiums come back. So I did finally take a double dip, but that's kind of what we were waiting for. I mean, we grabbed some smaller plays. The momentum hasn't been doing too much. We kept one or two plays on the table, but then yeah, the idea was waiting for some of these prices to come back so we can actually take advantage of something depending on what happens after these next week or so. But then that's the problem, is that we don't really know the direction. That's the risk with taking any plays right now. So even though I did take a double dip, the risk is that it doesn't go well after CPI tomorrow and then all these other events. But like we said, we're going to try to get through all these little market events to find out whether or not the bubble is going to keep bubbling, or if we're going to start getting a shift in leadership, shift in bond volatility, and even a shift in the level of the dollar. Again, that was all at oil 86.71. Bro, that's the craziest part about it. I love it. Bro, oil is so, again, I want to see when oil goes a little lower, but now you are getting to that low in May 19th. But this one right here, that was your final death blow on oil, and even then oil hit 111 after that. But yeah, so this is all the while where literally SPY and oil are drilling into the same time, which isn't good. Again, it's kind of highlighting some of the, maybe if you are looking for demand destruction, maybe that's it right in front of you. Bro, 86.64. Again, low ticker's still active. I still haven't seen the VIX, so wait till you see the VIX kind of start to run up. The VIX is actually up less than it was some of the other days, but VIX is above 20 now. Yeah, bro. And then the bonds catching. So look at, bonds are finally getting influenced by oil. It's lagging. Because that's what I was saying. The weirdest part about all this is the first time in like a week or so where oil is going down, but bond yields aren't catching a bid. So right there, that last little segment there of oil dumping, that finally eased up the bonds. Oil down. Yeah, I told you this was going to happen one day. It just sucks that it's correlating with the momentum slowing down. SpaceX aims to conduct space fueling demo with Starship in 2026. It could be with China. China did announce that they released their reserves, which could highlight, again, some of the demand destruction problems. But no, I just think in general, though, I think we're focusing on what could actually move us this week. I mean, again, we ignored oil all fucking quarter for the most part, if you really think about it. So that's why it's like maybe just the dynamic is shifting. And that's why oil could go down. It's reacting to some of the war headlines, but it's clear that that wasn't the biggest driver. And then again, if we could figure out what's going to happen here with bonds and the dollar, that's why, you know, bonds kind of ignoring oil in the short run. That's kind of fascinating considering how the last 3 months played out. But this also goes back to what we were talking about the other day, where I was just telling you, man, none of this stuff is normal. What we were going through with the bubble, the size of the run, how quick it happened, all these different things. So it's like, you know, we are entering a period where you are going to cool down, but then you just don't know if this is cool down or the top. But that's why these catalysts, these events, and bubble continuing or not is really kind of the big question you need to answer. Well, VIX is at what, 21? 20.78. So again, SPY, the computer sell-off wasn't as bad on that one. So see if that leads to another 20-minute stall. But now that last drop was the least worst out of any of the other ones we saw. Yeah, VIX has moved down more on the days where, like, we didn't move like this. So, again, like, VIX was up, like, 18% at one point, even before we hit the low on Friday. So, yeah, the VIX isn't that bad. It's kind of been gradual, considering how today... Again, at least they gave you a little baby high for a little bit. And then, again, oil is down. Oil's down 5%. I love it. Yo, the bonds are kind of chill, but the bonds are somewhere in the middle. Just that last 20 minutes there, bonds started picking up with the oil decline, which, again, you would have thought. Again, let me put it this way, though. If CPI is somehow good, the bonds will catch up with what oil did. You know, that's, if anything, it seems like the bonds are kind of waiting for the data. And then the oil, you know, if the data is good and oil's good, there should be a way bigger rip in the bonds. But for now, they have just been low-key, even within the same levels of the last, like, what, 24, 36 hours, or from Friday till now. EIA projects world output at 99 million, down from 101. Interesting. Yeah, they lowered output, but that didn't even drive oil up. Brent falls to 90 a barrel, lowest since April 17th. See, that's crazy now, too. So literally Brent is doing better than crude right now. But literally now Brent has dropped below this level. Crude hasn't even fell below that level. I need to find the chart. You guys don't remember? So there is something... Oh, I need to find it for you. When did I bring it up? I think I brought it up in April. There's one bad part about this. Well, that's what happened in Russia, Ukraine. But yeah, there's one bad part is that if oil drops too much... This is what we talked about with, like, '08. Pretty much anytime oil has came down, it was because of demand destruction. So in a weird way, if oil starts plummeting too hard, I mean, that'll play out like every other time oil has went up. Usually oil going up, it's not a problem when oil comes up. It's actually when oil comes down. I mean, that's literally what happened in '08, '09. But yeah, I think you still got another $10 before you worry about that in the 70s. What's that other one? MO Pepsi X. Oh, that's XLP. I was like, XLK? Yeah, dude, staples. So again, at least the rotation is clear, though. So to a certain degree, oil is retreating, but like it seems like they're putting that money into staples. So still not panicky. That's what I was telling you. Even though we are at the lows, we set a new low from Friday. There is still kind of some level of buffer coming into the data tomorrow, or at the very least, it's just not risk off for now. Bad CPI, you'll probably get risk off on. You probably won't even rotate. But in this case, you still have those rotations alive and very easy to spot. Would any sector be safe if it's bad CPI? I don't think so, honestly, because now you got rotations here today. But if you have bad CPI, I think some of those rotation names, they would get hit as the bonds would turn around. All right, so you're going down a little bit. You're not, again, that one less computery. You didn't do the 10, 20-minute stall, but you're still drilling into the low right now. XLP again. Low ticker still fully maxed out. So again, anytime that's happened, you started to see the index respond a little later. NASDAQ is down 2.89. Whoo! So yeah, that again, at one point the NASDAQ was green by 1%. So theoretically, the NASDAQ has moved another 4% top to bottom. So yeah, you've already retouched the low of Friday. And then, yeah, you've already sold a decent amount. Yeah, Tuesday, I mean, we've had some bad Tuesdays. Tuesdays have been interesting, but for now, it's already resuming some of that downside. Tuesday might be the new Thursday. SPX 728. So again, 727. You already hit 727. Where was it? Yeah, you already broke that level. There's like a little baby gap in between here. But then that leads you into like 725, maybe 724. If it doesn't even stop here, that's why I was saying 727, that just opens up a way lower range. I'm still running it hot. We are indeed. I mean, again, there's still 300 names green right now. That's why I think this is just your move. The leadership is changing a little bit. I think it's people just getting ready, not only for SpaceX, but also defensively for whatever data catalyst we're going to be dealing with this week. Fake CPI leak. I don't think that's true. That's why I like hearing that today, because it's been a while since people have said CPI leak, but I just think that's what people say when it drops a lot on days like right ahead of it. But no, I think it just, again, like, let me put it this way. Yesterday's watch list, it said you are going to test the low. So we could anticipate that 24 hours in advance. Like I'm telling you, I just think the move has been so massive leading into all of this. This is all just jitters. You had a big crazy move on Friday, which front-loaded some of the volatility from next week to this week. And then, yeah, it's just I would just stick to the plan. It all depends on the data, the dollar, and then what happens with bond volatility. It just sucks because you got to be patient throughout all of it. Again, just how like Friday was 4%, then we bounced 2%, and then now we go back down another 2, a little bit 3% now, and then we play this game. But by tomorrow morning, I'm sure we'll, you'll have a lot more clarity on whether or not leadership is going to change, rotations will rotate, or if we all gonna panic or not. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. I'm excited for June. We're going to find out if it gets bought. Verizon and AT&T now again. Oil 85.95. The Strait of Hormuz is closed now. The Strait of Hormuz. Do you know the paper price of oil? The physical. I haven't heard somebody say that in 2 weeks. You know that? Now that I think about it. Now, dude, in the last 2 weeks, nobody has told me about the paper price of oil. Has anybody told you guys? I feel like no one has told me. When I make it free, my scale out targets, I don't really have any. Just it's different for every company, and it's kind of how fast the contract moves. And then, usually if it hits like 1,000% or a certain level. But yeah, I watch how the contracts move. That's why if the contracts move way too quick and I'm like, okay, based on how that stock moves the price, I'm like, I'm not I'll have to hold that for a long time to ever get that gain. I'll just rip it, but I don't really have any set target. Kupang, already up 3.7, kind of getting a little pop here. You go to the gas station. Yesterday was the lowest I've seen in a while. You're like the third person who said that. People were saying the pump prices went down. I don't know, man. You guys better hope this isn't real demand destruction, because then that just means the economy kind of took a downshift. If all the gas prices go down, and then the oil price goes down, and then people are like, I don't even want to engage in economic activity. So yeah, that's the other part. But like I said, like in 08, you know, when you had oil go up, oil going up wasn't the bad part. It was actually when the oil came down, that's where you started to notice that demand destruction. So that would be an unwelcome development, especially for the whole GDP run it hot. That would be the negative part. I know, dude, I haven't seen gas prices fluctuate this much. It's crazy. Bro, gas, I was telling you, bro, I'll fill up once. I remember filling up once at like 5:30, and I was like, that's terrible. And then I filled up at 7:70. And then I filled up the week after that back at like 5:80, 5:90. And then it just depends where you go, too. It's actually insane. Spy, I mean, it really does look like a Solana rug pull. All right, low tickers doing it again. Spy near the low again this whole time, too. Might I add, oil has just been getting pummeled. And then staples have been benefiting off of that more than anything. All right, it's doing it a lot quicker now. So again, new low, preceded by the low ticker, and all these names drop in. I want to say the, where is this shit? Hold on. What is a market? I want to say the setup changed. 324 in the green still. You have a lot of names green. 18 green on the Dow. NASDAQ 39 green, 61 in the red. So the NASDAQ flipped. So SPY still has 300 names green. Your staples, your rotation. But NASDAQ flipped. At one point it was 60 green on the NASDAQ. So that no longer exists. You now have 70% of the NASDAQ in the red. So yeah, tech is still continuing its decline. They're not really getting the recovery there. Yeah, well, I mean, Apple was down. Apple and NVIDIA pretty much all day. But Apple was the first one. Now NVIDIA, $200. That one's drilling. Again, Walmart now, more of the staple squad. Kumbaya. My long term. It's bad on the NASDAQ's down 3.2, and then you were up 1%. So NASDAQ technically has done another 4% day. The only good thing happening now is the bonds are catching a bid. So yeah, I don't know if it doesn't. I think it's all off of oil. I don't think it's like a fear bid, but at the very least, that's one good thing. As long as the bonds don't come down, and then you get that volatility. Again, the dollar's lower than the other day, but it did climb up a little bit. All right, still continuing my long-term, well, midterm money. Well, we have a long way to go, but I mean, patience is the thing I would say it's word to. You know, again, that low of the year is sadly 100 points lower, so maybe it does happen. Maybe we get close to it, but you know, we're just the time. Remember, we spent 2 weeks, a month ripping up 2 months in a row. So it's like things are, I think this is just the pullback leading into, again, a very important week that we have talked about, important 2 weeks. Qatar announces new oil discovery off of offshore Namibia. Wow. Yeah, 720. I mean, again, the levels is 727, 724. So I was saying, you start to get little bigger air pockets here. So at this point, I mean, I want to say we've reached that level. Yeah, you got like 1 or 2 more points. 724, 77. So you're like right there, and then that's the top level. Then if that doesn't hold, it's like 722. T-Mobile Google expansion. The SpaceX IPO. I'm gonna find out the day of. It just all depends on the premium and the demand that comes in. But yeah, it's either gonna be bad, or it could be bad like ARM and then do good, or it might be like, what's it called? Like Rivian, which was, although it was overhyped and a lot of money, Rivian did very good for a couple days, and then it did really bad. Alrighty. Not a recommendation. Good luck. The SpaceX is going to make all stocks bounce, freeing up cash. If it goes good, so if SpaceX is good, creates hype, I mean, there has been times where, you know, IPOs actually unlock, you know, the market going higher. That happened with Alibaba. Alibaba was a massive IPO, slowed down for a little bit, but then after Alibaba, the whole market kind of edged up. So it just really depends on the performance and how it plays out. If rates do go up, will stuff like Pfizer and Kimberly get bought up? Maybe if the rates go up in a way that doesn't affect them the same way. That's kind of the problem. If rates go up because of inflation and oil, that hurts the staples. But if the rates are coming up off of, and the inflation concerns are a little more calmed down, but then it's just odd because it's like, why would rates go up if inflation concerns weren't going up? But depending on how things play out, there's a lot of elements where higher rates hurts those companies, but then there is a couple of outputs where it could benefit them. Adabe, where's Adabe and Oracle? They both got killed here for the pre-run up. Everything. IGV is down by 4.7. Or? Dude, IGV gave up all it? Is it a lagger again? What? 108 to 91. I guess it did go 92 to 108. So literally equal and opposite reactions. I mean, again, the chips are down by 5.5. But yeah, software and chips are both down a substantial amount. TJX. Everything, the stream won't stop lagging. Yeah, you sent YouTube feedback. I don't know. Usually the feedback trick has worked. AZI. Another one of these small cap runners. Again, Coupang, that was running up earlier. Again, oil just off of the low, but 86 bucks. There's no reason for today. This is just the continuation from Friday, really. Again, yesterday was a half-ass rally, but this idea of retesting the lows was on the table. We did it. I mean, you rotated a lot harder today. Again, healthcare, staples, they really benefited off of this, but chips were up for a little bit in the morning, but they gave it all up, even though Korea did recover. But this is how Korea traded yesterday. Yesterday, Korea was terrible in the morning. Day two, they hit their low again. They got really bad, and then by the end of the day, they bounced. But yeah, unfortunately, I think this is just jitters into the data, and then, kind of taking care of some unfinished business from Friday. And then, yeah, but there's no headline. There's no headline, no news. If anything, you even have oil. Oil is plummeting, down 5.5%. Hitting, again, Brent crude is below April 17th. And you're still getting this reaction. So just a lot of movement, and I think a lot of jitters with all of what we've been dealing with from last week, and then even mixing it into what we're going to be getting this week. Was the widest still? Qatar Energy. Yallah Habibi. Where are the banks actually? So banks are still green too, but they gave up that rotation a little earlier. But yeah, otherwise it was just staples. I think staples reacted really heavily to oil. That beyond just whatever rotation we were getting, you could see the staples, they really ramped up. Remember, even companies like Kimberly-Clark, I mean, they've put it in their guidance, the impact of what higher oil prices do. Can you say the bubble popped if CPI is bad? No. If CPI is bad, it'll contribute to the bubble popping, but then the real confirmation will be Kevin Warsh. So if bad CPI, bad Kevin Warsh, then the bubble is over. Because what's going to happen is the dollar will be higher. And that's the thing. Even if I don't know what's going to happen on the data or Kevin Warsh, I would just go refer back to the dollar. If that dollar breaks out of that 3-month range and climbs, your bubble is probably going to be over. And then vice versa. Whatever happens with CPI, Kevin Warsh, or any of these other events throughout the next week or so. If the dollar does not move higher, then you're probably going to keep having this ability to have momentum stay higher, or wake up and there's a headline and wake up, Korea goes 5%, so on and so forth. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, well, let's see if we do our 20 minutes and then computer. You could use UUP or go to Trading Economics and then DXY. Are you closing them out when they're 70% or lower? Why would I do that? So remember, this was something, I don't know, I hope it hits better now, but I was reminding this to people when plays were hitting left and right. Remember, whatever you put into an option, you're going to lose 100% of it. So I don't use a stop loss. So any play that gets washed, that's it. So if it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. And then, like I'm saying, it's like if it's not if it's down 70%, I'm not going to really, I'm already assuming I lost. So any of those small ones, again, ideally, you get a couple good bangers there. They should have paid for them. And hopefully, if you took a lot of cash coming into this, you should have a nice bankroll. That's why I just haven't been adding any big plays, or really I've chilled out a lot since last week. So I've thrown some smaller ones out, but they're all very, very low quality short-term plays. But yeah, so anything up there until we find some like easier ones. But I mean, I would not be going big on anything. And then again, whatever you do buy option wise, please make sure you're prepared to lose all of them, because I don't know how to do the whole stop loss thing. I don't know how to find in my luck, I feel like I'd close out the plays down 70 and then they'd rip the next day. Yeah, well, dollar just matters if it goes higher. I don't even care about the pattern. I don't care where it goes to. I think it's super duper simple. That's why I put it on the video for you guys. Just like last year, if you get out of this 3-month range, which we're a little bit above right now, if it just settles outside of here and keeps going higher, it's done. No more momentum. But watch too, though. One little dip on the dollar, that'll free up another round of rallying, essentially. You guys want kumbaya? This is a kumbaya day. Not really, though. It's funny. I think people are acting, this was a little quicker than Friday, because Friday was pretty gnarly. But even then, and even what I said yesterday, though, forgive me, I think we planned pretty good coming into all of this, both taking cash as well as knowing how these events will play. But yeah, like I said, none of the game plan has changed, sadly. Even if you drop 3%, we were expecting more new lows. But yeah, dude, we need that data. We need the data. We got to get through the rest of this week. And even the week, again, pretty much volatility just got pulled from Kevin Warsh till this week. That's what the last 4% day did. Why do you think the market's going down? I think they're getting ready. They're getting ready for this week. I mean, again, I can't stress it enough. Do you guys remember my conversations before the market went down? And we talked about, you know, taking an amount that you're okay with. Again, taking a lot off the table and going, you know, this is what we were saying. It was just June had a bunch of catalysts. So that's all I think that's happening, which is kind of crazy. That's why I'm like, I don't, as much as people are looking for an answer, I think the oil part is fascinating. I don't think this is, I think this was going to happen. Does that make sense? I think, you know, we had a nice little pocket with no catalyst. The market went up, and it went up very big. But yeah, now we're finally getting into real events that are going to be able to kind of dictate and move some things. So yeah, that's all I think this is all part of the plan. All right, we'll see. This is another... That's 10 minutes of stalling. Not really stalling, but again, just every time we've done that so far, you've had very interesting reactions. Galaboff, we prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know. How does Galaboff feel? Oil at $86? He's pissed. Unless he's going to buy it and then, you know, torpedo a peace deal. That could be an option. I agree. A lot of factors are coming to a point, you know, and we had time to run a lot, the earnings. So, but yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Just, again, I got all the videos, bro. I've been putting them up there. I've been trying to get people on game. I know a lot of people wanted the plays, and we still got a couple of plays there, but after that little momentum window, it's just now it's all about CPI and FOMC. I feel like I've been saying it for weeks now, but that's why I am so excited. But as the event arrives, you got your fireworks, but yeah, it's not like I still think there's another round of fireworks, depending on the better or for worse. So just get ready for it. But yeah, this is it's kind of like Friday, where unfortunately, even if it comes down, though, I don't think nothing will trigger a panic unless you see the market panic. That's the one thing I can add. So staples sell off, healthcare sells off, you know, and you start getting fucking staples down 2% while chips are down 4%. Yeah, then something happens. Something would be worthy of your panic. But right now, as long as they're rotating and not retreating, the event is within the next 24 hours. Like, yeah, this is I think this is all just raising the stakes ahead of the turn. If that, you know, for all my poker players out there. That's what it kind of feels like. It feels like pretty much like end of May until beginning of June. It would be like sitting at the poker table and then everybody got dealt pocket aces. So then come June 1st, everybody had pocket aces, and then the first round of betting came out, and then motherfuckers just started going all in before the cards came out. But yeah, that's what this feels like. I think that's why I meant like kind of front run CPI. It's not that you're front running it, it's just you're raising the stakes. You have a different amount of cushion, and now you have the stakes raised ahead of the actual turn of events, and whether or not those events will actually turn, continue, or equal and opposites. VIX on the high. There it is. Oil's rocketing up, though. SPY down, oil up. That one was not one of those VIX topping out. Official Trump position on Detroit Bridge has not changed. You got a Trump Truth Social. Yeah, I see the one comment. Our great military, last Iranian shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apaches. There are 2 pilots, both safe. We must respond with necessity to this attack. Thank you for this attention to this matter. Nice. All right, well, Trump is saying that the Iranians shot down the plane. Or shot down the helicopter. Damn, oil took a fat stick off of that. So there you... I was just saying, unless Golubov... Unless he has something... Alright, well, big oil pop on that. Oh my gosh! Oh, I wanted one of those. They already flipped. I just hate these spreads, dude. That is the only problem. We might get lucky with one of these. No, we got the boat. The Apache attack was earlier, but Trump just confirmed that it was hit by the Iranians, and now he's saying he's going to respond. So yeah, watch SPY lower, but oil to the upside might be the better one. It's just the plays are extremely difficult. Alright. I grabbed this small oil play, but I'd be very careful. The spreads are fucking insane. So these don't... Last time, these only hit for like a little bit. They'll hit as it keeps going up, but then if you don't get out of them, you'll get trapped in it. But yeah, oil's just the only one. I mean, again, oil's still down 3%. SPY, I think, has already moved. Into it back at 291. We'll see what this SPY does. Dollar is back to green. Yikes. So again, that's kind of the shitty part because dollar's advancing. And I mean, again, it was last time peak war efforts that the dollar actually went up. Yeah, socks out. Chips are murdered, dude. That's the other part. So chips are down 6.8. Again, Korea bounced 8%. Chips are actually doing very good earlier, at least even in Asia. But yeah, that one's fucking hideous. So again, I do think SPY has already made most of the move. But again, if you get to 724, or yeah, 724 to 722, that's kind of the worst level there. But now oil. I mean, oil just popped, what, $2 there? And then still down 2.5 on the day. ELPW. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump. Donald Joseph. Easy Go? Not an IPO? Former? Push for Labor nominee as latest threat to House GOP majority. Regen Burry comments it's his favorite biotech. Well, Michael. Well. I didn't really react yet. CBOE is still climbing up. SPY may not on that headline. Again, I think depending on what oil does, but that's already fading. Okay. Alright, I got rid of the oil play. I took like a $10 loss off of it. It's not moving. And those spreads. The spreads are literally 100%. Well, that was fun. Oil's still down. They posted it on the White House X too. We'll see. See if oil again. I mean, there's reasons for it to be sensitive around these levels. So just find out again. I mean, that's every time it's gone into the 80s, you actually would get a gigantic reversal of these headlines, and then it just pops it back up. All right. Well, chat, we need push-ups too. It's almost 10. We missed it there. Got a little crazy, so can I interest you guys in some push-ups, some body movements, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, relax your jaw, your eyeballs, you know what I'm saying? Move around, take care of your body. You've been here for 3.5 hours. You're down 3.5%, and you have 3.5 hours left to go. Isn't you're interested? Wow, I would love. Please come try the push-ups. It's good for longevity. It'll keep you alive. Keep you in the game. I mean, I don't know what more you could ask for. I would do it. I'm just telling you if you haven't tried push-ups yet. So look, VIX is on the high. So we're either going to flush again or bottom out finally. So again, this hasn't happened the whole time. So again, VIX is hitting a high before the SPY hits a low. You just had this headline. Now CNBC is going over that Trump truth. But yeah, VIX is going up before hitting a low. So we're either going to flush here shortly or that will be a temporary bottom. We will find out, my friends. We will find out. But yeah, let's get a push-up going. I need to go to the bathroom too. Get my body moving. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Let's see, what can I interest you in? I think you guys want this now. I don't, is this appropriate? Nah, fuck that. We need this.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah.
Baby
Yeah,
back,
what
bitch.
now? Move around, baby.
Baby back, bitch. Beep, 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 beep. Baby back, bitch. Beep, 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 beep. Baby back, bitch. Baby, why'd you sell? Go to church, you scared. You said you sold. No one cared. You show, but you have fear. Beep, 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 baby back, bitch.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. All right, hold on. I don't know. You guys want propaganda? I think you guys deserve one.
Ooh, Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go ooh. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Kumbaya, my long term.
shoulder workout. I gotta loosen up, man. Gotta get loose today. Gotta get loose on a Tuesday. The market got loose, I guess, so why can't we? Why can't we? This fucking Solana spy coin. What is this? Alright. I'm almost done. Just gotta get a couple in here. Oh, you hear that? Wow. Wow. Yeah, a lot of value. Oracle earnings are tomorrow, I believe. The 10th and the 11th. Oracle and Adabe. Go to chart, you scared. All right, man. I want one more set, man. I got, let me see. Maybe I'll give you guys propaganda. How you guys feel about propaganda? Trump, U.S. must respond.
And with Iran for this reason. So what can he do? He can try to do some air attacks.
Okay,
I mean, there's only a few options. Air attacks, you send in ground troops, which would be, utterly, unthinkable. Or you try something from the water. I mean, that is it. So I suspect we see some limited air attacks. But what we know from this and from everything that's happened since this war began is we are not anywhere close to a deal. And so that is the unfortunate reality for the United States and for President Trump.
You know this helicopter well, Rick, made by Boeing, the AH-64 Apache, widely regarded, unless there's something they're developing I don't know about, as the most advanced, the most effective attack helicopter in its class. When you see something like this shot down, does that tell you that Iran's military is more capable than we thought? And to that end, how would you respond to this? What would be a proportionate response to you?
Yeah, of course, we know that Iran still has a sizable arsenal of missiles, drones, arsenal of attack. And we know the limited amount we know that this Apache attack helicopter was patrolling in and around the Gulf of Hormuz, in the Strait. And so, it's probably outside its normal ability to be protected by land-based anti-missile equipment that the U.S. has. And so it's in a risk, right? I mean, when you patrol in these places, you put yourself at risk. And that should not surprise anybody. We have an armada of equipment designed to protect our military and our equipment, but also to be able to launch a massive amount of weaponry into the battlefield. And so you have to put our blood and treasure at risk when you're in an area like that and it's an active battle zone, and you have to constantly review and really feel out where our enemy, Iran, is located. And that's what this helicopter, assuming reports are right, was doing. And so, the military takes risks every day, both in training and in active duty. And this was one of those things that you have to expect in a situation like this, regardless of what threats that we've made to Iran. Iran is willing to sacrifice its own people to achieve its ends, and that is something we aren't prepared to do. And so in that regard, they will take risk attacking us that we would never do ourselves.
Interesting. Jeannie, it was remarkable watching the markets turn lower here and extend losses more accurately right before the news broke. I don't know if there were leaks involved here, if the market seemed to think that it knew something that we didn't. Maybe there was a headline from overseas, but the reaction has been visceral.
Why does everybody keep saying
to
leak?
The market's ability
I love
to see
it.
through this war.
That's it. That's how you know we're not used to multiple down days in a row. By day number, they're like, something leaked. It's the CPI has gotten leaked or something. This has to be. But yeah, unfortunately today, it's actually not really filled with that much news. Again, I do think this is just unfinished business from Friday, mixed in with some of the, some of these rotations and other reactions we've been getting, or anticipation, not necessarily reaction, into some of these events that we have coming up. But yeah, I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot today. I've heard many theories of leaking and leakage. Go to church, you scared. You said you sold. No one cared. Alrighty, low ticker again. So you had that UVX moment, and we didn't really bottom out. UVXY is not on the high yet, but now the low ticker, that has been a more reliable indicator than not today. Anything that thing starts to ramp up, we have hit a low. Buy the effing dip, Josh. No, I bought this shit before it happened. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Kimberly. And I bought one dip today, but I'm not, you know, and then I made sure I took profits, even though I did it early. But I'm not too disappointed. I hope none of you are. You got some good warnings here, and then hopefully a good long-term addition. But yeah, we gotta get through this next week or two, and then we'll find out. The chopper news. I don't think it was. I mean, again, Trump's little thing caused it, but you could see how that moved oil. But if that news was really leaked, I don't think oil would have hit a new low today. So I'm saying it's just an odd day today, but I'm very confident that this is not a. I don't think there's anything weird going on. That's it. I just think everybody was a crackhead. The market went up a lot, and then we're entering into a new month. There was a time to, you know, take a little risk off the table, and people did, and then now we're finally running into events that aren't based off of Iran or anything like that, and then these are the things that could kind of change momentum. That's all I think that's what I've been thinking is happening. So I wouldn't be so confident in it if it didn't play out almost to the T. Anthropic releases neutered mythos-based model Fable to public. Oh, it's a less version? I thought it was going to be more powerful. You got out of jury duty. Nice. Way to complete your civic duty. Well, today's pretty terrible. It did not start off like that, but the hardest part to answer today is why. Because there's not really a real reason why we drop like this. I think, again, unfinished business from Friday mixed in with anticipation and, you know, people getting ready for all of the events we have this week, from SpaceX down to the CPI. And then that's coming off of the back of a very extreme rally. So that's all that I think has occurred here for now. But yeah, it's pretty large. Again, 3.5 down on the NASDAQ. You were even up 1% at one point. Dow is down, Russell is down, SPY's down 1.8. SPY was up by 1% at one point in the first 30 minutes. So you've moved about 2.8 top to bottom on the SPY, and about 4%, 4.5 top to bottom on the NASDAQ. Service now has been breached. Hot dog. Well, it seems like we're kind of bouncing with everything. One customer Sage Security reported vulnerability and they closed the case twice. See if ServiceNow reacts. But it seems like a lot of software and things are turning up right now. Dollar pairs losses after Trump blames Iran for shooting. All right, I haven't seen the VIX. Surprisingly, that low ticker, we did not hit the low off the low ticker. VIX did that thing, and now you are trading higher since that little UVXY signal. Bow, bow, now. Well, it sucked. Korea did good. So that, but then again, let's see how we finish, because we did something very similar. I mean, we'll find out. But yesterday, Korea started off decent. Then it got really bad. Korea retested their low and went lower. And then by the time we woke up, Korea was up by like 8%. It was the watered down mythos. They said it's called Fable, but I think they released one, you know, like cybersecurity thing to the general public. That's what they just announced. Maybe it's waiting for Philo. I mean, we're getting to that time. Dude, it's already 10 o'clock. So today flew by. Yesterday felt a lot slower. I mean, we did more 7 hours to nowhere. This time, you just had 30 minutes of ripping, and then the next 2.5, 3.5 hours was all selling. First ever military sea drone rescue. An Apache crashed near Strait of Hormuz. An unmanned surface vessel helped bring 2 Army soldiers to safety. You said you sold. No one cared. What's that one? OPTT. Yeah, nothing's even moving off these headlines now. Everything, the correlation is high, as odd as it may sound. I mean, again, the NASDAQ started to correlate, and then anything up on the SPY is the staples, but even those last 5-10 minutes there, everything kind of looks the same off the bottom. And the bottom is in. We'll find out. I mean, oil's coming down after that little freak out, but this is the first time we have advanced after 10 minutes pinned. So these ones are baby advancements, but you never got past that previous low. So this is the first time all day where we dropped, hit a new low, based out for a little bit, but now you're actually trading from higher than where you sold off. So it's a good sign, but we'll see if that actually holds. Apple a little off the bottom too. So remember, oh, and NVIDIA. Remember, Apple and NVIDIA, that was like the bigger, beside before anything happened, Apple and NVIDIA were already impacting things. So, you know, we see how this one plays, brother. We'll see how this one play. March. See the other all the other staples are coming down. So yeah, literally. So watch out now. Something here, you're getting chips and Apple catching a candle. Couple of software names, but then all of the ones that led the way, they're giving it up now. So yeah, we'll see if the second half, pretty much, if the staples give up or any of these other rotations. Just see, again, even healthcare chilling out. Senior officials stated the investigation determined Iranian drone struck the helicopter, caused it to crash. Senior officials said investigation has not determined whether the strike was intentional, and the matter is still under review. Said the investigation determined a drone hit the helicopter. They do not know if it was intentional or not. It happens. Sometimes they put up drones. They didn't mean to. It was like it was a leisure drone. It was a recreational drone. Big difference. A huge difference even, I know. Can you believe? I know there's a recreational drone. And then there's like a real drone. They didn't fire it because they were just having fun. It just so happened to collide with a very advanced, so advanced, it got clapped by a $20 balloon. But still, you get it. We could look past this. Just a love tap. Go to church, you scared. AHR. Even I forgot Tesla and Microsoft. Sounds like I'm waiting to load up in the long term. I don't. You guys know I bought Kimberly, right? Like the other day. So no, I mean, my plans, you guys, are I've been very clear to them. I could stop telling you if you guys would like. I could stop giving you the plans so far in advance because I think I don't know, it kind of confuses people. But yeah, like you know, the whole build cash, you know, we're both building cash and still putting it to work at a good time. That's kind of what we did with Kimberly recently. But you know, midterm money glitch, everything. I mean, all plans are the same. I don't want to even like flex on this, but like I feel like we planned into this decline. That's why I'm saying I know it's maybe confusing for some of you, but if you have been paying attention, none of this should really be like surprising. So, you know, and that's why it's like even down to the long term. I mean, again, we got to even make our little baby long term edition there right before it all ripped as well too. So I mean, the timing is been immaculate, and it has been paying out. So, but every other plan, you know, with the cash balance, what we're waiting for, what I'm looking for on the short term, both this week, next week, all the way down to the next couple months. I mean, I have no flip-flopping here for you. It's all kind of been the same exact plan. So it's just a matter of how much time to get through. You know, it's the timing of it. That's been the hard part. I've been talking about midterms even for a long time. We're halfway there, but yeah, we still got another halfway to go. Same thing with this week. We've been talking about this week well in advance, and now we're here, but we still got to get through tomorrow and the next couple of days, and yeah, we're gonna be good to go. Golubov warned not to abandon commitments. So I speak fluently in violence. Okay, I speak of diplomacy, shwaya, habibi. But I speak of violence perfectly. If you want to, because you want to communicate violently. Fuck you, Donald. A friend once said, wait until oil and markets drop in tandem. Famous words of the Yashatola. And there was a Yashatola prophecy talking about a day like today. Anything very low than Intuit? No. I mean, again, I just don't like the, I think you guys could take the info, look at any of the plays we've mentioned with value, but like, it just sucks that I don't like it when the window closes. Does that make sense? I don't like if that video, if 90% of those plays are higher than that video, I feel like that opportunity has faded. Now, granted, a lot of those stocks are still low if this trend continues, but like you see it, if there's a lot of BS back and forth, you don't want to buy the high pops because then you could still get trapped in it. But yeah, it just sucks that out of that video, there's only one name that is lower. You know what I'm saying? Like, just straight up, it's Intuit. That's the only one. But I don't. It's very hard to. Kimberly is very awkward because you don't even get the what's it called? You don't even get the dividend anymore. Some of those names you might get the dividend, but yeah, after it's already moved, although 5 to 10% isn't much, that makes a big deal on stocks that don't move a lot. So yeah, it's just I like all those names on that list. I loved them at the prices they were at. That's why they caught my attention. But now if the prices are going higher, I mean, nothing has changed in the last week or so, 2 weeks. That's why it's like I would have preferred the same thesis at a low price rather than a high price. So other than that, Intuit is the only one that is trading lower. But I'll have another video too whenever we find some, and maybe those names will still be up there. But if all that's changed in the last couple of weeks is now like what nothing has changed. All that's happened in the last 2 weeks is you saw exactly what I told you was going to happen. That's why we brought up those value names, right? Stocks are at all-time highs. Everything's bubbling. Everyone says, oh, I could only make money buying AI. I said, no, go look at diapers. Go look at tampons. Go look at spices. Go look at food, Home Depot. You know what I'm saying? And there was all these plays that were available. And that's why it's like, and what happened, growth came down, those names came up. That's it. Nothing else has changed in terms of those theories. That's why I'm saying you don't want to really buy them after they're higher. You want that good theory, the good rotation, but you want it when it's lower. But that's the only problem with all of those stocks pretty much that we have gone over. But Intuit is the one that is trading lower. That's the only one since I've put it up that is actually at a discount. Where was that? What day was that video? May 20th. So yeah, Kimberly's higher. I think TAP is a little lower. It might be the same price. McCormick's higher. I think General Mills. Are they above 34? Oh, they hit that price today. And then I think Home Depot and McDonald's went higher. And then Intuit's $40, $50 lower. That's what's crazy. The fact that Intuit is $50 lower, and I posted that when it was already down like 10%. I never put Adobe on that video. I only put Intuit. Intuit was the only like growth name. Is there how to find the equity? Is there a video? What do you mean? Oh, you meant the quality? Go watch the Oracle video, the one I put with like Benjamin Graham. I like briefly touch upon it. But yeah, and then I have the first video from 2019 where you just talk about, 10 years minimum and what you're looking for. How do you long tampons? Kimberly Clark. Kimberly quality. So look, all the value plays are coming down right now, though. So literally, that little bounce that we got, the first little segment of not staying pinned and going above the previous low, yeah, you finally have the staples selling off as the market bounced a little bit. SKM on the high. Haven't they been tied to like some of these Anthropic headlines? Or am I thinking of something else? But yeah, SKM keeps popping. Who was it? We got Net Investor Day. Who was the one that was trading higher? Okta. Yeah, they were up and then they came down. But yeah, Cyber hasn't even been doing too hot. Cyber and Palantir look the same. I'll take it. Got you covered. Birth to the grave. Dude, I know, and Kimberly has a very extensive portfolio. Remember, they have with Kenvue, they have Tylenol, and they have Vicks Vapor Rub. They got Neosporin, everything, man. I still prefer Procter & Gamble, but Procter & Gamble has a little bit more premium. But yeah, I think the timing, though, I hope you guys see that, though, in the moment, you know, taking advantage of a good price, a good idea, but also in those little windows, those go a long way. It sucks, though. It shouldn't be because that's a long-term play, but how that Kimberly play played out, unfortunately, was just, yeah, that one really did kind of rely there on that window until it comes back down. But now, even if it comes back down, you still don't even get the dividend. QNT featured New York Times feature piece, a scientific achievement that's totally random. My expectations for tomorrow is that CPI comes in hotter. I don't know. I have hope that I don't know. I think the positive outcome is CPI just comes in lower. But I think it's going to come in higher. I think it's going to hit 4%. So it might come in lower than expected and come in at 4, which would still be bad, but that'll be better. But then otherwise, the really bullish case is if CPI comes in at like 3.9. But I don't know how that would even be possible, because I think 3.9 would be like a point. Would that be like a 0.1, 0.2 month over month? Which I don't think you're going to get. But I don't know. People have been talking leaks. People have been talking a lot of things today. So, and one of them has even the last 48 hours, I've heard people say, well, what if housing brings it down? But yeah, it's right now it's at 3.8. So yeah, it's like anything higher than 0.2, I think that's almost guaranteed. But yeah, I don't know how the market's going to take it. That's why, depending on how much higher above 4 it comes in, that's going to determine, you know, bonds, dollar, and some of these other reactions. Yeah, Kimberly you're right. It won't go up. It might go up earlier, but ideally the reason why we're getting a discount is the merger. So that merger is like what's keeping it down here. And that's what's creating this little window for it. But yeah, other than that though, as far as like buying Kenvue, just do the math. There's metrics on it, but it's pretty equal. Again, SKM, that one keeps popping. That little rally is held. I mean, this is your biggest rally all day. I mean, this is bigger than the morning, as odd as that may sound. Again, you're just still clapped. Into it, added more options. Bro, back to 291. Bro, it looks good. I would, if I didn't have any growth, I would buy some, but You know, we're fully invested. We got our growth. If I didn't have Oracle, that's another. Remember, Oracle added an extra one little baby growth name for us. But yeah, man. Into it. Fascinating. Because now this is like the 2020 levels. It's actually a little bit on the high end. Yeah, it could be a good place to start. That's why, I mean, it's just one of those names that it could still drop more. You're going to have to keep adding. And then Netflix on the low. And then again, SKM, SPY's going towards VWAP. I mean, again, this little 20, 30-minute window got you pretty much, you unwound a couple of those lows you set in the hour and a half prior. Go to church, you scared. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Dips get bought. All right. So it is push-up time, but you know what's better than push-ups? You know what's better than push-ups, my friends? Something called philo time. So the market already bounced without it, I think, but the market could definitely use philo time today. So yeah, man, let's get this popping. Let's get it popping and yeah. Nah, 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 nah. All right, baby, game time. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. 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 Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, It is time for philosophy. So, yeah, you also got a headline. Again, New York Times, they say U.S. believes Iran to settle on 15-year enrichment suspension. Oh, so one set of good news now, huh? But yeah, Chad, I got philo for you. I got a quick and easy one, but it might punch you in the face. I don't know. At least the first part. I got a little miles to wrap it up, but oh man, I got a great one. And you know what we're gonna talk about? I love it because this is what we deal with every day. You know that the gap between making a decision and the uncertainty. Whoa, we've been talking about it. It's very crucial. If I could remind any of you, kill desperation, and the more uncertainty you could handle between making decisions, the further you will go. And you know what that word directly relates to? Potential. Potential, my friends. Think about it. Every time you make a decision, there's the potential for things to go better or worse. Go good or go bad. Now, that's not the potential I want to talk about, but it makes me giggle a little bit because every day we deal with potential. A lot of how people react to situations depends on the potential. You know that, right? Let me put it this way. Gambling. Why do people gamble? Why do I gamble? Why do you like gambling? Do you know why? Do you know one of the big features of speculation that it offers? Speculation offers you the potential to make way more money than you put in. Otherwise, if that potential didn't exist, nobody would gamble. Think about it. What if every gambling was like, hey, if you're wrong, you lose all your money. If you're right, you make 5%. That's it. Every gamble, you could only make 5%. You wouldn't do it. It wouldn't be as attractive. Isn't that funny? The potential, the ability to make substantially more, that potential alone is the biggest driver of a certain action in the markets. So let's talk about your potential. I hope you all realize potential inside of you is simply your dormant ability. So every single person has potential. I think we could all agree with that. But to go one step further, what does that mean? So when I tell you all you have potential, do you know what I believe? I believe that all of you have some sort of ability that is inside of you. And if I'm calling it potential, that means you haven't woken it up yet. Oh, they don't feel me, Chad. Does somebody feel me? Think about it. That means you got something inside of you right now that you have simply just not used, nor brought to life. You have potential. You have a dormant ability inside of you. That's why do you think I keep getting so hyped on the brain? Because that's something I know physically every single one of you has. Again, growing up in this environment, this world, I think you got way more than you think, brother. But you have something. You have an ability inside of you. You have a physical set of hardware inside of you. That's what gives you a crazy level of potential. But then even then, every single person, you have an ability that you have not woken up or used. That's the beauty of it. And I think some of you have realized this. I've realized my potential. What happened? How many of you realized your potential for the long term? I think you have. You know why? Because you did it. And little by little, you're like, wow, I do have this ability to save. Oh, wow, I do have the ability to pick a stock. Wow, I do have the ability to hold money and not spend it. That right there, that's one of the hardest things. You know that? That's one of the pieces of potential that I believe all of you have. You all have this ability. You just have to discover it. Some people have not realized the potential that they have of keeping money. Most people haven't done anything for 10 years in a row, let alone being able to, imagine, make money but keep it. Why is that an ability? How many times have you lived throughout your life, or how many people do you know? You get money, money comes in, money comes out. Money comes in, money comes out. Every single person in America has touched money their whole lives. The real question is keeping it. Again, that's an ability I really believe you discover. It, again, doesn't matter what your job, your circumstance. Everyone's going to have that. Things might make it easier or difficult, but does the ability exist within inside of you? Yes, it does. Well, I hope y'all feel me. So it's simple. This is why potential is great. And now think about the next thing I'm going to tell you with potential, but now tie it into the thing I love it. I keep hyping you up on it. You better get hyped on it. You know what it's called? The future. The future. Just telling y'all, man, you got experience in the past. Oh, you better get inspired and excited by the future. And if you're not, I love you, but fuck you. You know why? If you're not inspired by the future and excited, why? You know what's happening? You're not looking further enough. You're not looking far out enough. You're not looking into the future if it's not getting you inspired and excited. You're not excited by the next year, go another year. Go 5 years. You're not inspired by 5 years, go 10 years. Okay, you're not inspired by 10 years, go out to the next generation. My brother, are you going to die and leave this earth exactly the same? Or are you going to at least change it a little bit of some of the nuance or the little annoying things you've had to deal with? Just keep pushing it out. You'll get inspired. Otherwise, again, you might, if not, that means you're looking backward. At some point, if you can't get inspired by the future, you're just looking backwards. That's what we would call the doom loop. The loop of doom. But I'll tell you right now, your potential is everything that you could become that is just not became yet. That's why I get excited by the future. That's why I think you should get excited by the future. You have a dormant ability inside of you, and your potential is saying there is something you can become, and you simply have not became it yet. See, but now here's something you need to realize about potential. You guys all, are you excited? Right? Are you excited about the future? Wow, I have an unknown ability. I got not even an unknown ability, a dormant ability. I could become something because there is something I have not became yet. Wow, all exciting. Beautiful. I love it. I hope you love it. Time to punch you in the face. You know why? Because, my brother, potential without structure, that's wasted possibility. That's wasted potential. So you have this ability within inside of you. You have all this stuff you could be. And now you have no plan, no structure. There's no structure of how to pull this out of you. Do you see how you could waste potential? You could have all of these unknown gifts inside of you, this ability to change so much in the future. If you never structure and plan it, my brother, it's a waste. You know, I heard this the other day, and it blew my mind. I loved it. I loved it. Oh, but this one is amazing. Potential is God's gift to you. God gave you a gift. He put something inside of you. He wrapped the gift, put it inside of you. What you could become, wow, that's God's gift to all of us. You know why? Because that means what you are now does not matter. Isn't that beautiful? You could become anything, whatever is inside of you. And if it's inside of you, that means it hasn't became yet. Wow. So potential is God's gift to us. You want to know what our gift to God is? Isn't that weird thinking about giving a gift to God? I usually don't, right? Because I'm like, how can I ever gift God? Imagine giving God a gift. But potential is God's gift to you. But your discipline, that is your gift to God. Does that make sense? Obedience is better than sacrifice. You have the discipline to carry out this potential inside of you. Nothing says thank you for a gift like using it. And discipline is how you bring that potential to life. So like I'm telling you, potential is useless if it's not organized. If you're not organizing it, using it, putting in a structure or plan, it's a waste. There's no discipline behind it. Wow, thanks for this gift, God. I'm not going to use it. I'll even tell you, you know potential's dangerous, right? Oh, man. Go look at anybody with a lot of potential who directed it in the wrong way. Man, go take some of y'all. You guys are hustlers. You know that? Some of you got a good business acumen. Some of you know business, you know people, you know psychology. You have a potential to be one of the best businessmen in the world. Then you start selling pot. Oh, come on. I think that's accurate. You got the best potential in the world. You could have been the biggest stockbroker on Wall Street. Instead, you became an online pimp. Listen, I'm not shaming none of y'all. You know that? I don't give a fuck what you're doing. Have you never seen, listen, you ain't never seen them scammers, bro? You ain't never seen those scammers, and you see how much work they put in? So I've seen scammers before. They'll be like, I did a fraudulent this. I forged this. I would drive around the city multiple times, and they put all of this work into it. And you're just like, man, if that person just directed all of that energy and skill towards like a normal task, they would have been successful. That person would have been they didn't ever need to rob anybody. They didn't need to hustle anybody. Again, that's what I'm saying. I don't care if you sell drugs, bro. I could see the misdirected potential, though. Taking all the business acumen and then putting it into an area where it's like, okay, you're directing it not to the highest of your potential ability. You understanding? So, it's dangerous. Potential that don't get directed is dangerous. It could waste time, it could hurt you, it could leave you worse off. And overall, until you put your potential behind a structure, a plan, discipline, till you say, I'm going to point it this way and we're going to keep it, the compass that way. Again, follow the compass. Are you headed in the right direction? Until you get it structured, it's just all wasted. So I hope y'all feel with this. And now, why not? What is your excuse? Why aren't you becoming what is inside of you? Why aren't you discovering? Why aren't you obsessed every day with discovering this dormant ability inside of you? What is your excuse? And because again, when it comes to using potential, people usually have excuses. Again, the gift is inside of you. Why aren't you opening it? Oh, because... And I'll just tell you right now. And this one is a big one. I don't know, man. Who's with me for the second half of the year? Would any of you like to sign up for this challenge? 6 more months in the year. You need to do everything to live and bring your potential to reality. But here's the deal. I don't care if you accomplish that or not. I care if you give me an excuse leading into it. The challenge is for the next 6 months, I want you to remove every excuse from your life. AKA, excuses do not exist. So why didn't you do this? Because I didn't want to do it. That would be a better answer than you saying, well, because, and then the weather, and then outside, and then I had to go through this, and then this, and then Donald Trump, and then, do you see what I'm saying? No, I don't care. Tell me, why didn't you do this? Because I'm lazy. I will accept that. I would accept an honest answer of failure than any sort of excuse. And that's the thing. You know why? For these next 6 months, I hope this gets you ready for next year. You can't have, dude, excuses in your vocabulary shouldn't even exist. I'm telling you. I'll tell you right now. I'll give you the truth. Bro, when has an excuse ever helped you? Do you know why you keep using excuses? Seriously, save 10%. Why aren't you doing it? Why are you not saving 10% getting a long term? Why are you trading options before getting a long term? I know the answer. And let me just tell you right now, my brother, excuses are not protecting you from failure. You know that, right? Some of you know this. Some of you lie to yourself and don't know this. Some of you are aware of what I'm talking about. Some of you know damn well. Some of you made excuses your whole life. You know exactly them excuses ain't protecting you from failure. You know why? I've had excuses and still failed. Have you? You've never seen people, they have excuses and still fail? Nope, that happens. Having excuses don't protect you from failure. The only thing going through your mind when you cling to an excuse, it's protecting you from the effort that might have led to success. Y'all don't feel me. I hope they feel me. You get it? The only thing an excuse is protecting you from is effort. That's it. That's all. Bro, why did you not want to save 10%? Don't give me an excuse. I know why. It's not that the circumstance was bad. It's just effort. You're right. Because you think of an excuse, you're like, well, that's why. But it's like, it's also, thank God I have an excuse because then I don't have to put in that much effort. Again, you have a hidden ability inside of you. You got businesses, kingdoms, you got futures, corporations. All of this is inside of you. Bring it out. Oh, that's a lot of work. Are you understanding? The only thing an excuse protects you from is the effort. Where you're like, oh, I tried. You're not afraid of failure. Most people are afraid of failure after trying. They're afraid of the effort. So here's what I'm trying to tell you for the next 6 months. You should not use any excuses at all, no matter what happens. And you want to know why? Not only so you could unlock your potential. Oh, I'll tell you right now. Because the chances are your excuses are probably more expensive than your problems. Yeah, this is an economic lesson, dude. You understand? How many of you would sell a stock lower to lose more money? What if I told you could sell at the same exact price, but one of them you get hit with a back-end tax? You would avoid it. It's just cost. All we're talking is cost. Same lotto ticket, same payout, 2 different prices. Are you getting it? Your excuses are probably more expensive than your problems. Think about it. You think your problem of lacking money is expensive. You think that's a problem? What happens if you never take effort and live up to your potential? I guarantee you in the long run, that excuse of not putting in that effort is going to cost you more than having nothing right now. You think life is bad now. My brother, do you know the cost if you follow through with your excuse not to start? That's what they tell me with the long term every time. They're like, it's hard. I can't do it. I can't do it. My brother, if you can't do it now, today, if it's hard today, what's going to happen 5 years from now? 10 years from now? Are you following? Your excuses are more expensive than your problems. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you feel. And I hope to see all of you unlock and unwrap this gift inside of you. I'm excited about it. I hope you get why. I'm excited for the future. Like I told y'all, imagine, I look forward to meeting some of you. Like I'm telling you, imagine, I'm talking to a bunch of people who got a bunch of dormant abilities. And believe me, after what I've seen last year, the years before that, I've literally watched people bring these abilities out of themselves. Bring it to life, then bring it to the community. and then bring it to everybody around them, and then change their life and do all of these things. You know, so I'm telling you, we've witnessed this. It's a very exciting thing. That's what I'm saying. And if you already thought, you're like, wow, I already made so many changes, already this. Well, guess what? There's more. There's something else still inside of you. If you like the first part, oh, get ready for the second part. So like I'm saying, bro, this is a beautiful thing. But like I'm telling you, the easiest part. There can't be any excuses to get there. Your potential, bringing it to life, bringing out a dormant ability that is already yours and that is already inside of you. There's no such thing as excuses. It doesn't tie well into that. So I hope y'all feel me on this. Oh, because I think it's beautiful. But I'll give you one more. That's just the first part. But this one is it, man. This is something I have kept bringing up, and I don't know. The days lately, they've been very reminiscent towards this, and you could see it at various moments. It's like we've been talking about. Those of you who can make a decision, and in the middle between decision and result, how you respond to that and how you handle that uncertainty, that is what's going to take you far or not. So this ties into it. You don't need better circumstances. You actually don't need anything. Do you see what I'm talking? Potential, bring it out. Come to life, learn your skills. Learn the rules of the game, even if they're rigged against you, so you could dominate. How? You don't need a circumstance. You don't need an environment. You know what you need? A high tolerance towards moving imperfectly. And then moving imperfectly towards what it is you want. See, that's the second part about this. Can you say, do you have that? Does anybody in here have a high tolerance towards moving imperfectly? Oh, I think it's beautiful. Oh, I love it. Think about it. Moving imperfectly. Can you tolerate that? You gonna make it to the finish line, but it's gonna look a little sloppy. You know, that play might go up 1,000%, but it might go down 50% first. Oh, there's a lot of it. I think everybody's life is this example, is it not? Think about it. You advance through life. Some of you got jobs, families. You've built things, but when you look back, it's funny. You're like, wow, that worked out perfectly. But it was very imperfect in terms of how you moved. Right? You kind of stumbled here, didn't know what I was getting into there. Then the next thing, then this thing taught me that. And then I learned this. I never thought that was going to be there. And then look at where I am now. I mean, again, bro, I don't know. I'm in finance. I studied politics. I studied philosophy. And I'm on that, but how did I learn about fixed income? Huh? It's moving imperfectly. What is your tolerance towards that? That right there is the answer. Stop focusing on better circumstances. Stop focusing on anything external. Do not give me an external excuse. Start learning on honing in this skill of being able to move towards what you want and have a high tolerance towards imperfection. A high tolerance towards imperfection in movement. Oh, you could do that, my brother. Wow, I think you have a nice long life of movement ahead of you. So I hope you feel. So that being said, the final part of today is a very quick Miles. I like this one too, because he's gonna talk about some stuff, and he said what people are focused on, and don't make it too spooky, which I like. I agree. You know that the biggest problems in the world, spirit, God, you name it, it's not spooky, bro. You know that? There's not, sometimes, bro, like, and I've said this philo before, you know, and I love God. I love the spirit world, all of it. But, like, dude, not everything's a demon. You know that, right? It's not that spooky. Oh, man, the devil keep thwarting my plans. No. You just keep running away every time intolerance arrives. You keep putting in the things that don't help you in your mind and then ignoring the ones that do. It's not that deep. So he talks about this. But he said one thing. He said one thing, and you're going to hear it. He says, all I got to do is get your mind changed. That's where everything is. You know that, right? Oh, and I don't know who needs to hear this today. But I don't know who I'm talking to. But I think the biggest gain you have is on the other side of changing your mind. And not changing your mind to the pillars, but simply changing your mind to how you view your potential. Changing your mind to viewing what you could accomplish and when and how. That little change is enough to turn the farmer to a moneylender, as some would say. So that being said, here is your boy Miles.
I think we become so spooky, we forgot where the battle is. We become so spiritually spooky that we have actually invented demons that don't exist. And we're fighting things that aren't there. And the real battle we're missing. Jesus is mine. He was always going after the mind. Always. He said, if you hear my teaching, listen to my teaching. If you follow my words, listen to my words. He said, my words are spirit and they give you life. He's trying to get it through your soul. If I can get your mind changed, he says. I think we become so spooky, we forgot where the battle is. We become so spiritually spooky
forgot where
that
the
we have
battle is.
actually invented demons that don't exist. And we're fighting things that aren't there. And the real battle we're missing. Jesus is mine. He was always going after the mind. Always. He said, if you hear my teaching, listen to my teaching. If you follow my words, listen to my words. He said, my words are spirit and they give you life. He's trying to get it through your soul. If I can get your mind changed, he says.
Don't forget where the battle is. If I asked you right now, where's the battle? You think it's the stock market? You think it's the politicians? You think it's APAC? What do you think it is? It's not. The battle is in your mind every single day. Do not forget this. That's where it is. The whole point, Jesus wasn't saying anything else. He was just saying your mind. He said, listen to the teaching. Follow the teaching. He's telling you how you view things. Always in your mind. The biggest battle when the market opens, market closes, is what's going through your mind. You know that, right? From market close to market open. What you are going to respond to is going to be determined on what you put in your mind. I mean, think about it. That's why we talk philo. So I've been saying, I was like, y'all don't think outside is coming into this? Oh, that's cute. Oh, it is. That's it. All he was focused on was, well, if I could get your mind changed, that's all it was. That was enough to change everything for people. In every battle, every day, my brother, it's all about your mind. What does it get you to think about yourself, the world, your potential, the future? So the battle is in the mind, my brother. So, Chad, I hope you feel. And I look forward to seeing the potential, these gifts come to life. But it's going to happen once you kill excuses. And just remember the cost of those things. They're a lot higher than they seem up front. And above all else, man, don't forget where the real battle is. Every day. What leaves you walking away thinking more or less, and what you're thinking about. That is the battle every single day with that beautiful piece of hardware that you have. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream-a-lots. God bless Charadonia. Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything, don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a fuel. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll bought more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
There's one more.
Ooh, Mumbai, my long term.
Yeah, RF is at Morgan Stanley.
Kumbaya,
Clapper-room.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend.
Stonks go.
Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're good, baby. We're good. We're good. We got 2 hours left. The Bears in control. They were earlier. I mean, for now, though, we're back to VWAP. It's not as ugly. Still a 2% down day, but yeah, it was a little uglier earlier, but not really off of anything. Just a mix of rotations, a mix of some oil war headlines, even though it's generally better than not. But yeah, other than that, we are, I think, getting ready. They really didn't listen. That's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape. Did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce. That sounds like a fair rate. Word is gold. They only kept theirs too late. So yeah, man. We out here, Chad. We out here, bro. We out here. Mm-hmm. The Palant, it's back to the level. I think no further than 200, but closer is the better. But yeah, be careful. If you don't understand that play, please don't take it, because, you know, right now I think actually, no, that play is up now. I think I shouldn't have repeated it. Same price. So yeah, but just again, I'm not going to walk you through any of these plays. So even if I give you the play and it's fun and all, but just, yeah, if you guys don't understand them, I would paper trade them and do not touch them. And then remember, sizing and any play until there's momentum is more likely going to suck rather than not. That's kind of how the last day or so has played out. You know, we woke up with Capital One and a couple of others, but any other smaller ones, if they don't get juice, they are not following through. Jana urges Fiserv to pursue non-core divestitures. Why not just sell the company for double the price? Fiserv's popping on that. It can run sometimes, but yeah, they've been in the recovery story gulag as well. You got a nice fill on Palantir. Yeah, I think they should be good, but yeah, just be careful. Kumbaya, my long term. It does, man. That's how I feel about right now. They really didn't listen. That's a damn shame. But the plan don't change. Maybe just the landscape. That's it, dog. It's exciting. It's exciting. The events are coming. The catalysts are coming. Israel will not let a peace deal happen. Well, yeah, but look at oil, but it's like, I don't think the peace shit matters. I've been saying this for a long time, though. But that's why I do think the rotations, how the market's playing out, how it's ignored, even bonds ignored some of the oil prices. I just think we're getting to a point where we're running into the events, not war related, that could start to change some things, both or exasperate what the war has already done to dollar, bonds, and all of that. But yeah, all this data, financial conditions, the real likelihood of where Fed policy is going to go. These are things, war or not, that'll kind of be a little bit more detrimental, and that's slowly what I'm starting to believe the market is getting ready for. When was the last time I ate at McDonald's? Oh, I don't know. My girlfriend brought it for me one time. Maybe like a couple months ago. Because you guys know my girlfriend loves McDonald's. You know that? At first she was like hella bougie. Because like McDonald's in Europe are really nice. But then she came to America and she would talk shit about McDonald's. And now she'll be like hyped about a Big Mac. She loves McDonald's. It's disgusting. She's a full-blown American now. But yeah, I've had it pretty recent, I guess a couple months. I've had Chipotle more often. You know that? I think I get Chipotle every other week. It all just depends on my workout. I use Chipotle as like a post-workout meal. Panera? Yeah, it's good. Do I allow her? Do I allow her what she gets to eat? Wow, that's amazing. No, I do allow her. I didn't know I was in control of that. I didn't know I had that ability. I'll try it next time. I'll be like, you can't eat that. That's just Josh Atola says. They're becoming a residential general contractor. No way. Congratulations. It's good work. I'm telling you, even then, although you would think real estate and all that stuff, it hasn't been as active. I mean, the builders, I feel like, have been active nonstop. She likes Taco Bell. Yeah, she likes American fast food. She used to be a real hater. You had the McGriddle. Oh, the McGriddle goes crazy. I like a McGriddle. I kind of want one now. But if I eat one, I'm going to get so tired. It's so terrible. But yeah, the McGriddle, that thing has been slapping for decades, bro. You understand? The McGriddle goes so hard. What a genius. They're like, yo, let's put like bread. Let's put maple syrup in the bread and make it like a pancake with like a sausage. It's such a great idea. Baxter. You used to order the McGriddle bread? I didn't know you could do that. What? You don't allow me to eat Chipotle? Why not? Chipotle's not bad. It's like generally healthy, I like to think. It's just rice and steak. But then you know what I hate? This always happens to me, bro. I'll order Chipotle and I always get the fucking hard rice. I don't know why. They always give me like an old scoop of rice and then the rice is like crunchy and I hate it. That's just the only time it gets bad. Other than that, though, I'm pretty... that's why I bought Chipotle at the low. I might even be down to buy more Chipotle, but I go to Chipotle. I still think Chipotle is a crazy business. You guys don't realize, like, they make like $3 billion a quarter off of fucking burritos. You don't think that's insane? That's the thing I think just gets swept under the rug, is like people don't really realize Chipotle is like one of the only big restaurants. Like, bro, they have brought in fucking mass scalability to burritos. Are you understanding? $3 billion a quarter. They make $1 billion a month off of burritos. Y'all telling me, like, that's why I'm saying, like, even AI, bro, and like wait till motherfuckers get like universal basic income and then they go through like a Chipotle binge, because now they're like, oh wow, I could afford guacamole now because my robot does my work. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go get me some guacamole every day. You'll do it for like a week and then you'll get sick of it. But yeah, I think people are underestimating. Yeah, like seriously though, bro, we're talking it's a multi-billion-dollar burrito, and I don't think people are wrapping their heads around it. It took me a while. I don't like how expensive it is, but yeah, I think they have the burrito game cornered. It's near the low. It just sucks with the food places, but they haven't been too hot. But man, we could get an average down. $1 billion a month off burritos is crazy. I know. That's what I'm saying. Dog, when you really put it in the scope, you're like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. Bro, nobody does $1 billion off of food, let alone just purely burritos. I tried the sweet greens wrap. Don't get there's like a jalapeno one. It was really spicy. I didn't like it. But it was decent. And then I got pissed off though too. I got really mad. I was hungry. I ate it anyways, but I went to Sweet Greens, and then tell me why, bro. This B word. I'm going to call her a B word. She's making the food, and she has gloves on, right? But then she keeps wiping her nose with her gloves. And then I'm just a germaphobe. I guess that's why. And I was like visibly vomiting. I almost vomited. And she just kept like half high key like picking her nose. And then fucking making my wrap. But then I still ate it. I didn't give a fuck. You know, I was a little disappointed. I was like, fuck it. +1 immunity. You know, that's how, I don't know. I wanted my fucking Sweet Greens. Okay, but yeah, but then the wrap ended up being a little too spicy. Valid crash out. I know. I was a little bit bothered by it. But, you know, we thugged it out. Yuli! Welcome, brethren. That's insane. I know. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I wasn't a Karen about it. I think I would have been justified. But yeah, I tried the wrap that day from Sweet Greens. But Chipotle, I mean, I'm telling you, I have Chipotle at least once a month, sadly. You guys are right. I'd rather go. I like the Mexican shops better than Chipotle, but like, you got to realize Chipotle is like all about supply chain for me. It's just so easy. There's a fucking Chipotle everywhere. I could either deliver it or go pick it up. And I'm telling you, that's it. I'll leave the gym, order pickup, boom, it's waiting there. Yeah, I grab it, in and out, bro. That's, you know, you guys know my schedule. Sometimes I don't even get to eat till later. And then if I'm late on food, I'll just order that shit, and then that's it. Call it a day. But yeah, they got supply chain, bro. I'm a big fan. Chipotle is just, they grew so much, and then the growth, you know, they're holding this $1 billion a month on burritos, but they're not necessarily growing. You know, at one point they weren't making that much, and they grew to $1 billion. But yeah, I mean, Chipotle's been one of the only restaurants in the modern era that has had like mass success. I love In-N-Out. I hate it though. I hate having to explain people In-N-Out, Because they're like, In-N-Out's not that good. I'm like, bitch, it's $2.99. You understand that? You cannot, it's not like In-N-Out is not like a gourmet burger. But for $2.99, you will never have a burger that good. I don't know. I've tried to explain this to people. My girlfriend, she had these friends come in too, and they're not from here, and they're like, "Hey, we tried it. It's overhyped. It's overhyped." And I'm like, it's $2. I think you are missing out. What's happening here? It's a $2 burger, and it tastes of the level of quality of something you would easily spend $10 for, at least in California. No, I love In-N-Out. I love it. San Antonio, try Burger Boy? No. I've had Whataburger. Whataburger is pretty fucking dope. I actually enjoyed that. We used to chill at In-N-Out in high school. That was the spot? No way. Ours was Jack in the Box. We fully loitered in the Jack in the Box parking lot. That was our thing. Yours was mocha salsa? What the hell is that? Two for one. Is this still 2 for 1? Those are some good times in life, brother. Some very good times in life. 99-cent tacos. Tommy's. I haven't been to Tommy's in a minute. That was like back in the day. I never really liked Tommy's like that, but that got some Cali hype for a little bit. You just had Whataburger? Shit your brains out. Okay. I only had Whataburger once in my life. Because all the Texas people were like, what's better than In-N-Out? You gotta try better than In-N-Out. It wasn't bad, though. I wouldn't say In-N-Out worthy, but they did it. Cracker Barrel on the high. Some Apple. No, I'm trying. I mean, it seems like Apple's turning into a lagger, but I just wanted to see where Apple was going to hold up on the in terms of like where this rally and market leadership goes. What are they known for? I was just a Texas thing. Whataburger was like a Texas thing. And like, yeah, it was just like their little burger joint. That's how I knew, because I had a lot of Texas friends. And then in college, everyone from Texas. My sister lived in Texas. And that's like their In-N-Out. And yeah, and then it's open 24 hours. Yeah. Solid though. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was nice to have. But I had it in Texas. I don't know if I think that added to it. Steak and Shake? We do, but I don't think I've ever been to one. I know, this conversation is getting me hungry. I kind of need to take a dump at the same time. I don't know what just happened, but it's possible. Kumbaya, my long term. It varies by location. See, In-N-Out's always good. Don't matter where you go. Aragachi, foreign forces in proximity to Iran are at risk. To reduce risk, best solution for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other. That was the comment earlier. I haven't had Culver's, no. Take advantage of an opportunity to poop. Old head approved. I don't know, but like this conversation is weird. But like for some of you who really know me, you know, it's like my poop schedule has been flipped on its head this year. I don't know what happened. It was right after daylight savings. I stopped taking dumps in the morning. And now, dude, now they just like randomly arrive, which is very weird, bro. I don't know. I haven't really changed anything except for leg day. I'm like, bro, I used to be a fucking automatic, bro. That was it. I was a robot with the poops. And now, like, bro, I don't poop in the morning the same way. And then randomly my body's like, yo, you need to shit everywhere right about now. And I'm like, oh, okay, damn, that's inconvenient. Just random. I just take random shits now. I used to be on a schedule. I don't know what happened, bro. I really don't know what happened. Some of you understand that. You've watched me, you know. When have I told you, you know, I've never, like, last couple years, I haven't randomly had to just poop. Like, this is, yeah, poop light savings. I don't know what it is. Your coworker's son's 10 was buying silver before it pumped. He's up 2K, so you sent him 500 into 500K. Now he has a portfolio watching. Oh, at 10? This guy's going to be richer than all of us if he actually gets the long term. Amen. You might need a Mac. Bro, oh my gosh, it might be that. No, because, dude, did I tell you what happened? At one point in the beginning of the year, I was taking magnesium. I was taking magnesium before I went to bed because I would be sore and it would help me sleep, right? And then I posted it and someone was like, you know, magnesium makes you hella sleepy. And they're like, well, you do good in the morning. And I was like, what? I didn't know that. But then I looked it up. Apparently magnesium gets you hella tired. So I stopped taking the magnesium because I was just excited still. I just didn't realize it. But yeah, but yeah, maybe the stopping magnesium. I know. You guys, I think I told you guys this. You said it was a myth, but yeah, I just noticed. I noticed a little more energy, but I mean, I'm a crackhead by default when I wake up. Leg day changes your digestive health. It might, dude. Magnesium glycinate. Yeah, I do the triple one. Maybe I might need to get me some magnesium, bro. I don't know. But yeah, it's been a weird year for the poops. Super weird year. IWM, it is back to green. Dow is only down by 0.052. SPY down 0.6. NASDAQ down 1.7. So I guess half of the losses have been recovered. Again, this was getting pretty ugly. You're back to the last, like, these ones were more natural. These were just all computer cells. Kumbaya. We give medical advice, but no one's a doctor in here. Yeah, we have a couple of doctors actually, but then again, why you need a doctor? I got ChatGPT, son. What? Saddle sympathy set to skyrocket with SpaceX. What's the other one? Sats? All right, Chad. I gotta go. I got emergency poop. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
See anything specific, but we're going to continue monitoring and bring you any more context as we know it. In the meantime, we want to continue with AI. Philips 11th Annual Future Health Index, it is out now. It examines how AI is already changing the way clinicians work, how they deliver care and manage pressure across the healthcare system. Now, among its findings, how healthcare executives are discovering that AI just isn't about cost savings. So let's get into it. Jeff DeLulo is CEO at Philips North America. It is the largest regional market and division of the Dutch health tech company giant Philips NV. Those ADRs trade in the U.S. They're down about 3% year to date. As we said, Jeff joins us here in studio. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's good to have you here. We do feel like we are spending so much time talking about AI. It's just coming into every aspect of our world. Tell us, though, about the study that you guys do. It is your 11th annual. What it's all about, who you talk to, and what are some of the findings?
Well, thank you for having me, Carol. I want to set the table here very quickly because what I talk to healthcare CEOs on a weekly basis, and the same three things always are putting pressure on that system, as you said. They're delivering more care longer to people that are living longer, and that complexity of that care is increasing. So that's actually putting stress on the system. They have staff shortages, which continue to persist and got worse post-pandemic. Mm-hmm. And then the cost of delivering that care is actually continuing to go up. So all those three things are really putting stress on the system. But the opportunity that we see is AI in healthcare is becoming quite of age, where a year ago in this study, roughly 20,000 people, 2,000 clinicians, 18,000 patients. And what we saw from year to year is they've gone from experimenting and piloting in AI applications to much more broad adoption and impact in time back they can spend with patients, impact in quality diagnosis, and impact in well-being. And they've been very clear about that in the study.
What do those AI applications in healthcare actually look like in practice?
So I'll give you a simple example that everybody can relate to. So the average physician in this study said that they're getting 5 more patients per week because of tools that they're deploying in their practice. So when I go to my general practitioner, I get maybe 10 or 15 minutes if I'm lucky with him and most of that time it's sitting on the keyboard asking me questions, right? What we're seeing is they're getting the chance to ambient speak what they're talking, that dialogue. It's translating it into the medical record. So what they're doing is they're spending time looking you in the eye, asking you more questions. That's better for more patients they can see because they're spending quality time in the room, or maybe even more patients like we're seeing. Do doctors feel, or medical professionals, Jeff, feel that we are just barely scratching the surface when it comes to AI in healthcare? Yeah, a prudent approach is good because you want to make sure that you have responsible AI deployment, and we're hugely, as a tech company, we want to make sure it's responsible. But I actually think we're the scraps at the table and the feast is yet to come. What do you think that feast looks like? So take the life of a radiologist. So the average radiologist has to work all day, sees patients, maybe do procedures. Then they take all these studies, 200 studies home at night, and they have to go through these studies. That's pajama time, right? That's long days for radiologists. Mm-hmm. Which makes me always nervous as a radiologist who might be tired. Exactly. And reading exactly. So you have these long days, they're stressful. And I know there's great doctors out there, so I don't want to diss this. No, but the system is not meant for them to have balance. And so what we're seeing is AI in the work, in the pathway, the whole, if you don't think of AI as a bunch of point solutions that do discrete things, in healthcare, it has to fit to the radiologist. Mm-hmm. It has to fit into their workflow. So I can scan somebody with great AI much faster. I get it into their workflow. I can determine who the most important person is to look at. I can find the slices in their scan that are the most important things to look at and even recommend, we think it looks like this, you should look right here. If you can do that at scale for 200 studies a day, you're dramatically improving quality of life. That radiologist in the study, a third of them say they take a lot less work home and they're suffering less burnout and they're just charged in their balance. That also adds to quality, exactly like you're saying. I also feel like the data that is input, right? Like there's just more data sets that scans can be compared against, whether it's an MRI, right? Like, do you know what I'm saying? That we have way more data than anybody can use, but AI can use it. Right. And I'll give you an example. But I mean, when they're comparing scans, right? Yeah. It's something that might be overlooked. Again, not dissing anybody professionally, but when you've got just hard, cold data, that's what they're looking at. In the study, it'll say roughly half of the physicians that use AI as a buddy or as a check are actually more confident in the ability to make their own diagnosis because of the buddy check. And a quarter of them are saying that it's a significant improvement in the result that they deliver.
they're not missing medical issues. They're not misidentifying, and they're not missing things. And that's from the physicians themselves that are saying it's actually helping them have higher quality diagnostic, which if you're dealing with something like cancer potential, this is a big deal.
How do you kind of, I guess, help the physicians who maybe see, an introduction of a new technology as just another thing that they have to deal with on top of their already busy day? Like, do you get pushback from maybe, I'm trying to think of some of those old school doctors who still, do everything by hand. They still have paper notes. They still have all their files, in a paper form. This is a pretty advanced technology to have to implement.
I go back to this triple threat, the fact that there are not enough people to do the work today, and they're burning out the ones that are doing it. And so we actually find in most of the larger health systems, there's a huge appetite to embrace this if we're doing the design along the clinical workflow. The challenge is in the industry typically have thrown technology at people and said digest it, and the workflow has to change. We're not doing that at Philips. We walk alongside our customers. I work with all the largest health systems in the U.S. and Canada, and we're walking alongside them. So when we're designing it, we're having them in mind. The beauty of AI-driven tooling is that it can actually do the work if in the process that they're in. We can adapt to do the work. That's a lot different than deploying software and complex things that you have to learn screens and all that. All that goes away. And that's really the promise. That's not this magic black box thing. That's actually happening today in some of the leading health systems.
So where do you see it all going? Like, what do you, in terms of generative AI, and what role do you see in, like, I don't know, in the next 3 to 5 years? Like, do you have a feel of how dramatic the impact is?
Well, I think...
Or what are you hearing from the doctors that you talk to?
I think it's a journey that will be rightly done with some conservatism. Again, the operational aspects of clinical practice will have dramatic improvement. That's going to give staff back time to be with patients, and you're going to get a better workforce, and you may even draw people into the practice because they actually have these tools that help them be better at what they do, and they continue to have better balance. The sky's the limit, but we want to make sure when it comes to generative AI that we're really thoughtful about not getting over ourselves at a rate they didn't anticipate. So again, I think do it where there's high trust, build that trust with clinicians, design it around the workflow, and then you'll really get better adoption. And we're seeing that. We're seeing year to year, we're seeing a massive improvement in adoption of tooling that is giving life back to a community that joined the practice to serve other people.
Right.
So it's an exciting time.
Okay, so in maybe 3 to 5 years, is the artificial intelligence actually going to be making clinical decisions, i.e. you can go as a patient into a doctor's office, and instead of actually seeing the doctor, there's not a human involved. Essentially, the AI is giving you the diagnosis and telling you.
I think it would be foolhardy to think about what could be in 3 to 5 years because the rate of innovation is so fast. What I can tell you is we believe, as a technology company...
Well, yeah, I had a medical procedure there called bowel movements. Oh, why'd they cut me out, YouTube? YouTube, do you love me? Is it lagging? They say that it's lagging every day, but they don't fix it. Because it's dog shit. Oh, we're back. Yeah, they clapped me right when I came back. Good morning. Good afternoon. I feel great. I don't know. Is it sunnier outside or something? I don't know. Colors. The red on my screen. The green. It looks so bright. Wow. Good to be back. Good to be back. An hour and a half left, Chatadonia. That's it. They were talking about medical. I don't think anything else. What other headlines today? Just the war headlines. There was a couple that came out there. Again, they were giving updates on, Trump and the Marshall Plan. And then they were saying that they're still working on the frozen Iranian assets. The interview, I hope it was good, bro. When do you find out? I know, post-dump clarity. I do, man. I feel great. This feels awesome. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering stock place. Tell me, Chad, when did you last let your portfolio decide? A whole new low, filled with volatility and market hoes. They will say where it goes. The rally knows. Now I'm sorry. I feel so excited. That's good, baby. Turnaround Tuesday. It's turned around many times already. If you think about it, I do think I'm glad we got to clear out the low, though. So you got that out the way. And again, we had so many potential catalysts this week. So that is now finally out of the way. Dow's back to green. Same with the Russell. They hate AI art. That's also a banger. ALHC. That's been running from the morning. The morning. CNC's been going. UNH. Even Clove. I'm surprised even Clove. That's why I got rid of one of those. I'm still worried they're going to do an offering, but they haven't yet. TGX declares dividend. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Woo! Yeah, Fable, it's the it's like the watered down mythos for like cybersecurity that they're releasing to everybody. Because remember, they didn't release mythos to everybody. So they're yeah, they released some watered down version to get some people using it for cybersecurity. Yeah, I mean, today, I don't know. It's kind of a V-shape. It's been insane, bro. This was so... Look how... Again, this still looks like a Solana meme token. Got a little bit more normal here, but then that bounce already... I mean, you've already recovered half of it. We've got to clear out, retest the lows now. And then, yeah, you're still entering into a week with a lot of catalysts still right around the corner. So it's kind of nuts. How do I gather my team for long distance real estate? You don't. You just gather whoever's in the area that we're gonna need them there for. About now for the long term. I answered this one yesterday. I don't know if you asked me that. Somebody did. But yeah, I mean, I liked now a while ago, but you know, just I don't know. It's in a weird way, I wouldn't ask me about long-term plays anymore, which sounds weird coming from the Josh Atola. But like over the last like 2 to 4 weeks, we've had a lot of plays we've talked about, and then they've moved already a substantial amount. So, and then like literally, like no joke, like 4 days ago, I made a play for the long term because there was one that didn't move, and then that one already moved too now. So until we get back into a level where I just need a little bit more time to burn, I mean, I've made all my long-term decisions, sadly. So there's names like that I like, but like now, but then we had that discussion at $80. So it just, I don't know if it's as effective, you know, being in the middle where now it's off of the price that we liked, still overvalued and going to be volatile. So it's very tough to get involved. Cause again, I'm only getting involved at some of these lower prices where the risk to reward makes a lot of sense. So now if they're kind of awkwardly in the middle, I don't know how I feel about some of these names. I don't think they're bad. I'm just still, I'm just still not like excited about them. Google backstop underpins 35 billion chip deal for Anthropic. I played Clove a couple days ago on the first healthcare rotation. So the first day healthcare started rotating, that's why I was like, let me go for the dog shit one, even though it was a top blast. It worked. I sold out of one of them for a profit. I have another one. But yeah, that was like my risky momentum healthcare play. Yeah, stack deposits for now. And then, I mean, just again, if you acted a couple days ago when I did, I think that was a good last call. But then, and then the weeks or two before that, if you took any of the software, you also got rewarded for that. But now, I mean, you have value and growth both off of the bottom. And then, yeah, we're entering in a week or two with a lot of catalyst and the potential to move a lot. So that's why I'm kind of, you know, being patient. And I would rather kind of stack up and build until then. I think all of IGV, at least IGV chilled out, but yeah, a lot of the software plays are still up a shit ton. Intuit is the only one that's at a low. Or what about Workday? That was another one. I mean, shit, even CRM, yeah, even Workday's up. CRM came back down, which was fun. But yeah, I think Intuit is like the highest quality at the lowest price for software and only software. Option calls, it just depends. We just don't know if the momentum is going to keep playing out. So you could buy calls. If the momentum comes back, you'll get rewarded. But if you buy calls and then we move around and you don't get momentum, it'll be tough. So I did do a double dip on one play today, but it already went up. And then one of the old plays like that, let me put it this way, that Zillow, I haven't even touched it. That one just keeps bouncing around from break even to gain to break even to up 50 and then comes back down. So, but yeah, there's a couple of plays we're still in. And then I did do a double dipperoonie today on another. Repple Biotech. Look at this thing. It's up 3, but it's moved way more than that actually. ETF for long term. If you don't have time, and you know, if you're not gonna put in the time and you really just want to deposit kind of passively, those could get the work done. Yeah, it has popped there, huh? Well, welcome. Make sure you get a long term if you are starting options. That's been the one thing I've said to start with, which will, I think, help you out a lot if you're really trying to learn the right way. Kimberly. Google came back up. Remember Meta, Microsoft, and then Apple and Nvidia. Those were the really bad ones. Nvidia came back up though. They were down a lot more. And then EWY is still down. Disgusting. Chips are down 2.5. Again, they were down 5 or 6. What happened to Xerox? Palant. Zillow's not bad. Where's gold and silver? Yeah, Pavs was discussed, whatever that was. There's been a lot of those little, like, small China scam runners. They've been going crazy. I feel like I've seen one a day as we've been in this weird volatility environment. Dabe. Well, Warsh. But play, well, we got to get through the CPI. I mean, there's just, yeah, I don't know. Like I'm telling you guys, I don't know if this isn't the event you want to front run. We just don't know what's going to happen. Like I'm saying, CPI, Bank of Japan, ECB, whatever happens with the government in between then and then Kevin Warsh's first meeting, you can't really front run it. You can, but you don't really know which direction. And like I'm saying, as this all culminates, that's going to tell us where the dollar, bonds, and leadership ends up. And then from there, I think it'll be very easy to make plays. Right now, it's very hard to make plays because now you don't have the momentum. The prices are still kind of high, and then you don't know what's going to happen. So you're thinking the right area, but just, yeah, I wouldn't go too early. And like we're saying, we don't know what's going to happen this week. Like I'm saying, what if CPI is better? CPI is better, or it's bad but not as bad, and then factor that into some of the other global events, whatever we get from the White House this week. And then if, again, Kevin Warsh could be very good or very bad, we don't know. So like I'm telling you, it's once we figure out that, this market will be easy again, just how it was easy to buy the dip in March and April and then ride it out through May. And we did the same thing in May. We rode Catalyst, and then once the Catalyst disappeared, you had that little gap, and that's where we started to melt up even more. And then, yeah, we went from there. But for now, you are going to need a lot of patience. Thankfully, we've talked about this for a while, and we've burned enough time to get here. But, yeah, like this next 2 weeks, any play you make, it will be at the mercy of whatever occurs. And that's the problem, is that we know there's an event, but we don't really know what the results are going to be. It better be better. Hey, Habibi, no guarantee, man, you know? I have no bias to go up or go down. I am happy, you know? I am happy. You just want to have fun building the long term and trade before school starts. No guarantees, Habibi. We're not here to have fun. We're here to make money. So long term, that's little by little. The trades, you'll be at the mercy of whether or not the bubble continues. But remember, let me just put it this way. The more desperate you guys get for a move, you guys are going to pop the bubble. Okay? That's so just fine by me. I'm already cashed out a lot. But I'm just saying, the more desperation for a move, and if you force it, we already know it's going to happen with luck. I'm already telling y'all, bro. So you got to just be mindful. Be mindful of it all. And then, yeah, if you want to restart options, I mean, just make sure you got your long-term and that you understand it. That's one of the scarier things, is that as of recently, I've seen a lot of people who are like, yeah, I did this 4 or 5 years ago and now I want to get into it. But if you didn't really learn and pick up on like what it is, you know, that's kind of the the problem, where it might backfire. You know, we've been talking a lot about just understanding what the options are will take you a long way, but you know, don't force, don't be desperate. Those are the two best pieces of advice, but if they are not followed, I mean, and we can reasonably forecast what to expect. SPY credit spreads, put credit spreads. If the volatility, I mean, after today the VIX climbed a little bit, but anytime into like bigger sell-offs, I mean, the selling puts has been good. We talked about that end of March, so I still think volatility could go higher, but I would keep that idea in mind. Geo CXW, House votes to advance 70 billion GOP immigration bill. I know, dude. PDT rule, IPO. Wasn't there one more thing they changed? I guess perpetual futures. But yeah, it's funny, all this stuff coming in at June. Midterm money glitch. Well, that's the thing too. You guys know the midterm money glitch already hit. So again, I'm still keeping my eyes out for more, but and then in like half of the market, the midterm money glitch is there, but just yeah, I don't know. I think some people interpreted the midterm money glitch to mean that we sell off right ahead of the midterms. That's not what it says. The midterm money glitch is that we hit the low of the year sometime before November. And that's kind of the problem, because we hit the low of the year in March. So we were saying that all through April and May, where he said, hey guys, you should be prepared, where that could have been the low. But yeah, what we're waiting for now is just that the October signal. You don't really want to be holding too much cash after that. And then we're going to see what other industries didn't appreciate. But for the most part, I mean, if the midterms happen tomorrow, the midterm money glitch played out how it should have. The first part is that you hit the low ahead of the low of the year happens ahead of the midterm. And then the second part, that's the part we should be focusing on now. Because again, I do think some people are like hoping the market sells off right before, and they're like, midterm money glitch. But it's like, remember, you technically already achieved that. So the one goal you would have had ahead of the midterms, hit a low before the midterms, you did that. You hit a low in March. So what you should be focusing on now, what happens after November? Does anybody know? So midterm money glitch, assuming we might go down more, awesome if you have cash. But what if we don't go down? What if we stay right here and then the midterms happens? So what's the thing now? What's the next part of the midterm money glitch? It's the reason why I am telling you I am not going to hold any cash come October, November. Why? What is the logic behind how history plays out with the midterms? So, because a lot of people keep bringing up the lows, but again, we've already achieved that first one. So again, we might go back down, we might not, but that has already been in the books. But what's the second part now that makes this such a compelling trade idea? There's something else that happens every time. Yeah, ding, 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 ding. So that's the second part. It is always higher 6 months later. So wherever the day the midterms are, the market's going to be higher 6 months later. That's just how it's played out every time. So that was the whole idea. That's why we're going to take notice of what industries are lagging or what's ever still at the lows before then. But generally speaking, I mean, the other part of that play and using the money is that it usually creates upside for the next 6 months, pretty much from now November till like April, June. That's where the market it has always hit a new high after that. So ta-da, or at least not a new high, but it'll be higher than where the midterms were. So that's why, depending on where the market is when the midterms come in, that's going to help set up that range as well. So yeah, that's the two-part equation. That's why I'm saying it's like we got one low of the year. We bought Oracle, and again, that's something I brought up even on the Oracle video. We didn't know how it was going to play out. That's why take advantage of good deals when they're in front of you. But at the same time, we got to get through that. And then once we get through the first half, depending on whether that was the low or not, the next part of the play is capturing the gains that follow afterwards. So, yeah, that's how I'm chopping it up. Epsom, EPSM. Yes, there was only one instance. The one instance you didn't hit you hit the low after the midterms was 2018. But then in that case too, you were still higher 6 months later. So 6 months after the midterms, you were still that has been bulletproof. So wait for a 20% down day or better. No. Tell me the make and model of your vehicle so I could slash your tires. Why are you making this so difficult? You get what I'm saying? This is the part where I'm kind of, we've talked midterm money glitch from the beginning of the year. And like I'm saying, I don't know why people are making this difficult. It's very simple. You hit your low before the midterm. Midterm is in November. You hit a low of the year prior to the midterms. Guess what? We already did that. So it's either this is the low of the year or we come down 150 points and then that sets a new low. I don't care what happens. Either way, either or can occur, right? But then now the next part about this is that it comes back up and then we get into wherever this market is from the midterms, 6 months later, it's going to be higher off of that. So all I'm saying is we took advantage of the first part. We'll see where the lows are at, what's lagging ahead of time. But then come the what's it called? The midterms, we are probably going to be deploying all of our cash because the next 6 months will most likely be bullish. Yeah, I mean, NASDAQ moved like 4%, 4.5% top to bottom today. It's pretty crazy. U.S. has informed Israel it'll attack Iran in coming hours and pursue a non-limited major move on Iran, per U.S. officials. That candle looks ugly today. That little wick down, but SPY likes that headline. You want lower lows. Everybody does, but you know what I'm saying? Bending the facts aren't going to do anything. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people want to bend some of these, potential, like what could happen. But yeah, that's why I've been saying this whole time. Take everything unbiased. Otherwise, the info I give you is not going to help you. It's just going to make you more biased to whatever you want. But if you could take what I'm saying and you don't really care if it goes up or down, you will be able to make good opportunities or good actions. That's exactly why I bought Oracle in March. If I go play the Oracle video, you could hear me say it in the moment in the video, and I was like, hey guys, midterm money glitch. I don't know if this is going to be the low of the year or not. I see a good price in front of me. We're going to buy it. So just be careful. I mean, don't take something easy and try to bend it to confuse yourself or others. But even then, though, it doesn't matter if you use the facts to try to make it paint a picture of the reality you want. It's gonna backfire. That war is good for stocks. It is. I mean, I was telling everybody at the all throughout March and the end of March, I was actively reminding people that out of every single global geopolitical conflict, we were higher 45 days later. So I would remind people that. Then the news would be like, yeah, but this time it's different. And then the boomers, and then the young guys, and the Nick Fuentes kids, and they would all just, everybody freaked out. But yeah, remember, buy the invasion. Do you remember that? Do you guys remember when we were worried about troops getting deployed? And I was just telling you, ironically, buy the invasion is kind of a market thing. But yeah, well, you got to see that play out. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes in the moment, I know you got to be patient and it feels weird, but you know, that's that uncertainty, the tolerance towards uncertainty I've been telling you about. But it's like, yeah, you got to see how that one, just timing, and you see how it plays out. It takes some time, and it sounds weird in the beginning, but some things are really that simple, right? Like every global geopolitical conflict, the market is up. By the invasion, the market goes up, right? It's like, these are very simple to follow. Same thing goes with the midterm money glitch. You hit a low of the year prior to the midterms, which we've already set, and then the next 6 months after the midterms are always bullish. Super easy to follow. And that's why I'd encourage you to lower the noise around it and kind of just take it at face value, and it should help you out. Unch, 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 unch. Those unch premiums will not move, though. They were higher yesterday. They're moving. See, welcome to momentum. They're moving, but they're moving slow. You need a speed, brother. Speed. VMC. Power hour. Ironically. One major event this year that every time it occurs, it always leads to a major market rally for the next 6 months. The best part is that there is over 115 years of history, and not once has this failed. So what I'm going to cover in this video is quite simply the event that we're dealing with at hand, a little bit of the history and data behind it so you could get some examples, and then ultimately the buying window that you need to be looking out for. This is how I plan on building the long term this year. I am going to be looking for this window myself, and we are going to be executing it all live. So all I ask for, man, a like on the video. Tell me that I look pretty, and if it really does seem too overwhelming for you, we are going to be doing this live. We have been building all of these example accounts, $200 a month, $300 a month, $3,000 a month. These are long-term model portfolios, and you could see how it's done if it ever doesn't make sense. So the event that I'm talking about, quite simply, it is the midterms. I know it's easy, but here's the thing. You need to know why the midterms cause this type of reaction so that you can accurately spot the window. The window is important in knowing how to react in this scenario because midterm years are notoriously volatile, and they're actually known as the weakest period for capital appreciation. This means that spotting the window or missing the window, that's going to be the difference between you knowing about it earlier and only being at break even by the time it starts, or knowing about it earlier, getting in early and being up before all of the magic starts to happen. So eloquently put, why the midterms causes this reaction? Because it's all kind of dumb. This huge up and down is simply because of all of the noises. I mean, I think it makes sense to a lot of you. Some of you never got to experience this, but I want you to think think if you have, you get to hear all the promises back and forth. Lately, you've been hearing all about the housing and credit cards and affordability. These promises feed noise into the market. Then you get the opposition, the GOP, the people against it. They start going back and forth, highlighting the biggest and little failures. This starts to add a little bit more volatility. And now the best one is something called gridlock. I know you've heard this, but for 100 years in a row, man, Wall Street, they love to freak out about this. They say, oh my gosh, gridlock, split House and Senate. They're not going to be able to do anything. It's going to hurt the policy. And then just like clockwork, my friends, once the midterms are over, does not matter who wins, who loses, anything that happens. What do they start doing? They say, okay, we have certainty now. And then the markets start to build from there. So that's what you need to understand. I told you, I'm going to keep it simple and quick, but my goodness, these reactions are huge when you actually go and look at it. But now the first window that you need to be looking out for is the 2 months before the midterm. So I'm going to switch over to the screen. We're going to go over some of these history examples, but what you need to keep in mind is that this is not a rule, but a range. So stay vigilant, because no matter what you end up getting, it could play out a little differently. It's not like, okay, 2 months leaves automatically. It's to get an idea of how the noise injects into the market, how uncertainty enters, and then how uncertainty leaves. But the most iconic example of the pre-window is the dot-com era in 2002, 2 months before the midterms. That's when you had the bottom of the dot-com bubble. So you got to keep this in mind, and I think this is going to help a lot of you. But now let's look at all the other examples. So this is that example from the dot-com crash. Everything started selling off from 2000 all the way to the low of September 2002. That was about 2 months ahead of the midterms. You got a little bounce. It did meander there shortly after, but then that's what got you going until 08, and then you started taking off after that into your modern era. Now, I did want to start by showing you guys the main chart. This is how it looks like if you pretty much looked at every single midterm plotted out. I mean, again, at one point, the S&P was at like 9 in the early 1930s, and I did want to go over the history, but I realized some of you guys, you may not want the full entire 1930s history, so what I want to start with is pretty much the last couple of years so you could see it in the modern era and how it really applied. So what we're going to start with is the last midterm that we had in November of 2022. Now, like I said in the beginning of the video here, it is a 6-month rally window, and that's how you're going to want to apply this. Essentially, this 100% success rate, it is 6 months after the midterm. The market is always higher. Now, the average is about like 13%. The highest years have been 30, and then you kind of meander between that 15-20% level. Some years, there's a couple of anomalies where it wasn't that good, and there was some reasons why, but going back to November 2022, you can see how you took off within the next 6 months in a couple of years, but once again, in September, 2 months before, notice you had a lot of volatility in 2022, 2 months before, you bottomed out, and then after the midterms, that is what began to rally. The one before that, it was 2018. So again, this comes every 4 years, and once again, you actually started selling, and I believe this in 2018, this was one of the only midterms where shortly after, or essentially on the midterm year, you set the low of the year after the midterm. So prior to the midterms, on every other year that it's a midterm year, you hit the low before the midterm. So that's why I'm saying you got to be cautious for that volatility. 2018, you had the repo crisis, you had a lot of things with rates. Once again, it was a Donald Trump presidency, and you hit the low about a month or two after, and then once again, 6 months later, you are trading higher. So that 2 month window there, you still had your bottom, and that would played out, but this was your anomaly in the last 115 years that did change how things played out. And ironically enough, the midterm 4 years prior to that under Barack Obama in 2014, this was actually your smallest gain 6 months later at only 2.5%, because there was a lot of things going on. You were pretty much coming off of the taper tantrum in Europe and a lot of other things on the years prior. You know, you were just about 4 years from the Great Recession, and then you also had a lot of things going on with oil. If you guys remember, 2014, you saw oil's first dip. Well, yeah, that was around here, but once again, you had your October move. You didn't have too big of a low there in 2014. It was still generally a good year, so maybe that's also why it was smaller, but this was your smallest post-midterm reaction. So there in 2018, 2014, you get to see some of the anomalies, and that's why I'm saying being aware of this, use this not as a rule, but as a range to keep positioning in mind. It's going to help you out a lot. And then now, let's go back to 2010. You also had Mr. Barack Obama, and this one was a much better year and actually led to a 10% gain. Once again, in the midterm year, you kind of hit your low. This time, it was in like August and September, so about 3 months, and then you did hit the real ultimate low of that year in June. But then again, right ahead of the midterms, you started ramping up, and then after November, you hit a high, came back to the midterm level, and then you began to proceed on.
So even 2010 was like that. You ripped in 2010, but then the low came around, or you ripped in the beginning, and then it came around June. But then 2014 was a straight up year, and then that had the smallest post midterms gain, because that also had the biggest pre-midterms gain as well too. This video is called "Stop Trading Until You Watch This: Midterm Money Glitch." This was posted couple months ago, February 22nd, 2026, and that's why come the Oracle and the software decline, we started going there. I guess no, you guys should watch all of these.
On up, and this time you actually had the benefits of
quantitative. I ended up going through like 70 years of history, but
other things in the favor that led you all the way up to 2014. So now, let's go to George W. Bush. Oh, wait, we got to go before 2008. But yeah, George W. Bush now. That was in 2006. And now this one is an anomaly because, well, you see what happened after with 2008. But take a look at what happened after like August. Here's the midterm. Again, you were kind of having the range. You started off that year actually pretty good. But then you had the midterms in November 2006. And like I'm saying, 6 months later, you always end up. And believe it or not, by November or even halfway through to the next year, you actually were hitting a high on the market. And then...
So do you see that with 06, 07? That was the weird part. Because look at 06, 07... You hit your low, I think around March, actually. Same thing. Your low of the year came around March. Then you ripped up. And then, even though it was 6 months after the midterm, you actually ended up higher. But then 2-3 months later, the market literally crashed. So do you see how that one where the midterm money glitch worked, but you could still drop after that 6 month window?
And all of your problems occurred with 2008. So this is another anomaly, or it should kind of just give you a reality check where, again, it does give you an opportunity to position, but if you ever go through something broader, I mean, 1 year later, remember, your expiration period on this is about 6 months. And again, I should even tell you, this is all for the long term as well, so be careful trying to gamble on it, because like I'm telling you, these windows, as you're going through the years, it does play out a little different each time. So now the next year that we had was 2002, that was after the dot-com one, that's what established our nice 2 month window, and then this was a very good bottom, especially with some of the stuff we're going through with tech and all of that. A lot of people have been gravitating towards this midterm, I mean, even with the higher for longer rates and all that other stuff occurring. So let's go back to the other midterm, 1998 with Bill Clinton. I did not have relations with those options. So as you can see here, this one was actually a very good year, and then you did start to get
volatility. This was about 2 months or 3 months ahead of the midterms. You had your dip, and then you started to run up real quick, and then by November, you were already at the high by the midterms, and then again, 6 months later, you are running into the peak of the market. And now I think we got to go back one more time and take us to 1994, because that was the other Bill Clinton term. So once again, you were already starting off that year good. You had some volatility, but it was mostly to the upside. And now in this case, you actually just started running up like literally into 1994. It's kind of like Obama's, but you were already up there, and then by November, you kind of went up a little bit. Then meandered for
I think 98. Those were both years too that you set your low early in the year. But
a couple months into the new year, and then that's what took off that 6 month window, and then you really started ripping. So that was Mr. Bill Clinton in 1994, and that one was a 16.9% rally. The other one in 2008, after that little bottom in 2008, 1998, that was 23% rally. So that was a very good reaction as well. And now we get to George H.W. Bush, Mr. Senior, and get to 1990 and what happened there. So once again, you're already edging up in this time.
So yeah, you can see, go through all of them. That's a good little refresher. 5 minutes on 2 times speed. And then where's the other one? I did not have relations with those options. I feel like that's what Bill would have said. And then Oracle. Yeah, I like the market cap. Oh, you got to get out at irrational price. Don't want to buy at the most expensive, like almost $10 for. So it's lower than the decline at a pretty. There had 8% midterms. You got one area of volatility lower. I do think it has a lot of risk with everything from OpenAI down to their debt, but the key that I've been going over right now is positioning. Ahead of the midterms, you got one area of volatility with software. I wanted to make sure I took advantage of it, and simply by using one of the deposits at the time, I either had 8% cash or 0.8 or 1.8 in the bigger account. By going with 0.8 or like 0.9, half of the 1.8 that I had in the YouTube account, or again, since I had 15% cash since the small or the bigger rebuild account, it made up a little bit more with each deposit. The way I was looking at it is like, yeah, there is risk with Oracle. Are you getting it? That's why we brought software. Do you see how this is all tying together? I hope you are. So yeah, that's why it's like whatever is down ahead of the midterms, you could take advantage of it. If it already is ripping, then that's a different story. Net is on the low. That could be their investor day. Like I was telling you guys, they had kind of a pivotal one. It's already 12. I thought their investor day was going to happen earlier. But yeah, does this make sense? This is something we've talked about, pretty much a theme of all year. I mean, we've been talking about it for several months now. And then we're halfway done, but I do hope you guys are getting it. It's not going to be as easy. It's not like I'm saying where, you know, many years you could hit the low early on and other things could happen. Or again, at this point, we're going to be relegated to just shopping by industry if this market stays up. But either way, the general principles and what to expect momentum wise, they are firmly intact. So, and even then too, like I was just showing you on some of those examples, I mean, a lot could happen between pretty much June and August with midterm years as well. There is times where that happens. 2K terms, I don't know. You know, like in 2K when you're down, you could be like down 20 points, but then the game lets you like come back. That's kind of what it reminds me of with the midterms. But other than that, I don't know if there's no political link with 2K, unfortunately. The link, search midterm money glitch on YouTube. I have to go find it again. I already X'd out of it. Why did you go to that strike price? Long term, good. Short term, no. Well, like I'm saying, I mean, I even put in the video, trying to gamble on the midterm money glitch, that could play out a little weird. Just because, again, it's not like this is a if this, then that. It's not as direct. And just every midterm year has played out pretty different. And again, there is anomalies depending on how good it does prior, how bad it does, all those things. Now net is bouncing up. MQ. Got Marquetta. And then, yeah, Sweet Greens was the one running. Food Plays didn't do too bad today.
Oh, Shake Shack. Shake Shack Palantir. Was Howard at the Knicks game last night? Howard. No, I want to listen to that. I haven't heard that one in a while. We need some Howard. Didn't lie or deny.
Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy. But we still ask why. Did you go to that high? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy, please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like you. Why? Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
Woo! Amen, bro. Amen. Howard. We need more caveman financial advice videos. You might. It just, those videos scare me. Those videos scare me how well some people understand it. That's why I'm like, no, it's like a little too effective. Because then at that one point, people were like, can you just do the whole watch list like that? Which I'd be down with, honestly. I think it'd be good. No catalyst, bad. Catalyst, good. You get CPI, then you move. Move before CPI, bad. You don't know what happened. You don't know. After CPI, you don't know. Okay? Kevin Warsh, I don't know. Kevin say bad, market bad. Kevin say good, market good. So yeah, like, I mean, we really could save a lot of time, but I would hate to, you know, there's so much. I hope people want to understand it how I do. Like, it's deep and it's fascinating, a lot of complexity, but I mean, man, caveman financial is very effective at times. Spend all cash before midterm? No. After midterm, spend all cash. I go high. High after midterm. Before? I don't know. I don't know before midterm. After midterm, 6 month, high. So yeah, if that helps, I do hope that saves us some time. Assume I'm broke. Assume Howard didn't lie or deny. QSR on the high? Weren't they dropping earlier? Iran affiliated media citing a source, they denied reports Iran has sent a new peace or nuclear proposal. Comes after they reported to Tehran submitted a new draft said to be acceptable. They also rejected earlier reports Tehran agreed to transfer enriched uranium, indicating contradictory reports continue to surround the negotiations. What time is it? 12:17! Oh, Chad, the day is almost over. Isn't Zillow a down scenario with CPI tomorrow? No, because if CPI does good, they could benefit. And then if CPI is bad, I mean, it's just a matter of how they do. Because like I'm saying, just keep in mind, I mean, in the last, 3 trading days, the NASDAQ has lost like 7% of value. And then Zillow has stayed the exact same price. So again, it went a little lower, but nothing like crazy. You know, and that's exactly why I bought Zillow. It was already at the bottom. So, you know, that was kind of our logic with some of these laggers, is that if the market goes bad and it's already done bad, it shouldn't hit it up, or, you know, it shouldn't hit it lower in the same. Some can, like China, but yeah, it just all kind of depends. But in Zillow's case, I actually think it's been doing quite well for exactly what we wanted. Yeah, CBO, it needs to get above 290, back into the 300s.
Oh, Dualtron. 10 of them? Dualtron, you ain't even got a membership, dog. Bro, you gifted yourself. You see, it said Dualtrons received a gifted membership from Dualtrons. Even YouTube was like, bro, you deserve a gift. That's amazing. Horn. I've never seen that before. No, literally. It literally gifted him. That's why, because that was the first thing. I was like, you don't even have a membership. YouTube was like, yeah, we got that. Yeah, I know I've seen that happen before, but I've never seen somebody gift themselves. It said Dualtrons received a gifted message, a membership by Dualtrons. It worked, bro. It's amazing. Howard escaped. 9/11. Colton. What's up, baby? God bless you, too. Good morning, you guys. Good afternoon. Good happy end of the day, almost. Mm-hmm. Gifted membership glitch. They figured it out. In and out. That's what our long term is all about. Woo! Okay. Howard. No, I did not add Zillow to the long term. No. Latest long term was Kimberly Quality at a perfect time, but yeah, I mean, all this year I've only bought Tap, Kimberly, and Oracle. That's all. I mean, I know you guys, I'm boring 6 months in. Again, we had some other good plays we got to ride coming into it, but yeah, everything else has been short term. Long term's pretty easy to follow if you have been following along, but you know, that's the beauty of not making too many moves. You said buy into it. No, I said I like into it, but that's it. JK. All right, man. So, you know I don't like that, right? It's like I still like it, but you know, if you weren't in locked in, I wouldn't have timed you out. So come on. That's it. I told you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, he's late. I forgot. You guys know it's June, right? So I think I bring Yosh back. You know, especially with all these new locked in antics. It's that, or we don't have to bring him back. But if we don't bring back Yosh, I'm gonna double the price of locked in. So it's up to you guys. But we gotta, you know, I'm not tolerant. The Yashatola, you know, this close to peace deals. We can't, you know, I don't think this is a time to let off. Long term, there's only such thing as long terms in stocks. No such thing as long term plays. You vote Yashatola? We might. I said June. I might bring him back. And then I just realized it's already June 9th, bro. Riots have erupted in Belfast, UK, following the attempted beheading of a local man by a Sudanese invader. Oh, okay.
That's and we're over here worrying about the market going down. Oh my gosh, what is this? Yeah, bro. I mean, it just looks like a big fire, but that's how riots get started. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Dude, that makes so much sense now. Never mind. I know why some of y'all be acting out of pocket. It's this whole time. It's Pride Month. That's what it was. You were just celebrating, you little Besant. I didn't know. My bad. My bad. Maybe I don't bring out Yash. I don't know if that'd be if you get in trouble. But that makes a lot of sense now. I'm understanding it now. I get it. No, I get it. I was wondering. I was like, how come? I was like, I just told y'all sell before it dipped. I told you exactly what to look for, and y'all getting real flamboyant about some very clear info. Some of these jokes, I'm like, no, it makes a lot of. I didn't know you were celebrating. My bad. You should have told me. I could respect your culture. That's fine with me. But yeah, we're working, dog. We're working. But no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. You little Besant. I know. It's funny because, nobody understands that. I love it. It is. I be calling people Besant, and they have no idea what it means. I think it's a great way to communicate. How you knew KMB would go up on X dividend instead of down? I didn't. I just got lucky. Like I was telling you, the less desperate you are, the more lucky you will get. And then luck met preparation and opportunity. So I saw the opportunity of a dividend and a low price on Kimberly. Meanwhile, everybody was fucking going crazy for growth. So we just took it, and it ended up rewarding us a lot more. It shouldn't have. So I thought Kimberly was going to go down. That's why I'm saying it's so awkward, because I genuinely thought I was going to post that video, right? And then the next day it was going to go down, and then I was expecting at least like 20 motherfuckers to be like, ha ha ha, I fell, you fucking idiot. This aged terribly. I hate you. You're so bad. Fuck you. Fuck this scammer with your sock on your head. That's what I was expecting. And then they're like, oh, what a terrible Kimberly. And then you guys were supposed to go in the chat every 5 minutes that Kimberly would hit a low. And then you'd be like, Kimberly at the low. Kimberly at the low. My Kimberly is getting crushed. Josh, my short-term play on your long-term play is getting crushed. Fuck you, Josh. He's going Kimberly on the low. I thought that was going to happen for the next 48 hours. And then I thought Kimberly was going to bounce. And that's why I thought it would have been good, because it would have gave everybody the opportunity to get in lower and do all that. But in this case, it went down the day before X dividend by the dividend amount, and then it ripped because of the value rotation. But I didn't know that was going to happen. I was actually expecting, and I was preparing for the opposite. So I put that deposit down, and I bought that stock assuming it was going to drop in the next 48 hours. It dropped the next day, but yeah, now we're up like 5-6% plus the 1.25 dividend that you receive, which is kind of nuts. But yeah, that was not what I was expecting at all. So but again, that's the whole desperation, luck, and opportunity. All the stars kind of aligned. So making one good decision in one area kind of came full circle. You went and bought Kimberly, then said bet. You should have bet. I know you should have. I would have gave it to you. I was trying to. I think 3 people guessed it right, and I asked all of them. I was like, would you bet me for a house? And nobody. I said all you had to do is put up a car. Now you would have made 1,000%. So if you put up a $20,000 Camry, I would have put up a $300,000 house. It would. Man, maybe next time. Maybe next time though. I know. That's it. The conviction though. If you believe, man, sell the land and buy it all. That's what the Bible says. There's something I'm not getting. Well, it sucks Intel gave it up. But yeah, I'm glad. We still have a lot of growth, though, in the portfolio. So it kind of sucks. The latest one's on Oracle. I haven't made the long form video after the Kimberly, which I kind of don't want to now because then it's a little late, and after how it's moved, I don't want people top ticking plays. But generally, the portfolio is exactly the same as what it was in March. I just have 30% more Kimberly now. So I think I have 10 shares of Kimberly and then 100 on the big account instead of like 70 or 60 or 7 or 6. How patient for real estate? Better to wait more than stocks or bite on the good ones? I think you know the answer to that. Simple. I will buy a good house deal at any moment. So, like, hypothetically speaking, if Iran launched a Shahed drone on the American mainland and buildings were getting bombed and on fire, and somebody was like, I'll sell you my house for 70% off, I would buy it that day. So I don't care about anything. All I care about is the price of real estate. So that's why I say you all should be looking every day, have an area, have a general idea in mind for real estate, and look. And then the moment of opportunity comes your way, I mean, it's just like these windows with stocks. You got to react when they're there. But there's no like ample waiting period, if that makes any sense. You actually don't want to wait too long for anything. Same thing with the stock. Good price, I would take it. The Trump, there was one Trump, I think here. Or no, right here was the little, that's where we bottomed out on the Trump True Social about Iran. I mean, it did do a lot. Like, you got to think about it. So, like, here's the long term. Again, remember, Intel hit 130. Intel's down to 100 now. So even with Intel slashing 30% of that, your long term still right near all-time highs. So again, some of the value and the other stuff coming up that was built out, that helped a lot. So again, I think the same thing on the Fidelity, but Fidelity's more concentrated with Intel. But then also, too, holding that cash also helps stabilize things, too, so that you didn't get clipped too hard. What? Okay, I guess so. Yeah, what the fuck? So, again, holding cash, getting good value. I mean, we're still, again, Intel came down. You know, imagine if Intel was $30 higher, all of these portfolios would be even crazier. But, yeah, even though Intel stopped moving, it's not like you're paying for it as much if you've built out some of the other stuff. Still could be doing better, though. Honestly, I still believe I believe we need a lot more value when it's all said and done. That's why I like that cash. The cash is kind of acting like value, but yeah. Long term.
natives sold their land. They can, but they have to agree. It's even, there's weird laws on like buying native land. You can't even buy certain things, or like you could only develop it if a native owns part of it. But yeah, I don't know how that relates, but yeah, that's funny. Someone asked me that. Someone asked me about a native-owned property a couple weeks ago. You're torn on real estate, your home gone up, but you put as much into it. Gold didn't need any upkeep. Well, that's here. Do this. The next time it rains outside, go outside and sleep in your gold. And then tell me if you've realized where the value of your home comes from. Because that's the number one thing I've always said. I don't care if you're talking Bitcoin, gold. I said this during COVID. I said this before COVID. I said this after COVID. The number one bullish thing with real estate is you need it. You have to use it and live in it. And then population growth and all these other things. So that's why I'm always a firm believer in, like, that's why I like turning my paper gains into real estate. Because, like, paper is paper. Digital numbers come and go. But there's something about turning it into a trophy that you could stand in, sleep in. You could utilize it. You could use it for whatever. You could have an event. You could throw a party. You could hang out. You could rent it. Oh, so much value. The Zillow, you're still in DCAing and taking profits. Well, if you already done that, I'd call it a day. Again, I wanted to make it free at 100, but that's my plan, to just make it free after a certain pop. But I keep holding it even after it pops. But if you already made money on it, I wouldn't go too crazy. Again, none of these plays are, you're not supposed to hold them till expiration. I am just playing these with time just because of the momentum, the movement, and all of that. I don't want them to die if things take an extra day or an extra week. $20 cash in taxable, 15 in Roth, 10% in IRA, waiting for dips. I don't think that's a good idea. That's a lot of cash, brother. So even though it's split up in multiple accounts, I wouldn't go above 20% cash. But then if you have 5 accounts with 20% cash, I mean, yeah, but it's up to you. Again, that's not really what we do, or that's not really what I've even done over these decades to build some wealth. I don't like cash. I don't even like cash, even though we're building it in the long term right now. You know, it helps when there's good names at the low and it's nice to have. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad, like, you look at our portfolios, even with Intel, even if Intel comes down, you know, putting cash to work in other names, it's helped out. So, you know, the idea is always keep the money growing. But, you know, you are going to have to work your way through this mentality of, you know, holding a lot of cash, not working, not letting the money work a lot in hopes of getting a better deal. But yeah, you got to ask yourself how long that's going to take. On extra premium on your mortgage, just do bi-weekly payments and then add an extra $100 to principal. It'll save you like 10 years on the mortgage. Betting on a woman is like buying Bitcoin at the top. How did you go from I'm holding an extraordinary amount of cash to I don't support the institute of marriage? That's a big jump. Maybe it explains a lot though. Maybe. CBOE, they started off weaker. Extra 100 monthly. But yeah, it's like on the principal. You pay down principal. So it's not that you just like pay more. You have to select the specific option to pay down the principal. But yeah, if you throw an extra $100 a month towards principal and then you pay bi-weekly so that you could actually get more payments in, that saves you interest in the long run. That's the only mortgage trick I know for that.
Don't they allocate to the next payment? No. They that's why there's an option. Not every broker allows this. Nah, but there's an option where it says add additional principal. That's why you have to direct it towards the principal, because then once you pay the minimum payment, then they'll lower the principal. What about lump sum? You could do that. Just make sure the lump sum goes towards the principal. But then, yeah, that's just going to whatever. That's like paying down the mortgage a little bit. But then, too, the whole idea is that when the principal gets lowered, the next interest payment is lower. So, you know, because, again, that's how mortgages, it's calculating how much you owe, right? You pay 5% on $100,000. So then you make a payment, now you owe $99,500. Your interest is going to be on $99,500. So if you lower that principal, that means just lower interest in the long run. So, but the trick that's like very negligible, you do bi-weekly payments and then do an additional $100 towards principal. You could do either $50 every 2 weeks or $100 at the end of it, or even $200 a month. But $100 extra, reducing the principal, and then making bi-weekly payments, like after 10 years or after the course of the mortgage, you'll save like 10 years of interest. It's insane. Just those two little tricks, extra $100 a month, $1,200 a year, mixed in with that extra payment, it goes a long, long way towards reducing some of your back-end costs. You could set it up all through your mortgage payments. Just go wherever you pay your mortgage, and you could switch it to bi-weekly. And then after, there should be something where it says make payments, and then it should say like additional payments, and then it says towards principal. But the whole idea is towards the principal. But you're not allowed to pay down principal until you've paid your minimum interest of that month. So once you pay minimum interest, pay your minimum payment, then you could pay whatever you want after that. So that's the whole idea. We pay the minimum payment, then add an extra $100 to principal. So now you're lowering what you owe on the house. Even if it's by $100, that's $100 less getting interest. And then another $100 and $100. And then over, a 30-year mortgage, those little $100 and then less interest on the next payment, it slowly adds up. It's like the dividend. It's like dividend reinvestment, but in reverse. So instead of now compounding working against you, you fight against the compounding a little bit. And then again, the whole idea of bi-weekly payments is you get an extra payment. So think about it. If you paid every month, that's 12 payments, right? And then if you paid every 2 weeks, how many weeks are there in a year? 52, right? So now you have 52 weeks in a year. So let's cut that in half. You're left with 26, right? You're making 26 payments, but now think about that. If this was broken into months, that would be 13 months. So now you just got an extra 1 month of payments every year by paying bi-weekly instead of paying monthly. So by the end of bi-weekly, you technically made 13 monthly payments, where if you just paid monthly, you would be making 12 payments. So that extra one extra month of payments a year by going bi-weekly, that lowers your amount of interest that you owe on the mortgage. So you got to pay the same exact amount, the same bi-weekly like you were doing, but it converts into an extra payment, and then you're already paying down your principal. These little things will save you a fuck ton of money in the back end. That's if you're going to keep the house for a long time and live in it and pay the mortgage. Trump to ABC, recent attack on Iran was unnecessary, but I understand their motives. Thanks for breaking it down. Yeah, these are cool little banking tricks. You see what I'm saying? It's just like the payment thing is just a number thing. 52 weeks cut in half versus 12 months. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a weird little trick. And then again, paying down the principal, just like your credit card. Every time you pay down your credit card, you're paying less interest. Same thing, just on your biggest loan that you own. Yeah, it saves you anywhere from like 7 to 10 years. It just depends on how much you do it. And then obviously how big the loan is. You could do it for cars, but cars don't matter as much because cars aren't on very long payments. 3, maybe 7 years if you're really crazy about it, but the lower balance on cars, it's not the same amount. You could still save interest if you don't like paying interest, but like car interest, even if you paid off, minimum payments on a 5-year car mortgage, you're not going to spend more than a couple grand in interest. Whereas like, again, a house, 10, 20, 30 years of interest could be like half of the home's value. So welcome to banking. 3 drone attacks hit Iranian Kurdish opposition camp. Would you rather have 5 houses or 15 mortgages? Do I have 15 houses with the 15 mortgages? Or it just all depends. It all depends. But I'd rather have real estate. Whichever way. Just that's the thing, man. Like I was saying the other day. This is what I was trying to explain to my homie. Because I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, bro, it's the #1 tax shelter in the world. So if there's a mortgage, tax write-off. No mortgage, tax write-off. Doesn't matter what any way you look at it, there's some sort of benefit on the back end of taxes, not to mention preserving the value. You put in a couple $100 grand, that money's not going to fluctuate on a Donald Trump tweet, right? And it's just so much better to, and then again, if you levered it up, assuming you're not overpaying, that's why I give a strict emphasis on what you pay for the home, because then even if you have a mortgage on it, it's still going to put you in a better off position, ideally. It went good. I found him a property. We talked. He helped me with a couple things, but he's ready. He's still a little hesitant. But yeah, I have convinced him to sell off a portion of anything. I said sell anything, but I told him, I said he's not allowed to sell until he has a house to buy. But yeah, he's a little intimidated. What time is it? Oh, 12:47. Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the long term. Turning 34. Had my first month in the home funded by the long term. First harvest was great. Time and discipline and hustle till the second. God bless Chads. Amen. And happy birthday. So I'm talking about you cycling through, baby. Then the next cycle. And then the next cycle. And oh man, every cycle gets bigger. I'm trying to tell him, bro. I'm trying to tell him. Amen. 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 Should you do the mortgage thing if you're going to refinance in the next 5 years? It's up to you. I mean, if you are going to plan on refinancing, it may not, it'll save you some. That's all it's doing is helping you gain a little equity. But the real benefit of that mortgage payment is over time. Over time, split up the payments, add extra principal. That just keeps your equity. But literally, like hypothetically, you pay down more principal, what you owe on the house is going lower. So technically, if the house goes up in value or stays the same, that's helping preserve or increase your equity. The min-maxing, it gets you into forgetting the payment and getting used to it. Kind of, but it's like literally the same. That's just the irony of it all. Is like, yeah, I mean it's like a weird math trick. So there's just more weeks than there is months, but then if you cut the weeks in half, it's 13 payments. Whereas if you did the same exact time frame on monthly, it would be 12. I think it's because the weekends and the leap year, but
So technically you're making an extra payment, but like it's the same schedule. It's very odd. I think it's one of those little weird math phenomena. It's kind of like it's like your foot is as big as your forearm. It's just one of those weird little fun facts. So like 13 payments is still 12 monthly payments. 13 bi-weekly payments is the same time frame as once a month for a year. Happy 31st. What's this? 10-minute rig. You got a pop and an Aragachi comment. Claim over Strait of Hormuz as Western diplomats push back. 10-minute rigged. The concept would be good to include in the next video. Yeah, so half of them be like, fuck real estate. I'll never afford a house. Give me a gamble. Right now. I need a gamble so maybe I could consider home ownership. Fuck your 10%. I'm like, why? Why did this? I'm like, you should have met all the Chads who started early and with a small amount. So, I guess. Wouldn't these tax policies eventually greatly distort the real estate market? Would necessitate a significant correction? No, I mean, it's just, this has been going on from the beginning of time. So, like, people have been, like, tax law and real estate, it's been like this even before the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? So it's always been like this. That's the elephant in the room of real estate. That's what nobody talks about. I've heard people tell you to move to Puerto Rico. I've seen people give the worst ideas to save on taxes and all of this, and then people only bring up real estate for living and all of these other things, but like, this is one of the biggest secrets in the world. Every rich family knows this. I'm shocked I got to learn it, but that's why I said I've studied this shit. The richest people in the world all have real estate. Why? Because it's a tax shelter. Don't get it twisted. Again, even when they're like BlackRock, single family, tax shelter. Every rich people, why are they buying? Why does fucking Maxine Waters have a $50 million house? Tax shelter. Nancy Pelosi, multiple houses, tax shelter. Go down the list. If you are buying more than one house and it's not for you to live in it, tax shelter. Or if you buy a crazy house to live in, tax shelter. I'm telling you, the answer is tax shelter. And it's been like that for before even many of us started even making money. To put it into perspective, before I ever touched any real bread, it was always like this. You know what I'm saying? And it's always going to be like that. So I don't think there's like a secret pricing in or missing or overbooked value in real estate, when this has just been like the inherent feature of real estate from the beginning of time. What about it? Is it tax write-off? Everything. The money you put in, the upgrades, the depreciation. Again, like I said, if you have a mortgage, so a lot of people don't like the interest, right? And people are like, oh, I'm paying the bank interest. 100% write-offable, even without a company. So even if you're just a normal citizen, you work a job, that interest portion of your mortgage payment is 100% tax write-off. So it's like stuff like that where, again, and then how if you have put it into corporations, you're utilizing it for other business, then everything you put into it starts to become some sort of tax write-off. And then again, it's a lot of money, but then it gets parked and stuck in this liquid asset. So it helps you preserve value and keep value where you need to. There were a lot of people who went bust on real estate. Yeah. My parents lost everything on real estate. They didn't know what they were doing. So, and that's the thing. And my parents weren't using it as a tax shelter. That's what I'm saying. So, but all of you guys with long terms, building it up, and I mean, again, if you're looking to expand in the future, and especially if you've had any experience with taxes, I'm telling you, that was my first fluke test. The first time I made a lot of money, and then I had to learn. I was like, wait, I owe how much? And that's the thing. Like, this will help you both make money in your life, and then down the road, as you get older and you start to cycle through and make more and more money, you're going to make more money as you get older. The idea is that the real estate is going to help you keep more of that money. And it's something a lot of people ignore. Like I'm telling you, everywhere on the internet, man, all these gurus, all these people selling you all sorts of stuff. And I'm telling you, nobody mentions that real estate is a tax shelter. It's insane. I think it's a psyop. I'm at this point, it's insane that nobody talks about this like they do house hacking or any of these other things you've heard, or again, go fucking move to Puerto Rico, go fucking eat out of go eat out of the sand and live in a country you don't know the language in, and then go get audited. Like, it's wild advice when all things considered. The one thing that people are, no, you'll never get it. Real estate, it's like, that's the number one thing that's going to limit your tax liability from the day till the day you die. It will always be there. If you want to write off more, you got to operate it like a company, like a real estate company, a rental. But like I'm saying, any of you right now, if you went and you turned Intel into a house and then you had a mortgage, right? Even with as an individual, that mortgage payment, whatever portion of it is interest in the first 15 years are primarily interest, that's 100% write-offable. So technically, if you already are making money and have high taxes, again, this is what I was telling my friend. He works at Google. He makes a lot of money on Google. He has these investments he's making a lot of money on. I'm like, dude, even if you bought it personally, just as your first house to live in, you're going to write off your mortgage payment as a tax write-off just because it's all interest anyways. So yeah, bro, it's something people don't talk about. It's a secret, but it's not a secret because it's obvious. Like, you go once you go spend one day in the tax code, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's all real estate. And again, I'm not the only one who knows. There's people many generations before me that have been doing this. Nice, you put in a trust. That's awesome. Good for you. That's a really good move. I'm impressed. Most people don't do that. That's exactly what you should be doing. All right, Chad. Well, time keeps on ticking. It's kind of 7 hours to nowhere, but it looks pretty ugly today. But that bounce there at the end, not bad. Not bad. The tax, I have a bunch of old videos. I might need to make one on the real estate conspiracy, because it's getting to the point of being a psyop, because everybody's propagandizing you with real estate, then telling you all this other stuff of why it's good and bad, and then they're telling you avoid taxes. But I'm telling you, the easiest answer is just taxes. It's such a benefit to have. That's why I'm shocked that most people aren't making this their first point of contention. But that's the thing, is like, real estate could help you grow money, and I've used it for that. But at the same time, if you already have a job, you're making money, you got good investments, I mean, there's, at some point, it doesn't make sense to not own a property, especially if you have a high tax liability. But you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Any plays for the CPI. It comes out tomorrow morning, an hour before the bell. Our first big set of data, and then, yeah, you're going to get a response. So I'd wrap it up less than 10 seconds. Make up your mind. Another wild day. And now all you got to do is wait for overnight and in the morning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, Chadadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Oh, yeah. I need an ICAP. I need a GG in the chat, baby. Let's go, baby. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. You learned something. You are in the game. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. Oh, GG's, baby. Good game. It's good sportsmanship. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing. Oh, if you were a vibe, you didn't get banned. You added to the good conversation, good questions, good info, good plays, good long term. Oh, amen. GG, baby. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea. Oh. He wants to fight you, man. Wow.
I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo.
Yasha Tola appreciate you. Thank you for your time. No. The pleasure is mine, brother. The pleasure is mine. Good game, brother. GG, good game. I see you tomorrow, God willing. Good game. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls check cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. I know the whole song now. I know it all the beats. Oh man. GG chat, good game. What a day. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for tomorrow. It's here now, finally. Wow, Chadadonia. That is it. That's all we got. That's all we got, bro. That's the day. You wake up tomorrow, we get the data an hour before the bell. We'll see what the Koreans do. Everyone else, the JD Vance, Iran deal could come in a week or a month. It will definitely come before midterms. Nice. Midterm money glitch, baby. That's it. So, Chad, thank you for your time, bro. For real, man. If y'all were really a good contribution, y'all really learning off of it. You really understanding. I'm grateful because that means you're really prepared. I think you've seen it. You've seen how this stuff is played out. So that's what I'm talking about, baby. We got a long, long way to go. We got the rest of this year. There's no room for excuses. We just got to go, baby. No bias, no nothing. Let's just play the game. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's rigged against us, we're going to play it better than anybody else, dog. That's all we can do. Oh, so Chad. God bless all of you. Thank you for your time. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, we all have a special ability inside of us. Oh, getting ready for us to bring it out. It's called potential, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. Wow. What a day. What a wild Tuesday. Oh, there's more in store. So, Chad, I will see you very, very shortly. I hope you all get ready. and get prepared. We're going to have a good time. Thank you for your time once again. God willing, I see you tonight. I didn't post the Instagram video yesterday. That's it. I got a little busy, so we'll have a watch list. I hope I have an Instagram video tonight, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see where it leads us, but I should see the locked in guys, and we'll see where the rest of I'm so excited, though, now, finally. We got to burn these first 2 days, get into some real data, see what the market does at 4%. Maybe they rig it and it doesn't come in at 4. Oh, anything could happen, bro. Anything could happen. So let's get ready for it and react. We'll be there. So, Chad, thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Go get a good workout in. That's what I'm going to do. I already pooped, but, man, we'll see. I might have another poop left in me. We'll find out. But thank you for your time, bro. And all y'all really keeping up the honor. You know, the honor of the long term. You know what I'm saying? The honor of it. You actually living in it. The honor of the CRGC. You know, you respect the Josh Atola. Not by force. You know what I'm saying? You know, can I tell y'all, those of you who have respected the Josh Atola, I love you. You know, it reminds me of the scene of Fast and the Furious. You know what I'm saying? Where after the race in Ludacris, he says it's called mutual respect. You see what I'm saying? They honor the Josh Atola, not out of fear. Not out of fear of punishment. Not out of fear of reward. Oh, they don't feel me, dog. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, Chatadonia, every single day. I will see you in the morning, and peace. I would play the sponsored video, but I want some Uncle. We haven't got some Uncle. Let's get some Uncle. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some Uncle. That's what I'm talking about. Goodbye. I love you. Bonds are on the high. Get ready for tomorrow. Woohoo!
It's a cold, baby. Yeah. Money long and the flow is impeccable. World shit, but my God's still incredible. They wrong and talk shit with a spectacle. Some got fruit, some got vegetables. Got bills, I could take this shit federal. God's will, cause the devil's not legible. They'll film, but this shit won't be forgettable. I'm gonna praise the Lord even if it's miserable. But the mission feeling biblical, cynical in intervals, turn them to a liberal. These the same people that killed Jesus, not the criminals. My God is really big, they want me to make it minimum. Comical, that's the thing that's not possible. Never kiss the ring, I won't even take the sponsor though. Jesus is the papa, told the story about the dominoes. Give Caesar what is Caesar, can't you see that we talking dough? Anyway it folds, anyway it molds. Everything you told was a bold-faced lie. The money take time, don't be a bitch who waste mine. I got a little too drunk hearing from the grapevine. Rumor ass bitches got my frugal ass senses. Ain't no talk too expensive, means you say it but ain't meant it. Every time you give them credit, then they go and try to spend it. But they father ain't taught them to borrow or to slay to lend it. Damn, you want keep Mars, I'ma change the fucking world. Used to only want a car and then I only want a girl. Funny, got it all, now I only want the word. Here, let's take a second, let me tell you how we good. Mama left the third world, what you mean the hood? I don't got a murmur, I ain't never scared. You could take it further, but can you do a turn? No, stand up, don't give a shit, dog, I treat it like a urinal. Believe in things and they gon' happen. Yeah, they got the king that they demanded. Let's be real, I don't think they understand it. Off the dome, but it's fluid with the planet. Act dumb, but you clearly see I'm standing. We were small, but clearly we're expanding. If y'all ball, then how come you ain't passing? Heard the call and nothing more, we not abandoned.